Which Eddy video are we watching then? Because I've got a few, haven't I? What I want to watch is the one where he went mad at Trisha. I wonder if we've got the original. You know when he said that thing about Trisha and the violence? I want to watch that one. Does anyone know in chat if we've got, because I've got a few videos kicking around, or is it my video that we're going to go to, you know, where I react to him? Is that the one that we're going to watch with my reaction in it? Or is it the original? Do we have the original somewhere? I know a few of you, and I could look in some, I'm terrible with this sometimes when I'm live, is, I had them lined up yesterday or the day before. I had 3 Eddy videos open. I can't remember which places I got them. And if I work hard now with my brain, I could find them. But I just wanted to ask you to do it like Allan Spanners instead. Do any of you know there's a particular start point for the Eddy saga, or should I just try and find it myself? You're not answering me, is it because you're on delay? Do any of you have the original, or do you, maybe I should just like carry on my way? Let's start my way and see, because you might not know exactly which which one. The first one was Christmas. I mean, realistically, this is the weird thing, is realistically Eddy came up in my, I don't know if we talked about him on Super Chuffer or not. You know, I probably mentioned Eddy's got a new video out, these are my thoughts. But he said bad things. The shame of this is he said bad things about other content creators, and I ignored them in the early stages because I didn't know if, like, he did Michelle After Dark, and I'm doing Michelle After Dark, didn't he? He used to do that. And I thought to myself, well, I've watched one of her, I mean, she's been around on YouTube a lot longer doing true crime than I'd been watching true crime maybe, but I've been around on YouTube for about 10 years, 15 years maybe now. But, you know, I did ASMR and, like, you know what I mean? I'm not like in the same way. Eddy was ripping this woman and also saying all this other stuff. And so what I would do is I'd listen, like the granddad bits and the, you know, the ripping the woman bits, I just sort of skip through them, like not interested. But the bits about Nicola Bulley, and with Michelle After Dark, I watched her channel once. I found her, let's not beat around the bush. I don't know anything about her as a person. I'm not personally attacking her. I didn't find her voice to sit with me and the way I like to hear my content. I couldn't enjoy listening to her. Not about the content itself, but her tone of her voice. Like Eddy does her voice. It just didn't sit nicely with me. I don't have to like everyone, so I don't watch her channel much. I don't know if her content's good or bad. I don't know. Now I know that she thinks that Nikki just slipped in, so I'm not really down with that. But like, I don't really, you know, have an opinion on her, so I would ignore it. But I think I was wrong to do that. I think what I should have done now, thinking back on it, is look a bit closer at who he's ripping and why, because I'm aligning myself with him on the fucking internet, aren't I? You know, so that's a naivety of mine. And I kind of, you know, when I said I support someone, they become a nutter. Like, these days, I'm really cautious. And I think the last two to get through the Curious Cat, you're in chat, and Kelly, like, I think you're both good people from what I know of you. But let's be real, like, we don't know very much. I mean, you see me on the screen talking, like, so you know a bit more about me in this way. But, you know, I see you as a cat talking. But, like, it's hard to know. You know, if you know people deep down for 10 years, you can vouch for them, can't you? Know, you know what I mean? On the internet, we're friendly with each other. We're nice people from what we see. No one's done anything to spoil that. But they could do, like with Rustic Rach. Like, there's a great example. Nice enough lady, positive about her on the internet. Then she started saying some pretty mad things, and I thought, she don't really understand this, does she? So I said what I thought, and now it's all fucked. He thinks I'm a hunter. Like, no, you don't understand it. Don't worry, I'm not going to explain it to you. Turned out to be a nutter. Thought hedgehogs weren't real, all this. Like, so I'm really reticent now. Like Vicky Marie Chats is reticent to talk about other channels, to promote them, to do anything, because they could turn out to be nutters. And that's what really happened with this Eddy thing, is that I should have been more careful. Like, I should have been more careful with Eddy. And then when he started to turn out to be a big nutter, as soon as he said what he said about Trisha, this cannot stand. I know where my lines are drawn. If you start doing that, I'm going to just stand right up to you. Yeah, I'm just going to stand right up to you. I can't. Trisha might want to stand up to you. She might not feel like it. She's been through a fucking domestic violence situation. I'm not having it. And like, to this day as well, these days, I wonder to myself, you know, paranoid Scott, is that all just fucking manipulation? to make. No, it's not. Her son's, you know, a witness, so it's not, is it? I'm being paranoid there. Don't be silly. But you know, they know how to press my buttons. Maybe I said out loud on the internet, "You attack women, that's going to make me cross." Like, I'm not afraid to have weak spots. There's one. You attack women, it's going to make me cross. Go out on the internet and be a misogynist. Go and be a racist on the internet, you know, like Allan. That's going to make me cross. Sorry. I feel instinctively that I should defend the vulnerable people in society. Instinctively. I can't, it's not something that I have to, like, again, like, you know what I'm saying about people calming down in chat and getting eggy? That's an eggy for me. I can control my own emotions about me. So when Eddy said, you smoke weed, Scott, and you do this, I don't care. But when he said Trisha had been in domestic violence and she should have seen it coming, I was like, up out the chair. Like, you know, come down our local pub and shout that across the bar and see what happens to you. Like, it's, you know, don't let others promote their channels in your chat. I generally don't. Only you and Kelly. And I think, listen, I think content creators should form, in inverted commas, allegiances. Like, rising tide floats all boats. Your Curious Cat channel and my work on Battery Exhausted, like, it works together, doesn't it? Like, I don't need to fight you or, like, drag you down. If you do really well, then that helps me a little bit. And if I do really well, that helps you a little bit. And your success does not mean that if you are 1 million subscribed on YouTube and the best one, I become 1 million subscribed. No. I don't expect something from that. It's not like I'm doing it as a transaction. Let's help you so I get something. It's that if I'm positive and helpful, it's a good thing as well. Like, you give the money to the charity. Like, when I'm tipping you, I'm also tipping the cat charity. I know it doesn't all go direct and, okay, YouTube get a cut, but so what? The system helps the charity. Like, I've got no negativity to the feelings to any of this. Big ups, Mean Green. Yeah, you come in this boat a little bit as well, don't you? I shout out your channel. And you do your own thing, and like, it's just normal for me to say, oh, I listened to your song, I enjoyed it, check out his new song. It's not like I'm like doing some media campaign to try and manipulate and like I said, allegiances. We're not Big Brother. We don't have to vote for each other and get each other out and in, and like, it's just nice to be good on kind, and you know what I mean. It's not to the other side of this, right? It's not that we should be so kind that we should pretend things are good when they're shit, is it? Like, oh, you know, everyone go and sign up to this channel because they're my new friend. Like, no, the content has to be there. Your music has to sound good for me to say, go and listen to it. Like, if it didn't, I'm going to look stupid saying go and listen to it. And people will know that I'm just being a sort of sycophant. That's the word, a sycophant. For the clams in the audience. Sycophant. Sorry, I spelled it wrong. Sycophant, a person who acts obsequiously, well, she's not going to know what that means, towards someone important in order to gain advantage. So you're going to have to explain obsequious to them as well. It means a suck up. Obsequious, an excessively servile. So she's going to need to know what servile means. Like, this is the problem. She's going to have a problem with this. Having or showing an excessive willingness to serve or please others. It's sycophantic. And it's like, what do I mean? What do I mean? It's sycophantic. It, like, a bunch of them on their side, like, would go on. Like, if I started up a channel filming my own turds in the toilet, they would all go on the comments. Well, not all of them, but some of them would go, oh, brilliant video, best video of a turd I've ever seen. I love the way your turds come out. Like, just to be nice. And it's nice to be nice, but it's also blowing smoke up each other's arse to pretend to be friends when it's not really helping them. Because what you should say is, mate, that video of the turd in the toilet needs better editing. Like, can I help with it? You can say it in nice ways. Can I help you with the editing? I've had an idea for this. Or, you know, maybe a couple of weeks later, you might want to take that video of the turd down because it's not your best work and you've got other work that stands better. But, you know, what Luke did is he heard all of my fucking critique and he took it on board and made his channel better. Yeah? Like, what they do to each other is the opposite. They ruin each other by saying, oh, I love your new song, it's so good, and actually it's shit. So it makes everyone look stupid, and deep down they know they're doing it, so they feel like their friends aren't really their friends. Your real friends would say, mate, that needs to come down off the internet. I know that you've worked on it, and like, listen, I'm not going to tell you, don't get upset, I'm your real friend and I have your best interests at heart, and you know I'm your friend, so I wouldn't be saying this if I wasn't your friend, but that makes you look nuts. You know? my real friends do it. You would do it in chat. You're like, you know, stop talking about this nonsense now. We need to move on. But do you know what I mean? Like, so, oh, you didn't say what do you mean? Sorry, Red Fan. I meant you said you do mean. Sorry, the word mean confused me. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I'm just saying, yeah. In terms of shouting out channels, I think it's good to be positive. And when people turn out, it's like trust in life. You know, you can't go into a relationship and say, I don't trust people. Like, you know, if you want to have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, everyone in this room will probably, hopefully, you know, not hopefully actually, maybe not hopefully, but most people would have understood what I'm saying here and would have possibly been in a situation like this, where either you or the person you're with says, I have a problem trusting, so we're going to have to go slowly. And that's cool. You know, I don't think you should come around my house and just drink the drinks with the drugs in it until you trust me. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, but don't trust Allan. But also, if you don't open yourself up and you're not trusting, then how can you ever get anywhere? How can you have any friends and real relationships? When they turn out to be bad, when they reveal themselves in that way, you can get rid of them. But if you keep the door closed and don't let anyone in, then you can't really, you know. So and it's a bit of a weird, again, like double-edged sword, weird thing with that. Like, you know, Trisha has been through all these problems, the scars they've left on her mentally. You know, how much does she trust people? And how bad does she feel when people let her down? Like, going back to what I said, I give all these people a fucking, you know, I give you all a lot of trust. We're grown-ups, we're people in chat. You know, I give all a lot of people a lot of trust there. And when they let themselves down, I just, you know, it's disappointing, I guess, but so yeah, like that whole thing about being friends with people in the future, I'll still do it. I'm still going to be friendly with other channels. I'm still going to make friends with other channels. I'm still going to be, you know, cross-pollinating and promoting like that. But I'm wary of it now because some people turn out to be nutters, and that's what Eddy is, like a typical one. This actually goes back to Christmas for me with Eddy. I remember the first video I did about Eddy was Merry Christmas, Angry Eddy. Because up to then, it had all been about Allan and these other... mainly Allan, wasn't it? But Eddy... And I spelled him... Eddy Hall's I-E and Eddy Brown is Y, Ed Y. But this, for me, was the first time he crossed the line and I had to react to him at Christmas. And do you know what I thought? I remember thinking this. Isn't this interesting? I mean, they say all these problems began in January. I think they began when I dropped my Nicola Bully video. I think they were brewing beforehand, and when I dropped my Nicola Buddy K Soul video, they all kicked off. And it wasn't because I was so mean about Ernie, it was because I'd broken this conversation. Like, they all wanted to pretend it was Penny pushing at the bench or she slipped in, or whatever they were working on, specifically Eddy specifically, was to push away from Ernie, to keep the eyes away from what I discovered. And what I discovered pointed towards things that he was very angry about, and they all fucking flipped. They went on me. I really believe it's to undermine my Nicola Buddy content is the real reason they've done that. But some people, and I see both sides as well, you know, I also really believe that maybe not, maybe they're just bitter people. But I remember thinking this will make a great video for Christmas because everyone expects me to make an Allan video on Christmas. When did this one get released?
Chilling stream for
December 24, I dropped it on Christmas Eve. So it was my big Christmas video for Battery Exhausted. And I thought, this has fallen right into my lap because he did this 2 or 3 days before Christmas. And I thought, they all expect me to do an Allan stream and I'm going to do an Eddy stream. Yeah, I'm going to drop an Eddy video for Christmas. They all expect it to be Allan. And that was like, Angry Eddy? Isn't he on our team? And it did get a bunch of views, both because it's Christmas and also because it was a, moment.
few hours. Welcome. Do you know, I was thinking to myself, shall I do a video?
So what I was asking is, does anyone have this one, just raw, that they want to send me so I can just react to it again? I know a bunch of you have got, like, different people out there have got different clips and videos of him, and I am just rubbish. I'm sorry I'm rubbish, but I will fail to compile and properly log and order things. I just will. Somewhere on a hard drive, I've probably got everything, but after the Allan debacle, I did it with Jay Slater as well. I said with the Jay Slater, I should record everything here because I've just learned my lesson with Nicola Bully, and I didn't record any of it. I didn't really cover the case, but some people are a bit more anal about it. Not being funny, but anal about that, and it probably serves them well in some ways. But also, I'm happier living my life, not being a librarian and archivist for bitterness. Do you know what I mean? Like, I cover it on the streams, and then it's there recorded. I say it's there, we've recorded it. But if I spent my day archiving, recording, filling up hard drives of other people's content, just so that maybe one day I can go back and use them against them, then that's fucking sick and weird and a waste of my life. And I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't do it. I'm saying you should do it so that I can use your videos that you've... No, but like, you know, if people have recorded bits and pieces here and there, and, you know, don't, if you want to record things of these people, fair enough, but don't let it take over your life, please. You know, priorities.
Been speaking to people here in New Zealand, and they said, don't do a video. And I set this camera up.
Hang on, wait, New Zealand...
My shoulder.
Wait, he is in New Zealand now, because I'll have a different reaction now, won't I? I'll be able to react to it differently. Of course, what I can do is I can go over this 3-hour episode and edit out every bit where I'm talking and reconstitute the video in that way. But this was about Christmas time, and he stood in front of the records. Moment where he was New Zealand. Shut up, Scott. I get this. I can't get. Do you know what? For once, I'm going to be angry because, you know, I like to talk a lot, and I'm like, shut up and listen to me talk because it's my show. But for once, I'm going to be angry at myself for not just letting him play, which is what everyone else gets angry about.
I just noticed there's an album here. Look, a box set from Eddy Lockjaw Davis, but I can see only the Lockjaw. Only the Lockjaw is actually focused there. Isn't that amazing? That's an omen that I shouldn't be doing this video. But I thought to myself, you know what, Eddy? Maybe you should.
Does he mean that? Does he mean that it's an omen he shouldn't be doing the video? Does he believe in all that universe stuff? Because when I asked him directly, he said he didn't.
Because I'm getting so many people commenting, sending me emails, asking me for my
Christmas looks nice, doesn't it? We've got that coming up again soon.
Comments, and they're sending me stuff, asking my comments about people like Christopher from Nottingham, who's got the blog page. Hello to you, Christopher. Scott, super chuffer, battery exhausted, I should say, there's a couple of T's in there. And even Scott himself said, please do make a video in response to his video. So I'm going to be... Well,
I didn't say please do. What I meant was, don't come to my stream and fucking talk about it in my chat to me forever. Just make a video. No, I've already got the egg on there, eh? Can't remember what he's talking about there now.
Talking about Scott as well. Scott might actually cut my... I like the way he cuts your face and he puts it alongside him. Are you that side, Scott, or are you... Anyway, hello to you, Scott. Hello to you.
I think, at this point, right, I'd already understood that Eddy was not my friend. Same with Andy. I shouldn't keep saying it, but like, I smell these people and I just keep an eye on it. Yeah, and at this point, I knew that Eddy was not my friend when he, like, you know, when he's doing this and Scott's put you over here and put you over there, and I'm like, look, watch.
Scott. No, you'll be that side, right? Hello to you, Scott. How you doing?
At this point, what I could have done if I wanted to be friendly to him is flipped him round so he was looking at me and said, oh no, you got me on the wrong side. Look, I am here. I haven't played along, but I'm not playing along, Eddy. No.
Today. Thank you for having me here to have my say on some of the stuff that you put out there. I will be talking to you directly, but I'll be talking to the audience as well. So my audience, and indeed I want to say hello not just to my audience, but I want to say...
But, you know, he tried to make that like he's part of this media production. Like he's like talking to the audience, my audience, your audience. I think we're all together as people. I know that I'm on the screen and doing the talking, but I don't in my brain and my heart feel like I'm some special chuffer and that you're just punters. But like to Eddy, it's like, you know, he's on the TV show with Scott here. Like if I'd have flipped him round and he was talking to me, which I deliberately chose not to do and just let him look stupid. But if I had, I'd be playing into that idea that we're sort of pseudo-celebrities on YouTube. You know, we're the guys with the channels and people, our audience. Like his audience is my audience, is everyone else's audience, is the audience. I'm in the audience because I watch other people's videos. I just happen to make them as well. Like when it comes to direct messages, content creators, I will give the respect of, like, you know, replying to and talking to, because it's content creation that we're doing, yeah? And there's that extra level of like who you are realistically. You know, if I spend my time talking to everyone in DMs, and it's a nice rule to have, even though some of you are nice and I'd probably get on with you as friends and we'd have a better time if I did talk more in the DMs, I think it's better to keep it on this, not professional, but you know what I mean? Like this public level where I'll talk to you in public Discord and on public chats and publicly out loud. And if you're a content creator, then we get this, like, it's not another level, but it's like, you know, collaboration, isn't it? So DMs are something that I will reply to, but in general, I'm happier not replying to a load of DMs from a load of people. And some content creators, like Eddy, I was very sparse. He sent me an email, I replied to him, like he wanted to have a back and forth. Do you remember? He wanted to have a phone conversation with me, and I said, no, I don't want to give you my phone number. Why don't you just come on the stream and talk to me? Like, my feeling is, if you want to talk about it in public and we'll talk about it. but don't privately talk to me, like, unless you've got something you want to say privately that you want to say. And if you've got something you want to say, then fucking say it. I've got nothing to say to you, you know. Like, I'm not giving you my phone number. I'm not getting into this weird thing that you wanted to do. And that didn't make him happy. He didn't like that. He thought we should have had 2 or 3 phone conversations before he considered coming on the stream. And at this point, he's even talking to me directly and responding to my stuff. So we didn't need to do that, did we?
Hello to the other channels.
This would have been before the interview.
That will be watching this video as well. And hello to Christopher's bloggers.
Like I said, part of me should be like exhausted.
Christopher sounds like really young, like, you know, in his 20s and whatever. Christopher is in his early 50s. So
Chris is Substack.
You know, he's not a child anymore.
That's doxing him. Chris is in his 50s. What he's saying there, see, I pick up different things on the second react. What he's saying there is, Chris, I know who you are and I know how old you are, and like, how would you know how old he is? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like I've researched you and I've got all this information on you, and the fact that I can say this one thing should give you that impression. Like, it's like a subtle, like, you know, it's anger and it's resentment. And I remember as well, Eddy was angry at Chris's Substack. Now, Chris's Substack is someone that, like, I'd like to get Kelly on Super Chuffer to talk about Nicola Bully, and maybe the other cases. Like, a general interview with Kelly would be fun, but also, you know, about her work and that. But also the Nicola Bully thing. I know she doesn't share the same opinion as me, and she's got a reasonable way of explaining her opinion. It's not that we have to have an argument. Like, for example, the CCTV. She believes that the CCTV is edited, but maybe not by Paul, and maybe it doesn't mean Paul is guilty. I hope I'm not speaking for her here, but I hope she understands that. Yeah, anyway. And I think that's a fair point. Like, I believe that I believed that the CCTV being edited was a pointer towards guilt. Because if you're going to edit it, that's a sign of guilt, yeah, to me. If it's Paul edited, you know, and all this. But there are other reasons where you could explain it, not through guilt, but through, you know, a mistake or a choice or whatever. There are other ways that you could explain that and say that's been edited, but it doesn't mean it's, you know, the two that aren't mutually inclusive, editing and guilt. To me, they're a lot more weighted towards guilt, but to her, they're not. So, like, that's interesting, and I'm glad that we can have that discussion. We've had it sort of pseudo-privately, I think, but it'd be nice, I think, to get her on the stream and have it publicly. It's not my opinion, and it means that I would be sharing a different view to mine about Nicola Bully. So why would I do that on my own channel? Like, don't I want to make my channel the fucking argument for the case of... No, I want to, like, have interesting discussions with reasonable people. So I'm very happy to do that. In time, I think that will come, you know. And there's another one, Chris's Substack, which is who we're talking about here. Now, Chris's Substack goes the other way, like, thinks everyone's an actor and it's all psyops and stuff. And he's really heavily researched and is interested in that subject. And I don't believe it. Again, like with Kelly, I don't agree with that opinion. I think Nikki didn't just fall in. With Chris's Substack, I don't think the other end of the spectrum, that everyone's an actor or whatever it is, you know. But at the same time, I think it would be worth, you know, if you're going to be rational, even if it seems quite irrational what Chris is saying, it's a different viewpoint. So it's worth, and with his explanation of it, his backing up and telling the, you know, presenting his case, I suppose. Like, you know, I'm happy to do that again. Okay, I want to ask some questions. What do you think about this? How does that work? And I'm not going to say, no, you're stupid, it's fucking stupid. I'm going to leave it for people to make up their own minds, like I do with most stuff. If you want to come in and try and infect my chat with your propaganda, that's not having your own mind. That's having a fat fucking argument about things I hate and don't want to hear. So get rid of you. But, like, I'm happy to present those ideas and discuss them. Like, that seems like a good idea. And Brian Harvey, yeah. So, like, you know, that's something I'd like to work towards. I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but it's saying it's something I'm not afraid of or, like, you know, angry about. So when Chris's Substack, I don't think Chris has ever mentioned me specifically. I don't know. Can't really remember. Again, like, if people do have a little pop at me and things like that, like Eddy did, I brush it off and I don't care. But so I don't really, like, log it and remember it. But some of them I do. You know, some of them I remember when it comes back round. Oh, do you remember he said this? Now it seems a bit sus that he said that. You know, and stuff like that. But yeah, for Eddy to have this grievance with Chris. Like, he doesn't like what Chris is saying about Nicola Bully. Yeah? Okay, there's like Eddy's always had this problem, hasn't he? Right, Eddy's always had this problem, that he doesn't like what people say about Nicola Bully if it's not the way he wants them to say it, if it doesn't agree with his story. which has changed a bit his story. But if it doesn't, if there's something wrong with what they're saying, he will go at them. And I don't like the style of other two crew. Listen, I don't like the way Penny Bunnies does her content, so I don't listen to it. And I'd say I'm not going to bring things up off Facebook, but I don't say what she said this week was this, this, and this, and that's why this is wrong, and that's why this is wrong. I don't get angry about her. I just choose not to watch it and don't promote it. And I'm a bit surprised that people. I get angry about people promoting it in my chat, or even you know how I say like people are so stupid they watch Allan. I'm like disappointed again that people would say Penny Bunnies did a good one, because I think no, she didn't. I thought I had better quality people in my chat than that. Didn't say that. In general, I do. So it's surprising to me that Eddy is so sensitive about Chris's Substack and what he's saying, because I'm in the same ballpark talking about Nicola Bulley opinions and all that, and I don't feel that sensitivity. I don't feel that anger and aggression to people with a different opinion. So it makes me then wonder why so sensitive about anyone that tells a different or more investigative story about Nicola Bulley. Anyone with, because the people he really hates, Michelle After Dark, she's got a degree. She actually agrees that Nicola, he thinks she was pushing, but she says, she doesn't go in for a lot of conspiracy and stuff, so I'm a bit surprised he doesn't. I wonder what it is that she saw that he didn't like so much, But certainly the thing that ties together the people that he doesn't like is this potential to get deeper with Nicola Bulley, potential to get to the truth, and he doesn't like it. Maybe he feels stupid because he's not the one with the, he wants to be the main one, like the tallest poppy syndrome, and if it's not people listening to his opinion, and if they're listening to someone else's, maybe he sees people in chat saying, oh, you're saying clever stuff, fuck them, I want to be the clever one. Maybe it's just that, maybe it's his ego, but maybe I am paranoid in thinking he's being defensive over Ernie. Like he's like Ernie's white knight out there putting out fires for Ernie. It's almost like he's working on behalf of Paul Ansel and Ernie. If he didn't, in the early stages, throw a bit of shade towards Paul, I'm not saying he can be working for Paul, but it's almost like he's got this ulterior motive, isn't it? And it could just be his ego. It really could just be his ego. He thinks Penny did it. Yeah, he does now. He didn't initially. Initially, he was very sus about other people, but everything got deleted, didn't it? But yeah.
And I will talk about his blog and some of his theories, and you can make your own mind up.
Have you read Chris's
of my channel? I'm not going to diss any of you. You can have your own theories.
He did diss everyone, and he doesn't like them having their own theories.
You can have your own opinions, speculate all you want, hypothesize all you want. There's a word we've grown to all hate in the last.
No, he's popping at Allan. I suppose we're in the same boat here. Not.
So where do I start? Well, I want to start by saying, first of all, because a lot of you are going to get this on Christmas Eve, I want to say a very, very Merry Christmas to you all.
So yeah, he did upload this for Christmas Eve. Do you remember in the interview, I asked him about this, and he said that the reason he put this video up on Christmas Eve was because he was planning a lovely Christmas video, like a nice one, about Christmas. And then I dropped Nicola Bulley Case Solved, and it blew his video out the water. He couldn't possibly post his video now after what I've done. So he had to scrap that and do this instead. And I felt to myself, well, you were angry then. My video has no bearing on what you post for Christmas. When you say it blew it out the water, do you mean I'd done some investigation, found something, got somewhere, and a year of Nicola Bulley chit-chat had got nowhere, and I was actually doing some research, brought something to the table. People are always desperate to solve this mystery, find out some stuff. So when they thought that Nikki had been married before, whether we've factually, whether we've got those facts on the table or not, I don't know. But people want to know, and they were like the I'm first syndrome, isn't it? People want things to be brought to the table, new ideas, new facts, new evidences. Even, I believe, if it's not about the day of the murder, but the weeks, months, years leading up to it. And I believe that I did that, whether you like it or not, whether you have an opinion on whether those people are who they are in the videos. Again, I'll stick by to the ends, prosecution and defence go to court, see what happens if you put a video out of someone's face. That's you in that shop doing the shoplifting. Oh, no, it's not. Well, it fucking looks like you. You're done. The Nicola Bulley CCTV is good enough to prove it's Nikki. Why is the Peter Folding video not good enough to prove it's Peter Folding? But anyway, enough of that. apparently I blew him out of the water with that. So I don't know what he was planning or preparing, but maybe it was something, you know, narrative based about Nikki. Maybe it was some facts or evidence that was going to be different, or, you know, whatever it was. He had to put that on the back burner, bin it off, and instead go into overdrive with his new project, which was a hastily compiled rant video instead. So that's bad. Like, that's, you know, mentally unwell. That's not like, you know, he could have said to himself, oh, well, Super Chuff has done an interesting video. I've got feelings about that. Let's put them aside and finish my video for Christmas. And then maybe I'll turn to Super Chuffer's thing and have a chit chat about that as well. Like, it didn't have to affect him in that way, but for some reason it did, on like a real deep down. And again, you've got to decide, I've got to decide, we've got to decide, because he'll never tell us and really talk about it, whether that was his ego or whether he's got some vested interest in the Nicola Bulley story that's deeper than his own ego. But he had to change his behaviour based on the video I dropped for some reason.
A happy new year. Let's hope 2024 brings us what we all want. The reason that their channel is here and the reason that their channel is growing. Now, I'm going to be jumping all over the place because I'm going to wing this today. I don't have a script. I've not typed out some long channels that have often said that Eddy is a narcissist.
Like, no, I wouldn't skip it. I'd want to hear every word. But he says there that he didn't create a long script, which is interesting for this reason, right? If in every video, you know, when I come on stream, I say I haven't got a long script. Like, I don't say that because I don't have a long script. It's just like taken as read. Why would I need to say it? Unless I usually have a long script. So, you know, those videos where he was talking and you saw the video and you didn't see his face and it was just like, you know, or sometimes you see his face or whatever. Like, he's scripting those, yeah? He was scripting them. I have a script. Imagine if he came on a video and said, hi, it's Eddy. I have a script. A script. What, one that you wrote or one that someone wrote for you? Because Luke does videos where he reads other people's words out and he clearly didn't write them. Whether they be ChatGPT or handed by Peter Folding, he didn't write them. Having a script is fine. It's something we do in media production. But the content that we're making about the Nicola Bulley case and your position within it, alluding to being close to the family or whatever, this mystery man, you know, it's almost like you're a fucking secret agent, isn't it? Like a fake man. And everyone thought that about you for a while. Like, that you were some kind of, like, you know, who are you? And creating that mystery is one thing, but we're talking about the facts of the truth of Nicola Bulley's life and stuff. So creating that mystery around yourself with that, it's weird. It's weird. It's not right. It's not the way to behave.
And a narcissist will put out a video like he did about Vicky Marie.
I've never said he's a narcissist, yeah, not me, so he's not going at me there.
And then a narcissist will apologise after he's put out his video like he did, the kind of passionate, the one that I spoke from the heart and got quite passionate about.
I think that's Vicky Marie said that, and I don't know if she's talking just about narcissists, but abusive people as well.
The reason I apologised for that video was because it isn't who I am, and
can you hear him all right?
I wanted to express how sorry I was.
It's funny, isn't it? Like, Vicky Marie was saying that stuff about narcissism about him, and again, relating it to Trisha, you know, like, why would you receive the apology of a narcissist and then move on with it? Like,
the passion.
How would you, like, go into a stream where he's on the stream slagging me and say, oh, this is fine, all this is fine, these are all my friends? Like, how would you do that? It doesn't make any sense.
I showed. Am I sorry about the things that I said?
It's nice to use the word passion when we mean anger, isn't it?
I'm not sorry about the things I said. I'm sorry about the way that I said them. And I'll explain a little bit about that as this video goes through. So I hope you're going to stay with me because I've got some interesting points for you today. I'm going to be talking about Scott. Yes, I'm going to be speaking about Vicky Marie again.
So he's just explained this is a manipulation because he's been caught out being an arsehole. So this isn't the first one, is it?
And channels like...
Maybe there is a previous, you know, maybe Eddy Speaks Out is you know, maybe there is a... Hang on. I suppose we'll carry on watching this one now because we're watching this one, but would it have been videos or would I have done it as a live maybe as well? Like, it's all here, but which was Eddy's dissecting Eddy 8 months ago, Mintwave, carry on going, Eddy's vinyl meltdown, there his members, Phil sends the police. That's Allan's a nonce. It wasn't, Eddy wasn't on the menu before Allan was being a nonce. Maybe this is the first one. Luke stands by cash for questions. Merry Christmas, Andy, Angry Eddie there. On my list here, Angry Eddie, Merry Christmas is my first one, I think. And then there's Eddie's Vinyl Meltdown later. Merry Christmas, Angry Eddie's the first one on the playlist. So it is this one that I've got first. But obviously it's not the first thing that's been happening, is it?
Vicky Marie's. I also want to speak about Truth Finders. I keep saying Truth Justice, and they've pulled my leg about that a few times. So I want to say...
Interesting that, because Truth Justice was one of Allan's troll channels.
Hello to Truth Finders as well, Michelle, Joe and Jet.
In chat there, you'll say, like, I can't that in like, so, think me, done around, or like, just played games to not different,
sometimes sit on the...
or help me or do anything, it's just a thing.
And say hello to you guys. It's been wonderful, our communication. I've really enjoyed just sometimes sitting on the phone and chewing the fat with you guys. It's you know, you're real people, and it's really nice to know that there are people out there that I can have a
Again, this idea of talking to them on the phone, like, you get that, you do that because it's better to manipulate people one-to-one on the phone. That's what they're doing it for. It's not like normal behaviour to meet people on the internet and to get their phone numbers. Like, it's not.
One-to-one with.
And that's something else as well. I was offered the phone call. I don't want to do a phone call. Like, none of the people that I'm communicating with to have as guests on.
Start with the major one. I think let's start with Scott, because he'll want to cut and do this whole thing. What side? Scott, hello to you.
Did you see in my face that I didn't want to react to this? Like, I was like, oh, here we go. Eddie believes that, and he said it in a number of videos, he'll react to me, he'll have this on the screen, he'll be doing this. Like, he's already thinking about what I will be doing in reaction to it when he's creating it. Yeah, like, honestly, I don't think that levels of deep. He's planning how I will react. Yeah, so in some ways, do you think he's doing things to make me react? Saying things so he can control in the way I will react? If you think, oh, Scott's going to react to this, well, if I say this, he might say this. Do you know what I mean?
What side are you going to put me? You want me to, you know...
Do you want me to flip you?
Please don't blow that smoke in my face. Please. I can't stand it. No, all jokes.
He's giving me stuff to work with there, but I can't be arsed. And if he had watched my videos properly and understood how the media was created, he would know which side he was on, and he would have got that right, but he got it wrong.
Know that when Scott sees this video, I'm sure that he may decide to, well, let's analyse everything Eddie's saying and the way that he's saying it. And yes, you're absolutely right, Scott. I mean, I did get a bit passionate.
And I don't body language these videos. You know, I just react. And I could body language them. Like, here we've got condescension.
With Vicky Marie. But there was... You're absolutely right, Scott. I mean, I did get a bit passionate with Vicky Marie. But there was a good reason for...
I didn't hit your mother, I just got passionate with her.
Me doing that.
Again, a little bit unfair, because I haven't... Although I did watch one of the videos of Eddie on our stream on Twitch, I haven't cut and uploaded and done, like, you know, Eddie body language videos, have I?
Time. Now let's talk, first of all, then.
Maybe I should have archived everything, you know? Maybe I should have just, like, been a bit more funny about it, but apparently I reacted to him on Twitch once before this, so he probably saw that and got eggy about that as well. But I can't say... I think this was the first time, because even now I'm being... You know, back then I'm being a bit tentative about laying into him, letting him, you know, sort of dig his own hole here. So I don't think I'd, like, turned on him yet, if you know what I mean, like, or stood against him is a better way of saying it.
Yeah. I 100%.
Certainly, he turned on me first.
Stand by Scott Jessup. 100%.
That's good.
I know that there's going to be a few people going, oh, what? I stand by him.
So he's talking about Nicky Bully K Soul video, isn't he? And he's saying, I 100% stand by him. And what he means is he's going to do a snake on me. He's going to do he's trying to do, this is coercive language, coercive control, where you say, oh, I'm 100% your friend. I'm 100% standing by him. He is obviously bad for this little reason. And for this 98%, 97%, 94%, 92%. Oh, I'm one of his biggest fans, but we all know that he's a bad person. 96, 92, 91%, 80%. You know, dropping that percent down with the manipulation after standing out there and saying to you, "Oh, I'm your big friend" in public. It's manipulation. I come to praise Caesar, not to bury him. That's what this is. Mark Antony's speech from, and I did it with Allan Vinicum a little bit. Allan's not a nonce. I've got no evidence that he's a nonce. I've got no proof that he's a nonce. Are we talking about him being a nonce? You don't think that he's a nonce. Is he noncy? You know, like, I come to Caesar not to bury him, Mark Antony's speech. He says to all like, they stabbed Caesar and fucked him over, and it's his funeral, and he's telling them that, no, Caesar was bad, and you were right to stab him. You were right to stab him. Caesar, of course, gave you all freedom, didn't he? And he stood up for all of you when you needed standing up for. But you were right to stab him. You were right to do that. Caesar made you all like... Caesar was a noble man. Brutus is a noble man. Is it honourable? I wonder if we can get it like, you know, I don't want friends, Romans, countrymen. Maybe this.
Gentle Romans, hear me! Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears!
Oh, it is friends, Romans, countrymen.
I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it was so, it was a grievous fault.
Brutus told you Caesar was ambitious. Yeah, he's a bad man for being ambitious.
And grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here on the leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man.
He was good to me, but Brutus tells you that he's a bad person, and Brutus is telling you the truth. So I'll speak against him, even though he was good to me, because Brutus is the one telling you.
He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious?
When he was helping you, you didn't call him ambitious. When he was filling your pockets.
When did the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept? Ambition should be made of sterner stuff.
He's an ambitious man. So it was weak of him to try and help other people.
Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man.
You see the point that I'm making here? Like, he's speaking in favour of Brutus, isn't he? But it's not sarcasm. It's manipulative, coercive language. And that Mark Antony speech is held up by academics. You know, it's like taught in English literature as an example of coercive language. Well, I mean, I say good. I mean, and back. Thanks for telling me in chat. I would have not spotted it very quickly if you don't tell me in chat. I'm sure we're back now, yeah, aren't we? And how much did you miss? Did you see Brutus talking? I'm back. Did you see Brutus talking? Because that was all that you missed, really. It's just after Brutus, I just got this started, so I would assume you saw Brutus, yeah.
Absolutely agree with you, Scott. I couldn't agree more. Where I disagree with Scott is the way that he has combined the animal protesters.
So he's struggling here. He's combined the animal protesters, what he's had to do is very quickly come up with a clever way of slurring what I've said. And what he tried to do initially is he tried to say, because Scott's a vegan, Scott has a passionate anti-animal abuse stance. And what Scott has tried to do is he said, Nicola Bulley case is popular and this is my politics, so I'll try and force them in there. I'll try and get people who are interested in Nicola Bulley to now be interested in animal rights. That's what I'll do. Yeah, it's like if I was a Birmingham fan, and I am, I might say, we've got the Nicola Bulley case, that's good, people are watching, but I want them all to support Birmingham. What I'll do is I'll say that the bad people, the Villa fans killed Nicola Bulley. Villa fans did it. I'll pretend that I've seen Peter Falding wearing a Villa shirt, and then people will start supporting Birmingham. They'll get involved in my football squabble because I've hijacked the Nicola Bulley case with it. And that's ridiculous. Like, I talked about Nicola Bulley for nearly 9 months at that point, had I? How many times did I bring up my animal rights and veganism? You know, I talk about it in my, you know, it comes into content sometimes. I don't do episodes on it. If I was an animal rights channel that was banging on this and then I hijacked Nicola Bulley, or you know what I mean? Like, he's trying to, he said, right, Houston, we have a problem. Scott's found a video of Peter Falding. This is my opinion. Scott's found a video of Peter Falding. He's found a video of Ernie. I'm always trying to protect Ernie. Shit is hitting the fan. This is what I didn't want to happen. Someone like Super Chuffer digging around, finding out something truthful about Nicola Bulley. I've tried really hard to point at Penny. I've tried really hard to keep people away from Ernie. I've influenced people all over the Nicola Bulley thing on the internet. And now this fucking Super Chuffer is going against my influence. And he's pulling things, rabbits out of the hat, and now I've got to fucking fight fires. What we'll do is we'll say that he's doing it because he's an animal rights nutter. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll slur him and say he's an animal rights nutter, and that's why he's doing it. And then people will think his video is not really about Nicola Bulley, it's about animal rights. And that's how we'll make it, undermine it. And Andy, at the same time, not wanting to get, but starting with we'll put loads of funny pictures on it and we'll start poking at him and get him eggy. And then when he gets eggy, we'll start making like a bad egg on the internet. Like, at the same time, why is it they're doing it? Is it because of that video? And is the reason you had to go into overdrive to sort of discredit the video? And not discredit it by saying head on, smack on. I don't think that's Ernie driving the truck, or I don't think that's Peter Falding. They're my opinions, which is what Vicky Marie said. And I was disappointed she said it and didn't understand what I was trying to say or the context. We could talk about it deeper maybe. But, you know, maybe she didn't want to go there. But what Eddy said is not... He doesn't believe that those people are in those videos. It's that he believes I'm disingenuous. 100% he thinks Scott's a good guy, but he believes I'm a liar and I've made up a story to try and push an animal rights agenda into the Nicola Bulley case. And that is not the case at all, is it? That's not the case at all. You've ruined everything, Scott. How did you do that? Yeah, ruined what? Ruined. You know, what did I ruin? You know, all this facade and masquerade, that's what I ruined. I exposed his lies. And I found some truths. And how does that ruin everything? You know? Yeah. And it's like the same way as me and Kelly ruin what Mark Williams Thomas does by exposing it. And I'm close on something, but it's all just ideas at the moment, isn't it? Like, but it's Eddy's behaviour that stands out as the weird thing here. Like, what kind of person, going back to that video of Peter Falding and that, if any of you had seen that video, you would have sent it to me and said, this looks like Peter Falding. I think this might be a breakthrough, because it does, and it might be. So I did the same thing, but I did it on the internet after a bit more research and put the story together so it makes sense, so I can tell it you. Like, Eddy's showing himself up here in a weird way. And you think I'm being paranoid, and I might be, because I might be making a conspiracy theory that he's involved in trying to protect someone in the Nicola Bulley case. Or it might be his ego. But does ego drive you this way? To sort of come up with this sort of weird... I mean, maybe he thinks this. Like, maybe he thinks this, that I deliberately... But how would he think that? Why would he think that? Like, I understand that I'm vegan, but if you look into my content and what I'm doing, like, look at what we said about Russell Brand, for example. At no point did I try and bring any of my personal politics into the Russell Brand stuff. I could try and keep it out of it, if anything. And with Nicola Bulley, mainly. Nikki Bulley was interested in politics that I wasn't interested in. Like, you know, during COVID, she felt that she should have not been locked down as hard, and that maybe, you know, this... I don't want to talk about it. Do you know what I mean? I never brought that up in the Nicola Bulley coverage. I never suggested someone murdered her because they had a row about her not wearing a mask or something. Yeah? Like, I never suggested that. I never suggested that people in the village might have, it's a small village, people talk, they might have thought she, was a bad person or, a nutter in some way, and that might have offended, they might have had a running argument. That's just a fantasy I'm inventing based on a tweet or two that she made about not being happy with the government's choices in lockdown and COVID. So I could spin that nonsense. That's politics. I'm not interested. He said it in chat, you've never forgotten. Big ups, Dry Spell. Keep bringing these things up when really, so on the other side, they create these narratives by picking out little fucking things and trying to I've recorded everything, I'm going to get him. But really, we should be recording all these things and putting them in a timeline for someone like Eddy, because this could be criminal, what Eddy's done. It could be criminal. I don't know. I'm saying that again, like pie charts here, little sliver. Don't think I'm paranoid. Don't think I'm walking around worried about Peter Folding murdering me. I dressed up as him yesterday. It's all just a laugh and a bit of fun on the internet, but it could be criminal, what he's doing. I don't know.
Where I disagree with Scott is the way that he has combined the animal protesters, the animal cruelty.
You see the way he says he hasn't got a script for this, yeah? And I agree, I don't think he's written it out, but I think he has got a script in his mind. I think he has planned this, and the way he's stuttering over his words, he has combined, it's like we're in court and he's carefully choosing his words to create this case, this illusion, this gaslighting to discredit me. And look how angry he is, furious about it. Why is that? It could just be his ego. It could be like, if Allan watched my video, Allan couldn't go on his show and say, well, I don't like Super Chuffer as a person, but the research he's done here is true and I can't argue with it. Like with Andy, I don't like Super Chuffer as a person, but my not husband did go to prison for importing 100 kilograms of cannabis. You can't argue with the truth. It's on the internet. It's a public fucking... I'm not doxing anyone. She was the one that talked about it first on the internet, on the streams, and it's on fucking, the news on the internet. If you go on the websites, the news, and look at his pictures and everything, I haven't shown you his pictures or anything yet. I'm not doxing anyone. It's the news. Sorry. He's so fucking angry.
Whatever. Absolutely agree with you, Scott. I couldn't agree more. Where I disagree with Scott is the way that he has combined the animal protesters, the animal cruelty, and all of that in the mid-90s.
And like I said, is it his ego? Because Scott's discovered something and he won't want to accept it. He can't accept that Scott's better than him. He can't accept that Scott's smart and he's achieved something. It's like, I remember once, what was it? It was in school. It was something... I had a bit of a reputation maybe in school and college for being a bit of a naughty one, tear away, not doing my work, not handing in my homework. Oh, that was it. It was sister's ex-boyfriend. He'd known me not at school since, I was a bit of a tearaway. And when it came to, we had a chat once about GCSEs or something, and I explained that I got 2 A's, 6 B's, 4 C's and 2 A stars in maths and English. And he was like, what? What? You got good GCSE? And I was like, yeah, I might fuck about and smoke weed and I might not be going to the good job with the wearing a suit, but I'm not stupid. No. Don't underestimate me, you fuckhead. People being surprised that I could, we do a pub quiz and I get all the answers right, and then I didn't realise you were smart. Thanks for underestimating me, fuckhead. Turns out you're not that smart because you underestimated me. I don't know what I'm saying now. I'm getting distracted with myself. I'm distracting myself. Eddy's furious.
Do check Chuffy.
Oh, I skipped it back.
No. Work. I'm saying it absolutely is
The one with.
and that's something else I mean, but I can see quite clearly that he's...
The reason that their channel is here and the reason that their channel is growing. All of that in the mid-90s, more side of where he's coming from.
I can't get...
I 100% stand by Scott Jessup. 100%.
That's good. Again, quite...
Cruelty side of where he's coming from. 100%. No one in their right mind would promote animal cruelty whatsoever. Absolutely agree with you, Scott. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, so I was saying his ego, sorry, I'm going to stop it a lot, but his ego is forcing him to come up with a reason why he can't. It's like denial. Like this other person that I was talking about couldn't believe that. Like, they wouldn't even believe me when I said about was it my GCSEs or was it something else? They wouldn't believe the achievement that I told them. Like, you can't have done that. You can't have done that. This is another funny one. I know it's a minor, but the other day my sister told one of our friends about the computer she has, and he said, "You haven't got that computer." Like, a really powerful computer, what, for playing video games? You haven't got that computer. They couldn't believe it because he didn't think she was a good enough gamer or whatever. Like, his own sexism and his own whatever wouldn't allow him to believe that someone else had got something good or done something smart. Like, because he didn't respect them in that way, I think. And that's a shame, but it is what it is. Like, croaked and brainwashed, yeah. You know, like, is it because they don't respect me and won't? They've got so much of a high ego. Like, it's like a narcissism issue, isn't it? Alan, if Alan put my video on his show and said, "I don't like Super Chuffer, but these ideas are worth talking about," then he's a grown-up. And if he doesn't, then he's a baby. And he didn't, and he's a baby. Yeah? Any single person who did the Nicola Bulley content, anybody who did it at all in earnest on the internet, would have seen my video and had to make a decision to react to it or not. Brian Harvey, not a baby, and actually agreed with a lot of things I said, or like thought it was good, whatever, yeah? Big thumbs up. Anybody, even if you don't agree with me, Vicky Marie, not a baby, watched it, didn't agree, or maybe pretended not to understand or whatever, but at least aired it and viewed it and talked about it, because I'm a content creator bringing something to the table that's worth talking about. And if you don't think it is, then that's just sad on you, because you're covering the Nicola Bulley case and you'll touch everything, even Facebook stuff, but not what I've said about that. And the videos and the connections. And Ernest Bulley's connections are real. His companies are real. You might not think it's him in the video. The companies are real. You know, so it seems really weird to like be ignorant of something or to obviate a fact. And then if it's your ego, I can understand that. I just can't stand, like, you know, I go on about Penny Bunnies being a fishwife, yeah? What if one of those Facebook messages was the real deal and it turned out to actually be from the real person and they were going around saying, I've got the full facts? I'd be like, well, you know, we're going to have to address this because it's turned out to be real, but I don't like where it's come from or Penny Bunnies, but we'll address it, yeah? Like, to ignore it, all those creators that ignored my work, you know, the facts or whatever, that's weird to me, and it's either ego or it's manipulation, and I think a bit of both with some, but I don't know. For Eddy, maybe I'm giving him so much more credit than he deserves. Maybe it is just pure ego, you know, because this is what people say to me as well. You know, they say to me, "Hey, it's just ego." Hey, I know this guy from YouTube, he does music. Serge, are you talking about Eddy? You don't know him from YouTube, he doesn't do music. You know him from YouTube, from us talking about him because he's a nutter in the Nicola Bulley case. Are you for real? Like, there's no way you can just pop in and... you've been on a bit, haven't you? Maybe, you know... I don't know why anyone would reference Eddy in terms of music. You've been talking about Eddy before in the past, about his wig. Or maybe you think he does do music because he does music songs about me. I'm a bit surprised you might think that about Eddy, because I don't think of him as a person who does music at all. You were interested in Eddy's wig before as well.
Where I disagree,
he's wearing a wig,
is the way that he has combined the animal protesters, the animal cruelty, and all of that in the mid-90s, and he has singled out Ernie Bulley as the reason that his daughter is dead. That part I don't agree with.
Well, singled out Ernie, when we're looking for attribution of blame, what I was saying was that we're looking to see if maybe, you know, between Paul and Nikki, or Nikki and Emma, or, you know, someone at the woods on the random just come out the bushes, or maybe it's someone at the caravan park like you said and Penny just pushed her in on the random. I'm saying it's not that. It goes deeper and it goes further back, and they've got these proper dodgy links and this, like, you know, we talked about it, did the video, and I think that's the reason that she's come to death by misadventure or whatever. No, it wasn't, was it? It was... Anyway, that's the reason why she's died, is through all that business. So, like, I wasn't saying Ernie killed her, or like it's Ernie's fault, but I'm saying it's Ernie and it's Peter and it's this pastor, and it's this group, and it's that sort of stuff. So yeah, you don't agree.
Now, you might say, well, you're going to say that because you used to drive a truck for Ernie, as Scott said. See, this is the danger, Scott.
Yo, I never said he used to drive a truck for Ernie. Oosh. Yo, did he drive a truck?
That's a bit fucking weird, isn't it? I'd forgotten this.
For Ernie?
Say that because you used to drive a truck for Ernie.
Like, when did that come? Where did that come? Am I tripping here? Are you seeing this in chat?
And again, this feels like Eddie's sat down and thought, right, I'm in the shit here. I'm going to have to explain this, this, and this because Scott's found this stuff out. He might know this and this. Before he tells everyone that I drove a truck for Ernie, I'm going to have to tell them and I have to explain why. The name of the stream was Wig. Sorry, Serge. Sorry. Serge, right, sorry. We've been having trolls today. I'm talking about this man and people have been coming in and trolling. So I think that's probably why I was a bit sus then. So never mind. All right. Sorry about that. I really don't want to be that streamer who is like the Stasi about people in their chat. But it's the way you said he was a music man, got on my egg because his music's so fucking bad. So sorry about that. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You know, you will understand that names in chat and we've been having trolling today. Sorry.
Did he just say that, or did I just like? Where did that come from?
Now, you might say, well, you're going to say that because you used to drive a truck for Ernie, as Scott said.
I didn't say that. I fucking never said that.
I'm glad we're reviewing this. I'm glad we review these things. I never said that, yeah.
See, this is the danger, Scott. What happens is that...
Are we gaslighting now? Are we throwing things in there that aren't true so that we pretend that Scott said them so now we can take apart what he said and say, well, that's not true? Is that what we're doing? We're gaslighting. Hey, I forgot. Halloween's still up.
Channel, and you've got a lot of people that you've influenced. And now, like my video way back in February was picked up by Brian Harvey from BHTV, and then I managed to pick up 3,000 subscribers of BHTV.
Right.
So I had his subscribers.
Numbers now we're talking about, like subscribers and numbers. There's just people who watch.
He's an idiot as well because people that watch. I'm going to say it now.
YouTube. I don't know if I noticed a big bump in subscribers when I dropped the video, but that's because I dropped the video and loads of people watched it. Like, I'm happy that Brian watched it. I'm really grateful.
People who watch Brian are also people who watch me, are also people who watch everyone else. It's not that they're like his people and your people and this and that. Like, you're a nutter.
Like, shouts out Brian if he's ever watching. I think he's great. But like, there have probably been an influx of like 10 or 20, 50, 100, you know, some people to my channel that have come over.
Shut up, Nick.
Channel. So what's happened is that Scott's video has been picked up by BHTV, but what he's got to understand about Brian Harvey's not had a good time with the police. So anybody that's going to talk bad of the police or the way that they deal with protesters or anything like that.
Protesters.
Did I speak bad of the police in my episode? In fact, it was the opposite in a way. I was saying that
he's trying to filter in the protesters angle now. Again, it's like it's like Eddie he knows that what he's saying here is a lie, but he's got to create a reasonable case why we connect the protesters, the animal rights, and why we connect that with why Brian likes it, and we're going to get rid of this, and we're going to move that, and we're going to put. It's like a mental chess game with lies and manipulation, and he's fucking furious about it. He's doing it on Christmas fucking Eve.
Police have had a really difficult
Or at least he did it, 2 days before, planned to drop it on Christmas Eve,
job, and that everyone's been blaming the Lancashire police. But
I'll tell you what, I think he planned to drop this. I've got time in my day to react to this. But I think he planned to drop it so close to Christmas that I couldn't react, and that it would sit there as the sort of final word on this subject until I came back and react.
Like, they might have been doing a really good job behind the scenes, and the reason they couldn't do such a tell the pro.
He's sick, isn't he? Like, he's proper sick. I thought this was the one where he goes at Trisha Gelder for the domestic violence, and maybe it is, but he's proper sick.
Because there's another channel that agrees with me. Now, Brian is a great guy.
Yeah, but Brian's not like some sort of nice...
Brian's a great guy. He's got a little trouble with the police and he's mental, but he's a great guy. Like,
he's an animal protester. In fact, all of that stuff that I brought in, he was like, wow, I hadn't thought of this, I hadn't seen this before. Like, it's worth looking into. So
maybe, right? Maybe Brian is like, I think this about Brian and the Red Room stuff. Okay, Brian thinks that the Masons are running these Red Rooms to sex abuse children, and that it's almost like, I don't know if he thinks that's the reason they're doing it. Like in terms of, like what do the Masons get together and what do they want to do? And like they want to abuse children, but I think that's like their party, like their sort of fun time, like their relaxation time, the abusing the children thing. I mean, it's horrible. And I don't, you know, like I think that's their like sort of, you know, you're playing squash at the weekend, but the actual work that they want to do is different. They want to control society. I mean, maybe Brian agrees with this actually. You know, they want to control society in different ways. The control of society. Like, okay, so Masons, me saying Masons, I don't think maybe necessarily Masons, but, you know, the cabal, the elite, whatever, like, they had a problem. They couldn't control society. And they didn't have that problem. Like, I could talk about this for hours, and I don't really want to spend this time right now talking about it. But, like, you know, in the past, before the police, how did you control society? Stop everyone rioting or just, like, robbing people or doing whatever. The way you controlled it was the religion, God. Like, God can see you. Religion was controlling society. You didn't do things, or you did do things because you were afraid of God, like literally. And maybe people didn't care and they did bad things and whatever. And like the church could come and arrest you. Like people could be burned at the stake for being a witch. You know, social control in that way was through the ethics of the church. And in our world now, it's not that. They inform our government's church ethics still. You know, with Christian country, Church of England, King is divine. But our people in the main don't do things because God's watching them or not watching them. Like they don't do things because it's criminal. We created laws, you can be arrested. It's the government that's watching you now. When they did the animal rights protests, that thing that I highlighted, I could have made more of it. I should maybe made more of this point in the video. It was the first time in a long time. Well, the miners' strike was the first seedings of this, but the first time in a long time they couldn't control society. In the miners' strike, it was mainly the people who worked down the coal mines in the north that were angry. Yeah? In the animal rights thing with these trucks, it was mainly everybody that lived in a village really close to London. And that's a lot closer to home. You know, it's a lot more your mom, your nan, you know, the people at the pub. It's a lot more everyone in society, and they were coming out on the streets. This is the whole community, look. This is women with buggies. How are you going to fucking police that? This is everybody. Like, they did police it, look, arrests and all that. The lorries have to get through. There's your Peter Folding crew, you know, policing and securing the protests. Okay, these are all uniformed officers, but, you know, Peter Folding's whole job, you know, this is an example of... My point is that before, and this is exactly what happened in our country, is before this happened, we didn't have like a handbook on how to deal with everybody in the village coming out and saying no. Like, what are you going to do if you're the government? Send in the army? What do you do here? And it's the food supply, that's food. So what they did was they criminalised the attack on the food supply. You're allowed to protest as much as you want, but if you get in the way of a lorry carrying food, it's a criminal offence because you're attacking our food supply like a terrorist would. So now we can take these good, normal people, and now they're criminals, and we can throw them in jail. And if you're a good moral person fighting for animal rights, suddenly you're not a protester, now you're a criminal, and you can go to jail. And you didn't change. They changed the world around you in the definitions so they could control you. But instead of having this, like, they needed to, even directly on the ground, they needed to come up with a strategy on how to disperse people without them getting extra angry. Because let's say they go and push your nan over. Are you going to take that from the police? Where do we go from here? What kind of state do we end up in? And this was the 90s. This was conservative government, Thatcherite ideas from the late 80s, from the miners' strikes. They're the problems that we're having in society at this time. Yeah? I know it sounds weird to suggest that it's got anything to do with Nicola Bulley's death, but what it does is it creates Peter Folding, this does. You know, Peter Folding utilises this, and what they're doing is they're controlling people so that they don't go out on the street and cause problems, so they can keep those trucks rolling. Instead of listening to the people and saying, these are the people, we are mandated by the people to work for the people, we will stop the trucks. They said the trucks are paying their money, the roads are public property, get off them and let the trucks come through. They're not paying their money to the police, but, you know, they're paying their money as businesses to operate. You know, they're paying their taxes, they're doing whatever. And they policed the people, not the trucks. And that's the issue with the Battle of Brightlingsea, isn't it? That's the story there. You know? Politics as it is, that's the story there. And I think all the way along, since that, I think bad people hijack the whole process as well. Like drug dealers and bad people. For different reasons. Like if you're going to get the police to make sure those trucks go through, like if you're going to create a private army to remove protesters, private security companies to remove, you know, police public spaces, then we can get in on that, and we can use that network to shift drugs. Because like if my truck is full of drugs and I don't want it to get arrested, then having the police push it through the fucking borders is really helpful. I thought that was a bit of an issue. I mean, I don't know if I haven't got any facts to prove it, but at the same time as all this is going on, you're in the aftermath of the Essex Boys murders, and you're in the same part of the world generally, Sussex, Essex, you know, surrounding London, wide boys, gangsters, drugs coming in, shipments. You create a network from one side of the country, Liverpool, all the way through to Dover, like a nice chain. You need to be up there in Blackpool, you need to be up there in Liverpool, you need to, you know, it's not out of this world to think these things. Certainly those networks exist, otherwise where are you getting your fucking drugs from? Well, I don't know if you take any drugs, but and not me with a bit of weed, but I'm talking like cocaine and, you know, all the other bad drugs.
Also a damaged guy, and he may have every right to be damaged.
So yeah, my point is, but we're not going to. I'm really talking now, aren't I? But my point is, Brian Harvey is het up about the red rooms because he's seen that aspect of it, and it's sick. But I think that's just their fucking playroom. And at the higher end, you've got the people running the pharmaceutical companies, not above government, you know, making lots of money in decisions, and it's not for the benefit of society necessarily, and it's sick. And they might even be Satanists, like I might even go as far as to say that, because they're prepared to breed animals, to test on them, to brutalise them, and then murder them and throw them away. Like the things they do to those animals, it goes beyond science to me. It's like sick. Do you know what I mean? It's sick. And they're the same people who do sick things to children as well, I reckon, because I think they're just sick. I think if you are a sadistic sicko and you want to torture animals and people, then you get into that shit, and that's where you go. Like, and maybe at the top of that chain somewhere is some sadistic sickos, because they exist in life. Let's say like sadistic sicko, you know, living in a fucking flat in Exmouth, then you end up like Allan, don't you? You know, just being an Allan. But what if you're a sadistic sicko and you're at the top of a fucking big company and you're making pills or pharmaceuticals, and, you know, it all overlaps. Food supply, animal rights, top end of society, big money decisions. Like, look at the people who make bombs and sell them so that they can go. Like, do they care who they kill? Do they care who they kill? You're encouraged to go and join the army for the good of your country, of course. Do you also want to go and kill people for a living? Maybe. I don't know. Is it the same question? Like, there's so much. Again, we could talk about that till the cows come home, couldn't we? But
Let him off because he's fucking. Fuck me, said me.
Fusion, Scott, when even he was saying, "Oh, so this is interesting." In 1995, Peter Fording knew Ernie Bulley, when clearly they didn't know each other, and even you said yourself, "No, Brian, you've misunderstood."
I didn't say he knew Nicola. Are you saying Brian said it, right? I'm saying that if you are on the directors board of the big company that's doing the trucks, and in that protest someone had to drive the trucks into the protesters, like physically drive them into them, yeah, you might kill someone. You don't let your fucking, oh, you've been on the job 10 minutes, yeah, you do it, mate. You take the like, if I've got an important client coming into my hairdressing salon, I'm cutting the hair. You know, if I need to publicly face up, be the front of my business driving a truck into a load of protesters, I'm driving the truck. Yeah, I'm not letting some half-assed, the man who fucking runs the business gets in that cab. There's a group of them. I think that's Ernie Bully, and I think he drives the truck into the protesters, so then the police have to do something. Because he was on the documentary, it said, the police said, we can't do anything. They're people who live in this area. Nothing has happened. You drive that truck into them, now we've got a public issue, and I've got to come and do something. Mate, so don't you drive that truck into them. All I'm saying is, if you drive that truck into them, we might have to get the police down here, mate. And so he drives the truck, like as a symbolic gesture, and then the police come, and then the next day it's all police, and it's until someone breaks the line, until there's danger to the people, until the trucks are moving. If they were scared off by the protesters, then that's the end. But they have to push, so they push. And I think that was someone high up in the company driving the truck, because why else would you let anyone else do that? And on top of that, Peter Folding, on the front line of protester removal, in the room making the decisions on the committees, informing them how they should change the law. You don't think he's on the front line of this during that process? Because that's his fucking thing that he's doing. And he's like, go back and look at him. And if he's on the front line of that, they have what's called a gold meeting. Back then it might not have been called the same thing. The day before, the day after, they would get all the people in the room. The head of the trucking company, maybe even the head of the protesters, or but the police person, they'd have them all sitting in the room. And if not in the room, the message would go out to them. This is how we're handling this. Have you met Peter Folding? He handles protester removal. Peter, have you met the man who runs the company who you'll be doing the fucking protest removal for? Like, Peter run a private company. Peter, have you contacted the man? Like, how Peter contacts all the people that have been dead in, the families of the victims, yeah, doing his business. Do you think Peter might have been interested to talk to people like Ernie, who are driving the trucks through the fucking protests? Of course they talk. I assume that is Peter, and I assume that that's Ernie, and I assume that those people in those situations it's my opinion, I'm allowed to have it about the past. If they want to come forward and say it's not, they can come forward and say it's not. If they want to explain their behaviour and why that's not them on the video, they can. And I don't. Eddie's doing it for them. Eddie's doing it for them. Why is he so mad about it? Like, if he wants to know the truth for Nikki, why is this not a good thing that I've discovered this? Does he just not believe it? He just doesn't think they look like each other. It's okay to think that, I guess, but I don't really understand that myself, because I'm a normal human myself, and I don't, I see that they look like each other, and I think I'm smart enough to know when people look like each other.
Understood what I was saying, but that was because of the way you made the video. You made, a police officer that looks like Peter Folding walking in one direction.
Again, I don't remember saying, no, Brian, you've misunderstood what I'm saying. Between Peter was...
Yeah. And then you had...
I didn't make that police officer walk in one direction. That's in the film. I didn't make him do it.
A guy that didn't even resemble Ernie Bully, but let's say...
absolutely looks like fucking dead spitting image of Ernie Bully driving a truck in a location that Ernie Bully used to work driving trucks in the same time that Ernie Bully was a director of a company driving the trucks. I believe different.
Together. And it confused driving a truck in the other direction. It almost looked like they were coming together.
And he's wrong there, he's lying. Because in my video, I didn't do that. I played the actual full context of those clips, and then I said, did you see him? Do you remember my video? I said, did you see him? Let's take it back. So I played the full clip. There wasn't what he's saying about this clever editing. And then I went back into the clip and said, there's Ernie Bully. And then after that, I talked about Ernie in the truck. And then I said, wait, did you see him? And I rewound it again and said, there's Peter Folding. They're in different videos. I showed the different videos for full context. I put the links in the description. I did not edit it in this disingenuous way like Eddie's saying.
And it confused the hell out of even Brian Harvey. I'm not sure, Scott, having a channel full of, and I'm not for 1 minute saying your channel is full of negative people, but you've picked up subscribers from BHTV.
Oh, no.
So what they do is...
So what we're saying now is that in some way, like, because whatever subscribers I picked up from BHTV, which
mentality,
change.
They come over to your channel and they've got the Brian Harvey mentality about the police.
All right, so literally, look, if you go to the video,
sowing seeds of discontent between me and Brian Harvey the minute that Brian Harvey starts to support what I'm saying.
He's right. Brian's fans will come here and watch my content, yes, but you see how many comments there were and how many of them are specifying they've come from Brian. So it's not that I'm being swamped with Brian's people.
It may be different.
So yeah, I'm glad we cleared that up anyway.
Lie after lie after lie with Eddie, isn't it?
Now
and then that fucking clown thought he's a good person to get on her show and stand with.
Mentality may be different from Brian Harvey's, but now you've got his group that have come over to you. And the danger of that is
well, thankfully, I don't get into all that bollocks, and I'm not interested in drama and he said, she said, and what group I have to.
They're confused, you know. I mean, they're going to be confused when they watch a lot of your, if they do sit and watch a lot of your stuff about Allan Vinnicum and all the rest of it.
Well, they won't, because they're coming to Super Chuffer. So first of all, they'll look at the Super Chuffer videos, and all the Super Chuffer videos are not about that. They're about body language, people in the media,
No, you do what you've got to do. If that's what floats your boat, right? I mean, you do that.
This is manipulation now. He's trying to speak to me to make seeds of doubt in my mind to think, oh, Eddie might be right. Those Brian fans, if I want to keep those Brian fans and grow my channel, I'd better stop doing this Allan stuff. Like, he's just trying to manipulate me. Furious as he is, condescending. Look, there's his face. Furious and condescending. And manipulative. Like, I don't go for this. He's picked on the wrong person here. Eddie's angry inside himself because he can't control me. And that's his modus operandi on the internet. That's his whole thing that he's always been doing. That's why the music exists. That's why he pretends to be a friend about cakes. It's just a facade. It's a friendly radio DJ who plays your favourite songs. And also, have you thought voting reform? And did you know that Ernie Bully's a good guy and Penny pushed her in? You know, he's a snake. It's all a fucking face in an act. And that's why people think he's a secret agent, because he doesn't behave in a genuine way. And it's probably not that he's a secret agent or whatever. Like, he might be part of a criminal conspiracy drug gang shipping things out of New Zealand through the transport links. You know, it might come down through Asia. You know, you might get the drugs in the big boat and then just ship them off. You know, you might have got like some contacts, the trucking industry. You know, trucking is the way that they ship traffic, human traffic, and it's the way they ship drugs, isn't it? Those big boats with all the fucking things on the back. The shipping containers. They truck them in, they ship them out. You know, that's his connection with this. But that could just be me and my, you know, my paranoia, couldn't it? Creating funny fantasy stories. The reality could be he's just a sad, bruised ego narcissist who wants to be special.
I made my point about AD a long time ago, and then that was it. I left him alone. He's not even on YouTube anymore. I don't care about it.
Yeah, obviously he's not on YouTube anymore, though, is he? Because I fucking made videos about him, exposing him. He decided to take it on as some sort of war. His response was homophobic and
you know, your channel has been growing because you make people laugh. You know, you're very likable. You're a likable character.
Not to everyone, it seems.
At you and said, "Give me a call." It wasn't because I wanted you to give me a call.
And listen, like, nobody has to like everyone, and everyone doesn't have to like. It seems not eat it. So Eddie,
let's get Eddie on a live stream. But I wanted to get to know you. I wanted 5 or 6 calls. I wanted.
Right? No, I didn't want to do any of that. I just wanted to get you on a live stream. So, like, do you see where the difference is? Like, fucking hell. Even my mods, or like, fucking like aspect, didn't want
you, so that we got to know each other and our boundaries and things that we can and things that we can't talk about.
Right, but we could have done that with.
You didn't want to do that.
No, we could have done that. What we do with the interview is we would do like a half-hour chat beforehand, like where we'd see that the camera works, we'd see that you're all working. Okay, this is. I don't want to interview. I don't know, because we're not doing it.
On your own. I mean, you've got this blogger, Christopher, that I mentioned in your chat rooms, who you said you didn't know of. But you
in my chat rooms. I don't have chat rooms. I've got a Discord. If he wants to go on the Discord, he's quite welcome. What do you want me to be? That's on Twitter. And there'll be people, but I can never. He's had to tweet them pretty well. Definitely, Chris has been engaging with my tweets a little bit more. that apply to or tweet. And so Eddie's got, again, a distorted view of the world somehow. Or maybe he hasn't. Maybe he's not conflating me and Chris together. But it seemed like he was a little bit there. Like he's like Chris is in some way in my chat rooms. Oh, I might get on Twitter. Twitter's the problem with it is to get to the good stuff, you have to sit through like fucking racism and right-wing them on shit.
You not know him, but you soon will.
I use it because it's a social media platform. Don't worry.
Of us. I'll talk about Christopher from Nottingham in a little while, but
okay.
Scott, let's just analyse what I've got a problem with your video. That's picking up a lot of momentum. It's being shared all over the place.
Well, the momentum is now slowed because, like everything on YouTube, it's just going to fucking go for a few days. That's the problem to him as well. It's picking up momentum. It's getting shared. They needed to shut that down. And then peter out. It's Christmas. In some way, they thought as well that I would, off the back of that video, hammer these points like other YouTubers do, and that I'd pick up more and more momentum with that angle on the Nicola Bulley case. So they sought to shut me down. I think, I think socially, through the social media, to slow down my momentum, to distract me, to cause arguments and squabbles and community problems. They didn't realise that I wasn't going to do any more Nicola Bulley content for about 6 months after that video. Like, I had no plans to do any more. I wasn't going to try and make it gain momentum. I'm not that YouTuber, but they were afraid of it. So they went into attack mode. Now, so people don't give a fuck about Nicola Bulley solved. They give a fuck about sprouts and pigs in blankets. So you have to video
for coming out with your stuff, but he's confused about the connection.
Again, Brian made one video saying this is good. The clan once said he's got it right, but he's got things in the wrong order, or something to those. I think I recorded it. Something to those words. About, because she talked about this case solve video as well. She's got a bee in a bonnet about that as well. The two of them, when it comes down to it, you go and look. The two of them have got a real problem with that video. The two of them. I think it's not exactly right what I've said in that video. I don't think I've got the narrative completely correct. I think I'm on the right lines. I'm getting close, but I don't think I'm pointing exactly at the right people. And I think they know it, and they're afraid about how close I'm potentially about to get. Super Chuffer seems to have hit some.
He loves you for coming out with your stuff, but he's confused about the connection.
He's confused about the connection. He's trying to say that I've confused him and made a connection where there's no connection. But what he's really saying there is he's confused about the connection, as in like I'm on the right lines, but I'm slightly confused about I haven't got to the right answer yet. Maybe. Brian made one video saying this is.
2 weeks before Christmas, Scott. 2 weeks before Christmas. We've got two little girls, Harriet and Sophia.
We're going to now start using the girls as a weapon politically in this conversation. The girls don't have to watch my video, okay? I hope they won't, because they're children, and it's probably...
Aunt in Louise, their dad Paul, and they've got Dorothy and Ernest Bulley. That's their family.
Yeah, that's
their family. Where
are
they going to go for Christmas lunch?
Fucking Marsh Farm Hall, I don't know.
Days time. They're going to go round to the grandparents.
Are they? How do you know that?
And what have you put out there? You've put out there.
Wait. How do we know where they're going for Christmas now? How do we know where and why? And also, I assume that Paul and Louise and everyone knows about their private family business. If I'm alluding to private family business that's caused, issues. It might not be Ernie's connections that, maybe the next generation down are the ones just doing it, and Ernie's passive and doesn't understand, like maybe I've got it wrong. If the concept is simply that there is, a connection to drug dealing, drug crime gangs, people dropping off packages in parks, picking up packages in parks, ladies being involved, because they do use ladies as drug mules, that's factual. Like, we looked at this, women used as drug couriers in the UK. There was even a gang who used pink backpacks, which was very strange because that lady, Victoria, who went missing, had a pink backpack. That was one of the descriptions of Victoria who went missing. But the crime gangs in the UK
prefer to use like this sort of demographic of lady, younger, more normal looking, to drive their stuff around because they don't get arrested as much. And they got systems for it. And if like any member of your family, like sometimes the men in families are involved in drug criminality, and they get the women involved, not as like, you know, big time players, but drive this here, pick that up there, drive me here, you know. And they're just as complicit in the conspiracy to do it because they're doing it, you know.
Should we contest?
Sorry, what I'm saying is, if that's going on in the family probably know about it. So around the Christmas table, I don't think they're all turning on each other and like, Scott said this and now we're turning on our father. I don't think it's the topic of conversation.
I mean, I'm not in the mood for waheying about the funny number. I'm more in the mood for saying thank you very much, it's Christmas, and thank you. Like, I feel a little bit anxious as well. Like, you know what, I should be doing, might be as well, slot.
They're already broken, Scott. They absolutely...
I should always be in the mood. Yeah, but Eddie's ready.
They've lost their daughter. They've lost their partner. And just a couple of weeks before Christmas...
Now what he's trying to do is he's trying to use the sympathy for the death. He brought the children into it as a weapon against me. So listen, you know, I've told you this one thing, set it up, Scott's a good guy, but... and then now, like, don't you have a heart? Aren't you thinking about those poor kids? Think about those poor children. Imagine them crying. This is what Allan used to do in order to grift on. Think about those poor children being murdered, stuffed into that oil well. It's terrible. Give me the money. Now you're in an emotional state. You know, and what he's trying to do is trying to make you feel emotional so that you can think I'm bad. Trying to use your emotions as a weapon against me. It's fucking weird.
Rather than putting out a video saying, I've got some information that I want to share, but
and Eddie
I don't
doesn't
want to
really
ruin
care.
your Christmas, because
Listen, Eddie doesn't really give two fucks about Nikki's daughters. Like the way he mentions them on the internet and the way he talks like this, the way he talks about Nikki bloating and floating, the way he talks, you know, about Lady Diana's head being bashed in. He doesn't really care. He's just using it. Like you can say, and it, like, do you know what I mean? I wish you could see inside people's heads. It's like the lie detector thing with a little light on it. Like, you know, I wish you could see. It's so easy when people do it about me because I can see it, because I know who I am, so I know when they're lying. Do you know what I mean? Like you know when people are doing it about you. Like people get eggy about it, but at least it allows you to see it. Like it'd be fucking weird to, you know, see the truth inside his head while he's like doing this manipulation. That's all this is. It's gaslighting. I expect he does it to his wife, all this gaslighting.
family don't deserve that, but I have...
Yeah, no, I didn't do that. No. Not after working really hard for months and
the thing
months.
is, I find it funny because I can see straight through it, but I'm surprised, and I repeat this so many times, but you know, the people who go online and say the stupid things and watch Allan's videos, and I'm like, how can you be that stupid? Like, I assume people are just smart enough to not fall for this, but apparently some people do.
I mean, since it started now, I've been on it a bit, haven't I? I took a bit of a break, but didn't ever look away. And then like things started to fall in.
Big ups, Lisa Marie, you're not enjoying this. I don't know how we got onto this really. Someone said it in chat, and I'm just only come on just to be chilled for a bit because I don't know about Not to Watch tonight. And it's actually, we're going on for ages, so it's just a stream that's happening now. I wanted to do it yesterday.
It's a place they came together, and if I'm really brutally honest, then
just a little review. I thought this was going to be the one where he said,
did he drive
things like about Trisha,
hair at the saying like change children before Eddie. Yeah.
For you that I want to share in the new year. No, you thought let's do that now. Let's do that for Christmas.
No, I didn't think let's do it for Christmas. It's December with it. No.
Would you have had Harriet on one knee?
Who's Harriet?
And Sophia on the other knee.
Are you saying their names? Are they Nicola's children's names? My knees. You talk.
And your mummy. Where are you going for Christmas? Where we're going to go to?
I wouldn't bring up your mummy.
That was just like a weird, isn't it?
They get upset again.
We're going to go to Nanny and Granddad.
He's doing their voices. You know how he does people's voices? Like Granddad's voice. He's doing their voices.
Granddad's? I do an impression of him.
Granddad's? Well, I won't
Granddad's!
go there.
Big ups, Red Fan. Thank you for another tier sub. Rainbow Tower saying this is below the belt. I don't know what this is. In fact, I'm really grateful for it in a way, because I am going to upload this to Battery Exhausted after we finish, and it is going to be our Christmas episode. So my channel for not this rub.
Why not? Well, because here's the reason. Here's the reason that your mummy's dead. That's why.
What? Oh, right, yeah, no, we're doing this fantasy talking to the children again. I forgot what was happening there. He's the reason your mummy's dead.
Well, we're going to go to Nanny and Granddad's. Granddad's? Oh, I wouldn't go there.
Like, what do you think Nicola would fucking want?
Why not? Well, because here's the reason. Here's the reason that your mummy's dead. That's why. But you see, Scott, here's the thing. If you really believe that, and you've got these other channels that are supporting you and they love you, you've got Trisha Gelder, for example, and I'll give Trisha another shout out, who crucified me, and I'll tell you why I've got a problem with some of the things that she said.
What? What? I'm a bit worried now, because remember, every time I fucking shout out a channel... Oh wait, is that the present? Is that a gift? Is that a gift? Look what's happening here. And then it turns out that in like... God, the premonition on this chuffer. I'm a bit worried now, because I'm saying Trisha might turn out to be a nutter, but I'm going to support her. About 3 months, even more angry to death, right? So I don't want to do that, but I do quite like Trisha. Don't know why on earth she's been brought into this. And it does make me wonder, it does make me wonder, do people work behind the scenes to cause arguments, to attack me? Was Trisha ever my friend, or was she just trying to get in and, get what she could get, and then when there was a chance, to leverage her position against me and this and that, is it all just fucking games like that? Were they working together from the start? I'm not paranoid, I don't really think that, but, like her previous community that Trisha was in, this truther community about anti-COVID stuff, they thought she was a white hat, which is like a government spy. They like ostracized her. It's just so weird, isn't it? Like the way I'm like reflecting back on it now, isn't it? Isn't it so weird? Maybe it's just the fact that she just like flipped. I don't know why on earth like Eddie's like, everyone's getting it now, aren't they? Everyone's getting it. It's boxing tonight. It's like in the real world. Being able, Chris is into this. I'm sorry, Trisha. Sorry. And I know that Trisha's been getting a bit of online like bother recently, and I just wonder now, like, what the fuck?
In just a minute. Why not? Why not on Christmas? Why not have this Christmas bash?
Eddie is the one that did. Is it? I always thought it was Andy. Now I'm thinking it was Eddie that did the Jesus is King, whatever. Like, there's been a couple of channel. I think right. Like recently, what happened with Andy as well. Like, and I don't keep talking about it, but like, she had lots of people in her chat trolling. I say trolling, like not. I don't think it's trolling. I think they're not like agreeing with her. Like, she said they were all me. Now it's easy for me to know who they're not because it's not me. So if it was, like, I can now, like, do you know what I mean? No one else can know, but I know. So now I'm looking at them thinking, who is it? And I'm thinking they're not all the same person. Like when I was talking to Trisha, some of those accounts that were the alt accounts were me. Because I was saying, it's me on my alt accounts. My normal account is blocked. Why is it blocked? Why are you blocking me? You're not going to keep me out of chat and just like pretend I don't exist. I'm going to come in on one of my other accounts, and they're all legitimate channels with actual stuff. Ganji Breaks, like, was my fucking Ganji kid. I'm not trying to pretend it's not me. But the other channel that came in and trolled, the other like, I think someone saw that happening and thought, now's a chance to make Scott look bad. We'll go in on loads of alts and we'll do loads of trolling, and they'll say it's Scott. And that's exactly why I jumped on the internet on my day off to say that's what they're doing, hijacking this situation. And it could have been Eddie. I thought it was Andy because she wasn't in the chat, and I'll stick by that. She was in the chat, she left the chat, she wasn't in the list of chatting participants. The trolling happened while she was away, and I thought, well, that's convenient, isn't it? And like, her story doesn't add up to me. Like, she's obviously doesn't like me, and I think they wanted to cause this problem. Maybe Trish was in on it, not in on it. Maybe Trish was the one that blocked me. I don't have to work out the truth. I don't need to know. But it's the way he's talking like this, makes me wonder about him now. And it's always the same usual suspects, whether it's one or the other or all or none. It's always them. But between them, I'm talking about them. If Trisha knows she didn't do it, like, she probably doesn't. She thinks I did it. But like Eddie, Andy, like, how come I think that I know I didn't do it, and I have to trust the others when they say they didn't do it. And I suppose she's in the same position, and she doesn't trust me, which I don't understand as well, because I've I've only ever been, until that moment where she was getting trolled and she thought it was me. Why didn't she I understand if I'd done bad things and then she couldn't trust me, and then that happened, she said it's probably Scott. But that happened, she said it's probably Scott. But why? I'm we're friends.
Why wouldn't you? So that doesn't make sense to me either. The way she wouldn't back me on that and say like, trust's a funny thing, but she didn't trust me. So she went with these people instead. And I think these people are less trustworthy than anyone. So now it makes me think it's Eddy. And like I said, I think that whole thing, that's about as much time in my day-to-day as I want to spend thinking about who did that. Because I don't really have to care. I know I didn't do it, and I can go on with my life. It's just like... but this does make me think that he's hijacked those situations to try and cause these problems, and like he's the one that really hates it. But there's a few people out there that don't like Super Chuffer, and they get together. Luke's another one. You know, he's sneaky. Tried to get him and Harsh to put a campaign together. It didn't work. They had to scrap that because Harsh didn't want any part in it, I don't think. But behind the scenes, sneaky, you know, he's turning up in their chats. He's phoning them up. He's on the text messages. So I don't think he's not got another account somewhere and doing some weird shit. It doesn't have to just be one of them, does it? You know? But I don't have to care.
On why I've decided to unhide my channel and actually tell you my thoughts.
Well, because you've got things to say and you want to express them. Or that's me saying it's his ego, not that it's a conspiracy. But, you know, maybe he's been told to unhide his channel and fucking go at this because, you know, Operation, oh my God, I didn't realise Scott was going to say this on the internet has gone into full effect.
If you were concerned that Nicola was killed because of...
I think it's more the egos. You know, the more I think about this, the more, you know, I just think it's more the egos, really.
What Ernie done. I've not heard you...
Yeah, exactly, Teresa. They're still doing it, trolling themselves and blaming me. Or maybe they've got a snake in their camp that's trolling them and pretending not to be. And, like, one of them is trolling themselves because that's not, like... Or the other thing I do think is you've got genetic code and, what's the other one? Whacking the whack jobs or whatever. Like, those people I don't like, and they've tried to bring them in, but they've been rude to genetic code recently. Like, Andy, genetic code's going to feel it. Don't any of you tell me that when Andy said to genetic code, can you not speak in capital letters because I can't read it? And genetic code said, that's my signature. She was feeling hurt there. That's my signature. Don't say negative things about me. And so all of a sudden their big friendship's gone a bit. Two eggy people, genetic code and Andy, they can't be nice to each other all the time and pretend, because at some point they're going to get their egg on and feel it and she's saying, and they're not going to say it out loud, but they'll go and quietly and seethe. And genetic code's just like that. So whack jobs is one, genetic codes is another. Like, maybe I don't want to say anything about Martin Deaton, like, negative. I think he's a good guy, but like, maybe he doesn't like what they're doing. Like, maybe, like, I'm just trying to think, there must be loads of people on the internet. Simcast, I don't think she's trolling people, but like, there's loads of other people on the internet who care about what Andy's doing and what their gang is doing and have been dragged into it and talked about and rolled around, and like, and they're even worse because, like, Hermetic Toad, she doesn't like me because I got Allan kicked off the internet, and she was doing a sort of similar channel, wasn't she? Somewhere along the line, she was doing streams talking about Allan, and they weren't as successful. So she's angry because I was more successful and I achieved the objective. So now she's got nothing to do with her time on the internet, so she's turned on me. Well, like, they've been seeing all this. Whack Jobs literally did a video about Trisha. And you think that I'm the one that's doing all this stuff? Like, it's just madness. Did I do the Whack Jobs video? Did I do the genetic code posts? Like, yeah. So yeah, someone in their camp is, or they might not be in their camp. They might be, like, you know, satelliting them or whatever. You know what I mean? It's the same way as we had that same problem, and it came with those people. And when I removed those people, it went with them. You know, it's like they have this fucking problem orbiting them. They're problem people. So you remove the problem people, and it kind of calms down and goes away. It still comes to us because they're still doing it, but they're not doing it in our community now. And, you know, we got trolled the other day. Oh, I'll show my own face and I'll come on your channel with my own... They still came on my fucking stream to interrupt my premiere on a... Like, we weren't talking about them. Andy, Andrasta Wolf, you know, they're still doing it. Keeley came in today. And for every one that comes in on a real name, I assume some come in on a fake name. Paul Rowe, I don't even believe existed. Paul Rowe, I don't know anything about that. That was something that happened after they left my Discord, and it's a good example of how they have those problems themselves. And I think that he was invented Like maybe he exists, but they pinned everything on him or invented him so that they could, so that one of them, I think Andy, could do a load of trolling in their community. Like, let's say someone, I don't want to pick one of your names. I'll invent a name. Tina Tuna. Let's call her Tina Tuna. Let's say Tina Tuna wants to be an important chuffer in our chat, and no one gives a fuck about Tina Tuna. But suddenly, someone's attacking Dry Spell and Teresa and Pixie. And this person, like Paul Poe, yeah, is attacking Teresa and everyone, right? But Tina Tuna comes in, and Tina Tuna's got Paul's email, and she's got his Facebook, and she's busted Paul. Tina Tuna busts Paul. Look, Tina Tuna busts Paul, that bad Paul. So now everyone loves Tina Tuna. Tina Tuna has a role. She's your protector. You need Tina Tuna. And as long as there's trolling, you need Tina Tuna. I don't need mods if no one's trolling my channel. So how do you need... Like, one of the first things Andy said to me when she asked to be a mod, I should get this. They don't give a fuck about publishing my messages. I'm not publishing messages. I think that is too far. And some things are criminal, actually, when you publish messages. And you know I don't bother with the suing people, but the criminal stuff, I think I would bother. But haven't I got a message from a certain someone saying I would make a good mod? The others aren't in the chat. Please make me a mod. God, I have to look at these naked pictures. It looks like that woman from The Shining. I don't know if I can be asked. This is horrific. It looks like the woman from The Shining in the bath. If you ever need to talk, I'm a good listener. I'm not replying to these. I'm looking for the one where she wanted to be a mod. And I'm wasting time on it because you can just take my word for it, can't you? Because I'm not going to show you private messages. It doesn't. It lowers me to, you know, to go to those levels. It's not noble. It's ignoble. I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. Here we go. Will you consider me being? I'm not, you know, not publishing them, but not word for word. But the you know, the concept here. I saw what was happening to Sarah. It wasn't nice to see her being treated badly by someone. I'm harsh but fair. I don't get offended. I can kick ass. You know, make me a mod because Sarah's getting bullied. Sarah was our mod back then. So was it Andy bullying Sarah? Now that seems like a real simple setup. I've got a mod. Someone's bullying them. They can't handle it. Make me a mod and I'll fix it. Will you? I'll make you a mod and it goes away. Well, who was doing the bullying then? You start a fire so you can run up and put one out. You need a fireman. Look, the place is on fire. Who started the fire? Oh, me. But I didn't tell you. You know, that's the problem with Peter Folding as well. You need someone to find bodies. Do I? I don't know if there's any bodies in the river. Well, there are bodies in the river. Look, loads of people are dying. Oh, I need you then, Peter. What if we didn't have Peter killing people? Would there still be bodies? You know, that's the issue there, isn't it? And I'm not saying Peter's killing people, but there is an issue that you create that mechanism. So in the mods thing, if Andy's in her head about people are getting bullied and they need me, then, I mean, that's literally the mechanism, and it goes with these problems. Mother Andy, suck my teetees. Suck my teetees? Are you all right? They're not children. You don't need to treat them like babies, but, you know, do you remember Big Brother? They had a baby in the group. And in that group, they have a baby in the group, and they need to treat them like a baby. It's all that Big Brother, you know, it's that psychology going on. And they're not babies, they're grown women, and no one needs to suck anyone's teetees. And it's not your husband, it's your boyfriend. And, you know, they're not this and it's not that. And stop saying they are and it's not. Stop pretending you have this life that you don't, you know. It's weird. So I think this creation of this fantasy delusion that you're needed, you know, to be needed, you might even create the problem yourself. Like, I really feel that.
Once.
Sorry, that was a bit of a sidetrack. But yeah, you mentioned Paul Rhodes, so I've got no idea. because I didn't, like, they'd already gone away by then, and all their investigation into this man, who he is, his private life, all that, I'm not part of it. I don't, I'm not doing that. Like, so I don't know who Paul Rowe is, but my strong suspicion is it was at the same time as they got evicted from our stream. Like, that's bad for Andy. She's on the outside. So it really helped to solidify her position, to create this need to be together, to circle the wagons, to have Paul Rowe trolling her. And I don't know, again, like, why, what, who, what trolling was done, because I didn't see any of it. So, like, I don't know if it was... Do you know what? The more I'm saying this, the more they're going to say, I'm Paul Rowe now, aren't they? Just thought that now. Fuck. I'm like digging myself a hole because they're going to say that I'm Paul Rowe. I'm Super Choffer. But you know what shouldn't be on the internet, yeah. But my suspicion is that that's the modus operandi there. That's the, I can give you a motive. I can give you a means. You know, it's like, imagine it was a crime and you had to like tick all these boxes. All the boxes are ticked by it being one of them, and specifically the one who's got most to gain, and like she's into it financially now with the. Like, they watched me getting tips and memberships and stuff, and I want a bit of that. Do you know what I mean? And now they've got a bit of it. So, like, greed and, like, who needs that in their life? Well, I don't. Not in the same way as she does. You know? Not in the same way as she does. I'm really grateful for it, and it's going to help me to move forward, but I'm not, like, on my shit and skids like she is. You know?
Put out a concern for the well-being of Louise, the other daughter. That's clear.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on there, do I? Turn for on there. This is like got to be everything. Or it was like she did as well.
Put out a concern for the well-being of Louise.
So wait, so I'm not a good person now because I didn't try and protect Louise. Like, see, Scott found this stuff out, but if he was such a good person, he'd have fucking called childminders on the children. You're right, actually. I didn't realise that was love bombing. You're right there. And to be honest, the more I talk about them, you know, inverted commas, the more it gives them ammunition, etc. And we'd really, you know, I would rather grey rock. And the only reason that this is coming up is because literally he's talking about it, you're talking about it, and I'm trying to. My big point of today, when it has come up, is I'm happy to review Eddy. I'm happy to review this, but what Andy's been doing is not worth it. Like, I keep saying there's levels to this, and she's not up to this level. Like, she's down here. So it doesn't require comment, really. What they're going to do is they're going to take even that clip of me doing that and then use it on their stream to talk more, to fuel the fire. But really, it's just repeating the same old shit, and it gets pretty boring. So, you know, there was a different, slightly new thing to be said there about that, but... You know, in some ways, I do hope they hear it and that their gang, I think they're in denial, a lot of them, and they have to, through loyalty, stick to their guns, stick to each other, and they just feel like they've got nowhere else to turn. Because that's how they felt when they came to Super Chuffer in the first place, that they had nowhere else to turn, some of them. That's what they described about enjoying the community. They didn't have this in their lives, so they needed it. It's nice to have as an extra on top, sprinkles on top, but I would encourage all of you to make sure that you maintain human interaction, real life, not meet up with people that you've met in chat to create that, but, you know, your friends, your family, you know, people you know in real life and you see up and down the street, you know, make sure you maintain that as well as this internet world, hey? But for some of them, they needed this so much. So now exposing the truth like this doesn't matter. Like, they're not going to be able to come back here and say sorry, and they're not going to be able to leave the group and being independent on their own. They're not going to turn on the group necessarily, even though deep down in their hearts, a lot of them know that what Andy's done, you know, oh, I didn't do it. Oh, those dogs are nice. Or whatever, you know, come on. Like, what's been done is not acceptable. And if they knew it up front, they really wouldn't have been so friendly. And maybe they shouldn't have been, or maybe they would have been and just don't care. But I don't think deep down they're too far gone now, so they can't leave. So what they're going to do is what those truthers did, what those Chris Wattsers did. You know, they're going to become this like stagnant little pool of bitterness, and they'll be doing what they do on the internet until they fucking die. Because what else have they got? Like, honestly. And as long as I'm here being successful or moving forward, I say successful, you know, I'm not like fucking winning the lottery success. That's a win, not a work. But you know what I mean? I'm not like some super duper Richard Branson or anything, but I'm just like, you know, as long as I'm moving forward and being positive, they're going to be feeling unhappy and want to drag it down. And, you know, welcome to the internet. We picked up a real nasty bunch of Bakewell tarts there. But it is what it is. You know, I don't think you can't run in the rain without getting wet. So if you want to talk about difficult subjects on the internet, you're going to offend people, you're going to get nasty tarts, and you're going to get them. You just have to keep chomping them down, licking up the cherries, you know, and keep your cherries. I can't stop them from being who they are. They think that our strength is in our community, so they sought to attack that, pick them off one by one, all this shit. Like, you know, we'll just keep growing our community. There's a lot of new faces here since any of this happened as well. The more I talk about it, the more it holds us back, really. But in other ways, the more it solidifies your core group. And, you know, it's, a lot of us, are, even on review today, me as well, I'm seeing things here that I'd forgotten. You know, I'm like, wow, I didn't see that. You know, the more it's interesting. But that's why we have this space here to do these sort of conversations. And the reason they want to record them and put them on YouTube without my consent, sort of thing, even though I don't mind, is that they want to sort of force it onto the public, where this is a more, it's about context again. This is a more intimate space where we have these conversations, and it's more about that deeper community aspect, isn't it? Sometimes, whereas on YouTube it's a bit bigger and broader, and they want to make these petty grievances into big broad strokes for everyone on YouTube to slander Scott's name, and people don't care. They watch Super Chuffer for the content, and if they say a clip of someone that clipped me saying Nicola Bully should suck a dick or something, then it doesn't. What are they going to do? Oh, look, that's it now. Me and Super Chuffer are over. They don't care, and those that do aren't worth caring about. They've done a welfare check. Like, what are you on about? Like, just leave it to them.
The other daughter, that's clearly going to be killed, right? And clearly held for ransom. Right, I mean, she's the other girl, right? Or worse still, Harriet and Sophia, right? I mean, they're now in danger, right?
Well, are they? Because Nicola's dead now, so it seems like whatever process took place, you know, I don't know, or maybe putting in their life to try and that behind.
Only have you ruined their Christmas if
I've ruined their Christmas. The fucking whoever murdered their mom ruined the Christmas.
Lancashire, and worse still, that live in the local area to Ernie, that believe you because you're an influencer, whether you like it or not.
There we go, there's that word, influencer. And I don't think of myself in those terms, but Eddy clearly plays this internet game in order to influence, and that's what he's doing here. Usually, you know, the term influencer was coined because people got popular on the internet and could promote products at you and get you to buy things. But it's gone deeper than that now. It's political, it's agendas. There are people on the internet who seek to influence you. And when it comes to true crime, there are a lot. And they might not be the big channels, but they might get some views on some things. They might seed an idea, and then someone else might pick it up and talk about it on their channel, pretend it's their idea. You know, there's a lot of that going on in true crime. There's a lot of influencers, and you want to be careful about whose influence you take.
You're an influencer.
Right, no, I'm not an influencer in the traditional sense. I'm a 26 on the world video. I was really sticking to this group. I'm fine. It is technical about her video, and it's doing their... like, you know, be your own influencer. Don't be influenced by things on the internet. Be influenced by God and by morality and by what's decent and what's right deep down in your heart. You know, don't be influenced by what some chuffer says on the internet. You idiot. Everyone in that family already knew. Like, the kids might not, but Paul, Emma, Louise, all the things. You went, Ernie, you're at
the end of your video when you called me out and sort of said, Eddy, hey, you live in New Zealand, there's sheep in New Zealand. I thought, where is this even going?
Because you sort of led a lot of people to believe a lot of stuff on the internet like sheep. And because this whole video that I made was predicated on the animal industry. I forgot at the end I did a special message for Eddy, didn't I? I read the Lord's Prayer for Eddy. Let's have that. This was a bit of an... I do think about deleting this off it.
I could theoretically edit the video while it's still up on the internet. Like, you know, they let you cut a bit out on the video. And theoretically, I could... like, just be self-critical. I think I should have had a shave. I wore this coat 'cause it had all the dog eyes on it. The dogs are looking at you. And my Birmingham shirt, because sometimes if you're going into battle, you just need to wear your fucking protective vest. Do you know what I mean? I felt really emotional about all this stuff. So I had a shower and I recorded the thing I need to record. And I didn't think about how I looked necessarily, but I did symbolically wear this jacket with the dog's eyes because the animals. And I did wear my Birmingham shirt, and you can't see it, but it makes me feel like I've got my fucking badge of honour on me. Like, and then I just had a shower and put my hat on and did the video. I should have had a shave and tried to look really smart and, you know, influential. Because how you come across physically does help to influence people, but that's not my, you know, that's not what I'm trying to do here. But yeah, just I'm being myself. Like when I look back on it, you know, I think that, and I also think I come across as a bit of an emotional nutter, like a bit of a big beard, emotional nutter. Like I should have just like gone a bit more professional on it in a way. But about a psalm at the end here, I read this, and I am emotional when I do this. Right strike, so I can't play it. You'll have to imagine it with the montage of all the police. But instead of a song, how about a hymn? Was it New Zealand, Eddie? It's an epilogue. I put it on as an epilogue, look. I use this motif of, all the way through the video, I use each chapter is named after a line in Psalm 23. So, and I use that clip of that guy because he reminds me of Eddie, that guy.
Do you all really care, or are you here for a laugh?
A quick shout out to someone who I know will be watching, someone who's a live export himself, Eddie's Vinyl Break. It's a shame he deleted his channel and disappeared. Was it New Zealand, Eddie? They've lots of sheep out there, don't they? And you do like to finish on a song. So not sheep for me, but Balls on Parade by Rage Against the Machine. However, I'd love to have played Rage Against the Machine, Balls on Parade at the end. It's going to get me copyright strikes, so I can't play it. You'll have to imagine it with the montage of all the police. But instead of a song, how about a hymn? You know, Eddie likes to say, listen to the words. Find meaning in the words. How about a hymn for you, Eddie? I've got one for you, Eddie. And you don't see that anymore because he doesn't do it on his channel anymore, does it? Because it's not there. But he used to put up these songs and make it seem like there were secret messages in the songs. How about a psalm? How about this? Really listen to the words. Big ups, Pixie. Did I ever see the information on email? Maybe. Words, Eddie. A psalm. Psalm of David. And that made me emotional immediately, and it's doing it to me now because David was my fencing coach. They posted his obituary on the Super Chuffer Twitter page, which is a bit sick. When they posted that on the Twitter thing, it didn't make me emotional. It just made me thought, ugh. But here, this made me emotional because I'm speaking my truth in the name of the light. And my mentor who taught me, my mentor that taught me the most about being a noble man is my dad. And he's still around, so I'm really grateful and lucky. You know, I told him recently that I'm going to get emotional now, very lucky to have had these people in my life. Well, you know, specifically my dad, I'm very lucky to have had my dad in my life. Despite my parents having a divorce and him not being there all the time, he made sure he was there. And he's an honourable man who taught me that my word is my bond and I should never break a handshake. And that if you say you're going to do something, you need to turn up and do it. And you never hit a woman, and you should protect the people that are weaker in life or more vulnerable. You should stand up against bullies, and you don't let people bully you, and you stand up for yourself. You know, these things that, like these values that make me a man, I was taught them by these men. And David was my fencing coach, my mentor, and he taught me a great set of values. He was a major in the army. Trish will know about that. A major in the army. He served in active service. He got shot, and that meant that he couldn't serve in the army anymore because he only had half a lung in one of his lungs. So he became a fencing coach, and he taught young men and women, but it was a boys' school that he was mainly, you know, connected with, our school. He taught young men how to be good and noble, and like he taught us how to fence and then hit people with swords, but he taught us how to be decent as well, or reinforce that decency within us, I suppose. So, you know, a Psalm of David made me think of him. There was also a guy that used to come to my school, a vicar called Mr. Ching, and like, I was like 6 years old, like we were like kids. He used to come in on a Wednesday and he'd do a story, like a parable. He'd talk to the class. We'd all be there in assembly, little kids, and he'd talk to the assembly. And then like it was a Church of England school, so it would be a religious, you know, he was a vicar, so he'd talk a little thing and then he'd say, and that's a bit like Jesus, you know, those sort of ones, and that's how, you know, you should behave. And like things like the story of the Good Samaritan. Mr. Williams, our headmaster, was really good at this as well. I remember an assembly once when he had two, I don't know why this is making me emotional, he had two of my classmates on the stage and he built this wall between them. Anyway, he smashed it down and he was like a visual representation of like not letting things get between friends and stuff. Like they taught me really good lessons. Like these, I want to say, I don't want to be sexist about this, but they were men and I'm a young man. These men, and it is patriarchal nonsense, of course, but I believe they taught me decency and honour, not to treat women with disrespect and be a, you know, women do this and do that and you're a man and it's not that sort of stuff. But because also, you know, my mom was a matriarch in our family, and we've got family friends who are similarly matriarchal in their family outlook. Like strong women have also influenced me as well, of course. So anyway, this is emotional to me, both because it's the reading of the religion that sets the moral standards for our society, and that's part of what is in this video. That's talked about in this video a little bit. Not really a lot, but in the Battle of Brightlingsea clip at the end and stuff, it is part of it. But also because of that connection with David, my mentor, who is now dead, and I have to... I say have to. Like, I'm aware in some ways. You know, Eddy talks about being an influencer. Like, there have been times in my life where young people have looked up to me, and it might only be like when I was a fencing coach, they're only like a few years younger than me, some of them. Like, you know, like I'm one of the ones that has like achieved some of the things. They're a bit younger than me, and I can teach them and be a good example and like a role model, you know. And sometimes that happened, like in strange ways that you wouldn't expect. Like, I remember once I was at a festival and I bumped into two of the lads, and I like them as friends, like to this day. And they were like, "Oh, Scott, man, how are you? Oh, Scott, you're at this festival." I was like, "Fucking hell!" Like, and I was like thinking, "Shit!" Like, you know, obviously I'm at a music festival, I'm smoking weed and things, and like they're a little bit younger than me, and I don't want them to get into trouble and be naughty. And they were like, you know, also themselves doing a little bit of naughty things, and I was like, "Right, well then there you go. I'll put you under my wing a bit, like, you know, I'll buy you a beer, but I'm not gonna like see you get in any trouble. Like, stick with me, you'll be fine," sort of thing. I didn't realise until they sort of came up to me in that moment that they like respected me in the same way as I respected the people who were my mentors, who were older than me, and I'd sort of achieved that status simply by being there and being consistent and you know, being a good person. And it was my opportunity to give some advice and to help people through things. Not that moment, we had a good time at the festival, but that was the time I realised it. And so as much as you go through life with mentors, you can also be that role model for other people, and you must realise that you are at some point and try your best to be a good role model. Like, my friends have got kids now, and you know, hopefully one day I'll have kids, but I'm down with that. Like, I might not be able to receive the mentorship at times. I might sometimes feel sad because, like, I wish when I was going through all this Nicola Buddy stuff, I could have called up David on a daily basis and said, you know, I've got a problem. Like, it doesn't matter what my problems were, I could always call that man and just tell him, you know. Yeah, so reading this reminded me of that. Righteousness is the word in here. It's about righteousness. And it made me feel emotional. It's still doing it to me now. But that's because I'm good. Like, that's because I'm good with this. And the reason I read it for Eddy, reading it and rereading it, there's lots of different ways, there's subtext here. But, you know, I did point this at Eddy because I don't think he's righteous. You know, this video is not about Eddy or for Eddy, but at the end of it, I had a little fucking poke at Eddy because we all know he took down his channel, it's all gone. And now I found this stuff out. Alarm bells started ringing. Hang on, Eddy was always protecting Ernie.
Eddie was always saying Ernie this, Ernie that. Who talked about Ernie on the Nicola Bully case? None of us. We were all interested in the bench and Paul and Emma and Marsh Farm, and then Eddie comes along. Ernie's a good guy, you know. Oh, old Ernie's a good guy. Really? Okay. Got to think about poor Ernie and the family. Got to think about the kids. Really? Okay, sorry, yeah. Why'd you keep bringing up Ernie? And it rang and rang in my head when I was making this video. Eddie's always been fucking on about Ernie. A Psalm of David. Psalm 23. I'll tell you what, I knew that people were going to be like, 23, Masons. I knew that as well. The bench, 23. It's just a thing, innit? And the rereading of this, just before I read it, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. Obviously, the Lord is my shepherd, so I'm good because I'm following in the name of the Lord. He makes me lie down. He guides me beside the still waters and restores my soul. He leads me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. So I'll just do it. I'll get my head down, I'll do it. I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. And that's like a cliche these days, isn't it? The valley of the shadow of death. I don't know if you know, but in this video, I used the song Valley of the Shadows as the music for all the introductions to all the chapters. Valley of the Shadows. Valley of the... If you know, you know. But if you don't, it's about the 90s ecstasy. And this track is specifically something that sublimates the rave. It becomes about who you are and what you mean. And it's also about, like, the track itself is about death. You know, it's about going beyond. It's about seeing into the unknown. It's dark. I was in this long, dark tunnel. The sample is, I was in this long, dark tunnel, and at the end there was a very, very bright light, more brilliant than the sun. And she's describing a near-death experience, and it's got that heavy bass. It's something else, this. And what we're talking about in this Nicola Bully video here, you know, what's going on here, the reason I use it, I'm not saying how special I am here, but it's pretty fucking smart, and it comes together synchronicity-wise, lovely.
Hi, you're with Scott. It's midnight. It's always
sad
midnight.
music,
Right here and your left ear, recording in mono. In this video, I'm going to present new video evidence in the...
The lorry carrying several hundred sheep.
I don't use it until Valley of the Shadow, do I? I thought I used it all the way through as a motif, but I don't actually. I just use it as Valley of the Shadow in one of them. Fuck. I should put the chapters on it. When we talk about Rome water, I use the music slowed down. I want it to be there. I want you to hear it in there. I don't know why I need to make this point. This is even a pointless point to make. Where's chapter Valley of the Shadow? There.
This is a story of generations. I was looking into Rome.
It's there. It's there, yeah? So when I'm talking about this, like it's... Like, this is why it means these things, yeah? I've talked about this before, whatever, I'm talking now. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me.
your rod and your staff, they comfort me. And in this first reading of it, I'm going to walk through, I'm a light walker, and I'm going to have to walk through the valley of the shadow of death. And it's this dark place. And I don't fear anything because I've got God with me. And God is my rod and my staff, and it comforts me. Yeah? So I'm protected by this rod and the staff. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. So there's bad people around me, but you're making a feast for me. You anoint my head with oil and my cup runs over, and surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And it's like this Psalm of David that you read for like a sense of protection and a sense of oneness with religion. In Islam we call it the Ummah. The Ummah is everyone that believes in Islam. It's us. We are the religion. It's Ummah. Like in that way with the congregation, you feel this connection. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. I give myself up to God and he protects me and he makes me a feast, and I'm going to live in the house of the Lord. So everything's going to be good, yeah? Like it's like a protective thing, right? But another way to read this, and this is really important for what we're doing here, is it's number 23, the Masons. The religion, as I said at the very start of this, and it's mainly about this video, but is used to control people before we had... I put these things in the video. I expect people to be able to understand them. I didn't do a whole section explaining it all. But religion is used by the... it was used before we had the police to control you. And so this reading now, let me read it differently. The Lord is your shepherd, you shall not want, as in you shall not fucking ask. You'll get what you're given, right? Because the Lord, in terms of the medieval land ownership, not just the Lord, like the Lord God in heaven, but literally the Lord on the land, that you are a serf and you live as a serf, and the Lord of the land, he gives you your bit of land and a bit of grain and whatever, groats. And he's literally the Lord because God decided he should live better in life. Because you believe in God and you believe in this life, and in some way, that Lord is doing well. It must be because God loves them, favours them. So, and like back in the day, and I'm talking medieval times or whatever, the Lord is your shepherd, you shall not want. He makes you lie down in green pastures. He tells you what to fucking do. You're in a nice field, lie down. He leads you beside still waters. And this is nice as well, still waters. He restores my soul. But also, leading you beside the still waters is an allegory for death in a way. And we get to death in this, of course. He leads you in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. So do what he says, because it's the right thing to do. Yeah, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I fear no evil. If you are going to die and the shadow of death is upon you, and yeah, I walk through it to the other side, I don't fear death, is what this says. For you are with me. I have God. Yeah? Your rod and your staff comforts me. The rod and the staff comforting you, they're used here because the rod and the staff is the shepherd. The shepherd has the big pole with the hook on it. And it's comforting to the sheep, isn't it? It's used to hook them, to free them from danger and stuff. But it could also be a weapon and a tool to keep you in line. Like the social control, being hit with the stick. But it comforts me. I'm comforted by the social control. Yeah? You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies, and you anoint my head with oil. Now, the big feast might all be laid out, and there might be a lot of food on the table. But if my head is covered with oil, like back in the day, you would have, there's a religious connection to this, because religious oils would have been used to anoint. So you can anoint someone with oil. It's like to rub with oil as part of a ceremony. So you rub them with the oil. So it's got that context to it. But also, before you cook someone, you rub them with oil. If you're going to cook the turkey, you're going to kill it first. If you're going to kill the cow beside the still waters, the sheep, we're talking about sheep here, walk them beside the still waters, lead them in the right path, and then they don't fear evil. You've got the stick, you prepare the table, you kill them and you cover them with oil. The cup runneth over, right? I want you to be able to see the words. The cup runneth over. Here, my cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. When they would slaughter animals in the past again,
Like I'm talking like, you know, this goes back, doesn't it, the Bible, to like Aramea or whatever. But they would keep animals, and they would pierce their neck, and they would drain the blood into cups and keep it and drink it and stuff. Like it would, like they would actually keep animals. They would keep cows in some communities where, you know, this used to go on in places. I think Africa and stuff it might still do, but they drain the blood and they drink the blood as like a resource, and then they plug it. The cow doesn't die; they just drink some of its blood sometimes, makes food out of it or whatever. Like if you are to kill an animal, the cup runs over with the blood, and it could be read as, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, which are now going to be very short, and I will live forever, dwell within the house of the Lord forever. I go to heaven, I die. Yeah, and that's nice. It's good because I've followed the shepherd, and whilst I might have given up my earthly position and been murdered, I'm happy because I go to heaven. You could read this in so many different ways. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that the Psalm of David is satanistic. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in the Bible, the reading, the inference we take, the positive is positive. But I'm saying that if you were a Satanist group, you could put this up and have a real laugh at religion by reading it in that other way and meaning it in that other way. Yeah? You could mean it in that other way, right? And I'm also saying that if you're not a farmer in general, because we have farmers in our community, don't we? But if you're a farm person shipping the animals out during this time. That's why it's important here, because it was read by the people at the Battle of Brightening Sea out loud, and I include the clip at the end. Look.
Who have been protesting
of them talking.
That by the persuading of the heart.
That is a priest, and they sing the Psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. You know, they sing it at the end. So again, it's included not as a random thing, but because it's part of this story brought up by the documentary. So in those animal rights things, the Lord is my shepherd. Hello, you know, we're literally talking about sheep in the fucking vans, aren't we? Literally here, being led in the path of righteousness, the rod and the staff, and I include those things in this, the rod and the staff. Like I make those allegories here. This is not a bad video. Like part one, the Lord is my shepherd. We're shipping the animals out, but we're talking about the people in the society as well, aren't we? You know, we're talking about these levels, these layers, and hopefully if you rewatch it after you've read the Psalm of David, you can think about that a bit, about who is the shepherd. You know, in Pulp Fiction where he says, I am the tyranny of evil men, and I believe, you know, and all that. I'm thinking maybe now I'm the shepherd. You know, it's that sort of thing. Who are you? Who is everyone? How does these allegories fit up? And the rod and the staff, I include it as when we're talking about folding and the police, don't I? The chapter about that is called The Rod and the Staff. When I introduce folding, because like that sense of control, social control. And don't tell me ever that they don't look like the same person. Don't ever tell me that. You could superimpose one face on the other, man. It's been 40 years or whatever. Like, he looks a bit different, but he ain't that different. Part 3, your rod and your staff. You see what I'm saying? Staff, police staff, rod. They've got the hitting sticks. They turn up. See what I'm saying? The Lord is my shepherd. So that's why I put that at the end and read it. And I made a point about Eddy, really listen to the lyrics. And I think he is smart enough to at least understand these different readings of this and what these things mean. If not, I've just explained it all for him. You know, have a good old think on that. So I actually think maybe I shouldn't delete that. Maybe I'll leave that in, actually. Yeah, it's a really powerful ending to the video. And if people are up for a bit of thought, you know, there's something to think about. It's all connected, you know, it's all connected in some ways. Where's Eddy gone? You moving to New Zealand as an expat, like if you add up the amount of people who move to New Zealand as expats and the amount of people who overlap with the animal industry, there's like quite a big overlap. In fact, there's fucking loads of sheep in New Zealand. It's a massive animal industry agriculture place. We get New Zealand lamb shipped in.
Like, there's all these overlays and overlinks. So, like, it's obvious what I was saying. And if not, then, like, that's for...
When the Battling Brightling Sea happened, when all that was happening in society and they were having problems with this, Eddy was setting himself up in New Zealand. It's interesting, isn't it? Trucks, transport, milk, cattle. It's all going on here. It all goes on in New Zealand.
I don't know, I've just...
Eddy's pictured, you know, we found him driving the trains. They have what's called a transport union, you know, in New Zealand as well, like a union. And the people that drive the trains are involved in that if they want to be.
Said it now.
Okay. Then you said there's a good chance that I knew Ernie.
Big up to the gifted sub, thank you.
And I drove trucks for him.
No, I didn't.
And I
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. When did I say that? Picture it didn't happen. Evidence, please. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Naughty Eddy.
What?
I was humble, and I came into your chat rooms, not brave. I'm not brave, like you're not brave. People are saying to you how brave you are, putting your wisdom out there.
I'm not brave. Listen, I had to sit and...
If I'm right, then I'm coming closer to exposing drug gang criminals. And whilst I've said a number of times on the internet, I don't think they need to kill me because I can't actually expose anything for reals. You know, I can't get them arrested. I don't know who Mr. Big is or whatever. But, you know, the theory of what's happening, the general overview of how gangs operate, I'm allowed to talk about that on the internet with impunity and not fear that drug gangs are going to murder me. You know what I mean? But there is some sense of putting myself out there, isn't there? Because if I'm right, you know. And I did get attacked, didn't I, Eddy, in lots of different ways after saying it.
Mind what people have said. Like, Daniel, a week
To Ernie Bully, and I certainly am not in the same generation as him. He's 20 years older than me. He's another generation up from what I am.
Okay, but like, is he? And are you? Okay, fair enough. A lot of people have. I don't know exactly how old Eddy is, so I'm not going to critique that.
What I was saying was that Nicky Bully, her peers, they were children when this was going on in the 90s, and the adults and the people that were doing things were grown-ups. And then Nicky Bully like inherited this world and grew up in it. And Eddy was not a child back when these things were happening in the 90s. He was starting his own family and moving to New Zealand. So he might not be in the same generation as Ernie, but he's an active adult participant in this melee of society at the time, whereas Nicky was just becoming a young adult, teenager adult.
But I think just like being alive and like okay, so in the 90s when all the animal stuff was
big ups Red Fan.
Super Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
Thank you very much. I never expect, like, you know, we do this a bit more on the random and whatever here, and I never expect great generosity. I'm just happy that people are here and like that memberships are going up and, you know, subscriber numbers. I'm grateful, but thank you for that generosity as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Going on. Were you a child or were you a fully operational adult that could have been involved in things? Is the sort of thing I'm saying, because like it's chill.
It's a chill stream. I've had a rant. I've had a cry.
One of the main players in the whole Nicola Bully thing were like 15 or 16 when that was kicking off.
There we go. I'm saying
like,
now.
Thought you fucking had.
Like, really, I'm making the same react, but rather than just listen to me talk over and over, it's going to happen, isn't it?
For him either. In fact, I've never driven a truck.
Well, I never thought you fucking had.
Might have driven a train though, haven't you? Might have driven a fucking train. You don't have to drive. You don't have to drive the trucks either. There are lots of jobs in that industry and around that industry.
You know, it's weird that someone from the same part. Okay, I'm not even going to.
And you've got little model trucks on your dash, on the. You know, we saw those little models, didn't we, of trains and trucks.
Why am I repeat myself? Someone from the same part of the world. These from like kids of the world, strong.
Pretty self-satisfied with this, isn't he?
I moved.
That was what's called a straw man, right? That's what's called a straw man. You know, as an example, you know, Eddy said that I dress up as Tina Turner in my free time, yeah? And Eddy said he's got pictures of me dressing up as Tina Turner, right? Well, I never dress up as Tina Turner. I've never even sung Nutbush City Limits. So, actually, I have sung Nutbush City Limits on the internet, so this is a bad example. But that's called gaslighting straw manning. It's where you invent something that someone has said or done so you can knock it down. And you invented it, so it's not really an argument because it's a straw man. You've made it out of straw. I didn't say that he drove a truck, so now he's proving something that's not. You know, that's gaslighting. This entire video that he did is real hardcore gaslighting.
Moved myself.
Oh my God. And this is why all of those people, Trisha, Andrasta Wolf, Andy, Jess, Slinky, like all of them hated him for this. And when he said things about, we haven't got to the Trisha bit, did we? We haven't even got to the Trisha bit, but, you know, they didn't like him. And then they invited him onto Andy's stream to all suck him off because he was saying mean things about me. He said that I'd been sexually abused. He implied it was someone in my life around the time as a teenager. Like, he said horrific things. It's not just me he was hurting there. It's the person he implied it about. Like, he said horrific things. Andy's responsible for them legally because they've been published on her stream as her guest. She can't say he said it, not me. It's her stream. If I sue someone, I sue the owner of the channel. So that's Andy. And they all got round and like campfire around it. Oh, Eddie's good now. We like him. Oh, his songs are good. After all this, they're just flip-floppy turncoat snakes with no morality if they do that. Because he is gaslighting here and they can see it. And he was horrible to Trisha. There's no, I'm sorry, and then we're all friends again. You can say you're sorry and we can forgive you, and then we'll never talk to you again and you can go your own way. But at least we forgave you and we don't have to talk about it anymore. But what they did after this shows a real nasty side and a real low level. Don't do that. That's a mistake, Ed. Like, if you've never driven trucks, just say you've never driven trucks. Don't do that thing where they say, I don't tell lies, except once I told a small lie. Don't do that. We're only 14 minutes in.
Please say I've never driven a truck for him either. In fact, I've never driven a truck. Once I drove a large van. I moved myself as a young guy when I was living in Dagenham. I used to love calling Dagenham Dagenham many years ago, and I moved out to Essex, even further into Essex from Dagenham. And I moved myself. I didn't have a lot of furniture back then, and I got a large van.
I mean, I will take from this that you are saying that you are in that area of the world then at the same time as Ernie and all this stuff that's going on. Once, you know, when I drove out from Dagenham to Essex,
And that's the closest I've ever come to driving a truck. But anyway, I mean, all that aside, think about what you've done to a family that's already
I'm going to have to change my clothes.
Turmoil.
I've done nothing to them.
They are heartbroken.
I've done absolutely nothing to them. They have no obligation to watch my YouTube video. I would assume the children wouldn't. I've done nothing to them.
I don't really know, Scott, what to make of you. I really don't. You're a lovable rogue. You know, you're the type of guy that makes people laugh. You've got some wonderful people that love you in their chats. And there has been a lot of people from your little community that have sent me messages and sent me emails saying to me, what on earth do you make of Scott? You know,
well, that's because, Eddie, they're not like people within our little community. They're people on YouTube. Like, the people that watch my videos watch your videos and watch Jizzy's videos, and well, not all of them do, but, you know, and some of them watch other people. Like there's lots of other channels, and they watch goods. Now their
cruelty is basically what
it's about stuff.
They're saying basically what I think. You know, I agree with him about how bad animal cruelty is, but you know, what about what he said?
Turns out some of them don't agree with me. Turns out some of them think that, you know, it's okay to have fucking like animals that inconsistency here. Those dogs have to be kept in on a fence, and someone trampled down the fence, and that's how they escaped. But why would you have to keep them fenced in? And if someone trampled down the fence, couldn't they have been liable to be, you know, couldn't they have been bitten themselves? Aren't you worried about that? Like, if animal cruelty, you know, animal cruelty, loving animals, and then just being like, we're fine with this. It is like, have they gone on the internet and seen the pictures? Do they know what it looks like with the Jack Russell? It's fucking insane. Sheep's having their throats ripped out. Oh, my dog bit a sheep once. Like, are you all right? Are you all right?
About Ernie Bully.
Sorry, that was a bit of a pop then.
Everyone can make their own mind up.
What did I say about Ernie Bully? What did I fucking say about him? I said, that's him driving a truck. He used to have a business driving trucks.
He was the director of a company driving trucks. He moved out to Lancashire after all this nonsense in the 90s went bad. Like, whether you think it's connected or I do or whatever, he moved out there after that stuff went bad and started a new business that's not called truck driving. It's called truck driving, but behind the scenes it's called like some sort of science non-specific company thing. And then I think because of all that connection, there's this other connection, like I said, with the gangland stuff, and that's how Nicola's got killed. I didn't say, like, I think he's, again, strawmanning me a little bit. Like, I've left it very... In the video, I've been kind of clear about some things that I think are facts, and kind of, at one point I put disclaimer, this is just my conjecture now, is it this, is it that, could it be this? Like, where I'm clear, and where I'm not, I'm clear not to be. So I think it's unfair to sort of say, oh, you said this about, like, I don't know how much I did say about whoever.
I've done my best, Scott. Marlo, come here now.
Oosh.
Truck driver with a sort of roundish fat face, so that must be Ernie Bully.
No, it's not just a truck driver with a roundish fat face. I feel like I should bring it up now and like show you the side by side, but kind of can't be asked. But because we're in the flow of this, I kind of can't be asked. But it's not. You put them side by side, they are fucking bob on only the earlobes. But things like that grow over time. We're talking 30 years of like collagen growth and sag, and like that happens.
And you've got someone that you say must be Peter Fording.
Well, it fucking looks like him, doesn't it? It's the fucking dead spit image of him.
That's not Peter Fording, and that's not Ernie Bully. But
Okay, so I can just, like, I suppose I can because I had the video open, didn't I? The first one, Ernie Bully, and it's not just the one screenshot that I took. Dear oh dear. It's not just the one screenshot that I took. There's like a sequence of frames, you would say, in the source material I used. So you can go back to the original source material and look at it and decide for yourself. There's a moment where a camera flashes and his face becomes a little more clear in that as well. I could have took that frame maybe. But the difference here between the two men is that, what? Like, I'm seeing the same chin shape, I'm seeing the same mouth shape, nose shape. People say his brow is different, but then you've got a slight angle difference on the tilt of the head.
Battery 30%.
You know, stuff like that. The hairline's to me the same. The ear doesn't have as big an earlobe in the past, but it does as he's got older after 30 years. So I think that really, really looks just like him. And then you've got the other links. Like, what I'm saying is, how likely would it be that there's a man who looks that much like Ernest Bully driving a truck at the same time in the same place of the world, where Ernest Bully is also driving trucks at the same time in the same place? And what is Ernest Bully doing, being the director of a company that does shipping and driving trucks, and not driving trucks full of animals? Because that's the main fucking business that goes on there. Like, what's he doing? Is he the only fucking furniture remover in the area that won't take animals? Like, it seems like he's been driving that fucking truck. Like, it's him, isn't it? It just, like, if I went to court, I would make that case, is that, you know, this is all the circumstantial evidence and there he is on video. So I don't have his employment history and his facts and all this business. You know, I don't have all that. I know he's had the company in XYZ. I'm making a video on YouTube pointing out what I found on videos, isn't it? Like, you know, I'm not a forensic accountant, so I'm not able to look through his accounts in that way. But I am able to look at videos and show you people on videos. So, like, and knowing the backstory to those videos and why it all ties together, that also makes sense as well, doesn't it? Peter Fording, same deal. Like, I mean, for fuck's sake. They can deny it all they want, but who is that then? Peter Fording apparently has a twin who works for the police in the same area of the world that Peter Fording lives in. And Peter Fording worked with Essex Police for the search and rescue, you know, and all this, and for the protester removal. So at about the same sort of time, what's happening in Peter Fording's life, right, is that Peter Fording is attending police protest removal events with his company that aren't called Specialist Group International at this time. They're called Specialist Protester or something or whatever. Like, he's turning up at these events as a protester removal specialist, working with the police at this very time, 1995, Yeah, but for some reason he's not turned up to this particular event, or he might have, but I haven't seen him on video. But this man's turned up, and he looks like. Imagine you were looking for Peter Folding at the event, and you saw this man. You'd be like, "Wow, there he is," and you'd say, "No, I'm not Peter Folding," in his Peter Folding voice, and you'd say, "Wow, that's weird. Are you not fucking with me?" And then Peter would come around the corner and go, "Wow, this is a trip, isn't it? Hey, you two should take a photo together. Are you sure you're not twins?" Like, it's just bizarre. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go with, they look like the exact same person on video. They're in the same part of the world. They're doing the same job, and they've got the same voice. Although you can't confirm that's his voice, but we could look through that video. There's another patch of the video where this person, Peter, is in it. So, and again as well, I'm saying, look, I think that looks like him on video, so make up your own mind. But Eddie's made up his mind that it's not. But I don't know why he's made up his mind that it's not, just because, it doesn't look like him? I can understand people saying, well, it really looks like him, but I need more proof. And then that's where I start saying, well, you've got the companies, like Peter Folding, the same thing. You've got a company that he's got that does this job in the area, that's where I come up with the circumstantial evidence. But more proof, I suppose, I don't have more proof. But for Eddie to just, and for people generally to just say, no. No, it's not though. They don't look the same. Well, then that's subjective, I suppose. Although it's not, because you can analyse the face shape and the measurements, so it's not subjective. But you know what I mean? What kind of argument do you want me to have with? No, I don't think it is.
Even if Ernie Bully was a truck driver, and even if Ernie was a truck driver,
what do you mean? Even if he was, he was the director of a company that's a truck driving shipping freight company. He was the director of that company. So, did he not drive any of the trucks? He just refrained from doing so. On his way up to becoming director of a trucking company and to owning a ostensibly a trucking company now, at what point did he not do any truck driving in the 90s?
And Peter Folding was in the police force, which
no.
he ever was.
I'm not saying he was in the police force. I'm saying he was on the front line of the protest removal in a police uniform. That's what the video says. The video doesn't give me a breakdown of his employment history.
How can you combine those two people to why Nicola is no longer alive?
Because if it's just a coincidence, then I'm a monkey's uncle, as they say, as that expression goes. No. Because I can, and I did in the video, I can say, well, the trucks are getting through, these private companies are escorting them through, so essentially it's all a racket. It's like I don't have to explain it anymore. Go and watch the video. That's what I've said. It's all part of a racket, and they're involved in this racket together. And so years down the line, when Nicola goes missing, where are we going to start looking and pointing the fingers and sniffing and pulling at the strings? We need to be looking at that racket. And if you want to find out what happened to Nicola, that's where you need to look. And these are the key players. They always have been. Like, that's Peter Folding turning up on the scene. Like, that wouldn't be so bad if Peter Folding hadn't then turned up on the scene of Nicola's search, would it? Like, they just happened to be in this video. Like, if I found a video of someone from years ago, i.e. Nicola's dad, Ernie, and like from years ago, and it's him driving a truck, that's one thing. But Peter being there as well is another. But then Peter turning up on the scene of Nicola's. So, yeah. I mean, do I need to go over the video again?
It don't make any sense. And if you really feel that, shouldn't you have taken that directly to the police rather than put it out on a video? Because
who do you think I am? I'm not Sherlock Holmes. I don't work with Scotland Yard. I don't know if you've noticed what I've been doing all year.
Put it out on a video, what it looks like is that you're just trying to grow, and all you keep going on about is trying
to just put out the fucking facts out onto the public. Like, this is what I found. Here is it. Are you basically saying that, like, people who make video documentary series about stuff shouldn't do that? They should take it straight to the police. Like, all that Jimmy Savile stuff, I can't believe that was on the telly. That should have gone straight to the police, and we should never have talked about it again. Like, get over yourself, you nutter.
That 10,000 subscriber. I was at 10,000. It means nothing, Scott.
It means nothing.
It means something because you're monetised and you're going to get monies for it. But you know, what else do you get? 10,000?
Well, for me, getting 100,000 gets me that play button, and that's like a symbol that having done all this work on the internet for all this time, that you get rewarded with this sort of like symbol of like a certain. Now you could buy it, you could buy the subscribers, but I'm not into that. But you know, it's like this symbol of like, well done, hard work, paid off, grow the channel, more people watch. Yes, advertising revenue. Yes, sponsorship. Yes, turn my media production into my full-time job and be successful at it. And then use that money to give to a child so that I can raise them as my own, like my own child, you know, and stuff like that. I have a family and share with other people, like charity-wise, and do bigger projects. I think that's okay. I think if we're underselling the American dream here and saying that I have to fucking not be happy at growing on YouTube. And it's not that I'm doing it at any cost. And it's like there's a whole range of like, you know, I'm not going to critique. I could be sat here in a hot tub. I could be Mr. Beast. Like, you could be anything. Today, Matthew, I'm making videos on YouTube and you can shut up about it.
20,000, 50,000, the amount of subscribers you've got is not going to make you feel any better if you're going to put out content like that. You have no receipts. You keep going on about receipts.
The videos. Go watch the videos. Make up your own mind.
You debunked my conclusion video as well in your video.
I don't know if I debunked it fully in my video, but I can debunk it now. Is that in the IOPC report, a number of times they talked about the crime scene, the non-crime scene, and the fact that there was no signs, visible signs of scuffle, slipping, you know, on the ground. They sort of, like, if Penny and Nicola had a fight and someone had pushed someone over, when they'd done the push, their feet would have made a skid mark on the ground and stuff like that, and no signs of, like, you know, they looked at the bank on day one and had that in their mind and sort of wrote that off. So without that physical evidence, I don't think it holds true what you said about Penny pushing her in the water. And then the other thing was that the distance that Penny would have to push her, she'd have to be like a shot putter.
Actually, in your live you did on Twitch, you debunked my conclusion that there's no way that the dog walker could possibly have pushed Nicola in from the bench. Now, I make this absolutely clear, and I want to bring truth finders into this.
I'm going to speed it up a little bit now, because come on.
Well, Christopher. Truth finders, 100%, categorically, have got the audio from that inquest. And it's very, very interesting. I'm going to go on a new video, not today. I'm going to explain to you why my conclusion video stands, and I'm going to explain why, in conjunction with what was actually said at the inquest. Just in regards to a dog walker not being able to push someone over, a 10-year-old child could push someone over if they're not
right, yeah, but listen as well, we're not all happy with the inquest, are we? But yeah.
Expecting it, if you're caught by surprise. I believe
she's not caught by surprise. You said they're having a row.
That the harness is a big clue. I think the harness being between the bench and the river's edge on a steep bank, I believe that harness was probably thrown there. I believe there was an altercation, and I believe that Nicola probably walked down that bank, and as she leant forward to bend down to pick that harness up, was probably surprise push from behind to get wet.
So now it's a road rage thing where she's had the like premeditation to throw that down there, so you have to get it. And when you go and pick it up, she pushes you in the fucking river.
Push her over. And unfortunately...
And again, no signs of that. Like, and then she doesn't remove the harness that directly points to her crime. She actually tells the police that's where she found it.
Not cold water shock, but unfortunately, as she's hit that water, she's took a breath in and...
Right. The talking of water, I'm sorry I was just away for a little bit. Fortunately for me, my sister took our dog for the walk. So I don't have to walk. I was going to pause the stream and have to take a break, and I was just saying I was going to get my clothes on. I changed into my dog walking trousers. But so I can carry on streaming for a bit. I don't want to go too late tonight, but I can. Negative is that there's been fireworks, of course. Yesterday, it was Halloween, wasn't it? The dog was scared of the fireworks. It's the weekend. We're going to probably have fireworks, all that. Marlo, bless him, he gets so fit of those fireworks, he gets the squits, and it like troubles his tummy. And that's just the thing he gets, so that's one of those things. But she took him for his walkie, and he's been doing the squits, and she just come back in. And he, obviously when the dog has the squits, the dog needs a wash afterwards. And so I've just been in the shower washing the dog. Not all of the dog. Mainly the back end of the dog.
You know, I'm going to make a good daddy one day. Hopefully, you know, give me a couple of years still. I don't have to stress, but I want to. You know, I'm going to make a good. I'm quite happy to do the dirty jobs, but yeah. So I didn't catch what's been happening on this last 10-minute segment that you've been listening about. And watching about. You know, I missed that bit because I was washing a dog's backside. This is horrible for Christmas. No Swamp Donkey tonight. Everything's gone because Halloween. Swamp Donkey is here, but Halloween is dead. I didn't prepare anything. I was supposed to, you know, get the next thing set up, so I knew background, but I didn't. So I ordered another thing and it's not arrived. I want to put a popcorn machine in, so sometimes when we're watching a really good video, I can say, "Oh, this is getting juicy," and I can turn around and press the button, and the popcorn will make itself, and then I'll sit there eating popcorn. And it's only for a meme, just for doing that, but I think it'd be funny, just every now and then. So I want to get a popcorn machine, but I'm only considering it because, like, do I really need a popcorn machine to sit behind me on my streams just in case I want to press the button and eat some popcorn for a meme? I don't know. And the problem with Andre as a swamp donkey on a black background, look, watch this. I can flip the background around to make it white, but look, there's Andre. You can't see him very well because he's... Can you? Andre and the llamas. Got the old cat bed. The cat doesn't like this bed anymore. It just looks good. Andre the llamas. But we've got to get a new background sorted. We've got to get a new background sorted, haven't we?
All the lungs up. And
what's going on with Eddie now? What's he saying now?
Here's a mistake.
Did he even get onto the Trisha bit yet?
I said the dog walker then climbed back over the stile and untied her dog, and then would have walked along that path while Nicola was scrambling for life. That's not true at all. And in fact, that's another really important point I want to make here. What that dog walker done was they climbed back over the stile to untie their dog, but when they got their dog untied, can you believe this? This is something that's going to come out. The dog walker climbed back over the stile again, walked past Willow that they supposedly had tied up, and walked through the kissing gate and through the wooded area.
Well, how did they tie Willow up?
The original police statement from the dog walker.
How did they tie... And at this point, what's he talking from? Again, picture it didn't happen. Where's the evidence? What are you talking about? Willow up, and how did Willow therefore get... the fuck...
was that they arrived at the bench around 9:30. Now you've got them facts, because that's what the police read out, that's what Becky Smith read out, that's what the police in general read out at the time.
Are we done now?
Inzi, who had actually sat down with the dog walker, who will remain...
Interesting, isn't it, that he attracted a lot of attention to his drama and then tried to push his Nicola Bully narrative in the same video.
Nameless, said that, and I'm going to say they, so I don't even say he or she, they had arrived...
Imagine being Penny at Christmas Day and she has to deal with her family thinking she's done a murder. Like, isn't that the same as why he's angry at me for saying the things about Nikki's family? But I didn't say. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here?
At that bench at 9:33. At the inquest, when they were asked, the single person, they
Listen,
said...
no offence in any direction here, but I'm not... My brain is not here to do the timeline of Nicola Bully and the inquest.
And got your police from being at the bench at night to walk to the bench, down to the weir, and police statement said that somebody is moving their time. There's a reason, not mine. These are not my words. The dog walker arrived at the stop for word.
This is the most stupid thing in the world as well. If someone's changing their time in their statements, it's because they're a human being and they don't really know exactly what time anything happened, and they're just being a bit vague and they can't remember. And most witness statements have like incorrect timings, I would say. Like a large number of witness statements are going to be fairly vague about the time that something happened, because we don't all look at our watch the whole time and log it in our... Silly.
Well, if that's the case, why did you tie your dog up at the stile? Because under oath you've just said that you didn't even notice the dog until after you tied your dog up.
And again, and it's this stuff about the inquest, and I don't know what happened with... Was it Truth Finders and their reporting of the inquest? I didn't look into it too much. But do you remember Eddie said they had to alter the inquest before they could publish it? And I'm thinking, what? Did they change something? And have they been part of constructing a story. And then once I asked that, when he said that on our interview, everything cut out. It was like he was like, fuck, and he had to delete it. But he said alter. He said truth finders have the inquest and they let me hear it. And I was like, well, number one, that's a crime anyway, isn't it? But like, apparently they had the exact clip. You know, go and listen to the interview again. I was really harsh on Eddy in the interview because I thought he was a wrong un. And I thought what we were doing was what I was doing was I was going to make sure I carefully asked the right questions so that he could tell me the truth, in inverted commas, whatever he wanted to say. And then later on, I was going to make sure that held water and that he was actually telling the truth, and it didn't, and he wasn't. And there were like loads of inconsistencies and problems. And I think he got caught in lies. And whilst the interview might have been a puff piece about Eddy's such a great guy, I didn't think he was a great guy at that point. I thought we had issues and I wanted to iron them out. So I was careful not to be on his side and I was careful not to go too heavy, but he exposed himself as a liar a number of times. And that whole section about what he knew about the inquest and how truth finders had told him, not ideal.
How am I supposed to comment on any of this? Because you say you've heard it on a recording that I haven't.
Has he mentioned Trisha yet? What's going on? Is this the right video for that? Because I'm looking for the one where I didn't realise we were getting into this, but we are now.
I heard that you definitely know is the truth of what's happened in the... And I trust that Truth Finders, one of the...
It might not even be the same fucking video, this one.
Preston recorded it. I'm happy to trust that. But to know what it said, I'd have to hear it.
And climbed over the stile.
Mind you, in this video, I'm not bringing up that he said this and that about Trisha, so he probably hasn't said it yet in the chronology of life, you know.
Bank. When you climb over the stile, or tell everyone, and in fact, no, don't tell everyone, because you're not going to tell everyone. The police need to re-question you. If that is the case, then you'd have had to have left at 9:15. The discrepancy clearly is that...
Is it going to be like this for the next half an hour?
The bank balance grow, and that's all you're doing.
Because he thought that by doing a bit about me and then giving his side, you know, his account, his manipulation, that I would play it all and react to it all and talk about it, and then he gets it put on my channel, and that's not what happened.
You are not helping them grow.
I know, it's me again, look.
Because my channel is unmonetized, and you'll never ever hear me ask for any... Your friend, Trisha Gelder, hello to you, Trisha.
Right, here we go.
Report you on the other side of you and analyse you. I've learnt a lot about being on YouTube, that you're a heartbroken father. Now we've got another discrepancy. The discrepancy clearly is that if you were there at the stile at 9:45 now, why did you have to go back there between 10 and 10 past 10 to tie the dog?
Okay, I can tell you why all the discrepancies happen with Penny and stuff is because she doesn't know what fucking time it is. She's out in the fucking field messing about with the dog, and she's confused because all this shit's kicked off, and she's about, like, you know, she's of pensionable age, and she's not supposed to be noting down every fucking minute by minute what's going on with the dog and stuff. So we'll just leave that there for a minute. Another time maybe we'll go over the pedantics of the timelines in the inquest and all that, but not now, not for me now, but yeah.
Okay. So we've got a lot of things really to analyse here, and that will be done over the course of weeks of nitpicking and trying to work this out. When Scott goes on...
It wasn't done though, was it? Because Eddy doesn't do weeks of nitpicking and trying to work it out. He thought he was going to get together with True Finders, and together they were going to spin a yarn about what Penny was doing on the internet. Like they were going to, you know, him, Truth Finders, some other people were going to start putting out content sort of pointing at Penny, and that would be like the new mind juice. You know, it's like they need 3 or 4 of them. Like with me, it was like when I was saying the things he wanted me to say, or like not wanted me to say in terms of like he's telling me to say it, but you know, he was happy with me saying, yeah. Then he would promote my video and say, well, Super Chuffer's done a good one. You know, so like you don't all have to be like working together. Like he can sort of put you in the same bucket and get, but as long as there's a group of YouTubers who are saying this narrative that he wants, you know, pushing the narrative, seeding the ideas, pushing the narrative around, sharing it around, you know, he's good with that. And I think maybe 1 or 2 of them might actually be, you know, you don't always have to be explicitly, like, for example, if you play for Man United, you're wearing Man United shirts, so you know who's on your team, yeah? But can you imagine a game of football where everyone just wears normal clothes and you don't know who's on your team, and no one's actually directly running for the ball and, you know, and stuff like that? But every now and then someone might hoof it towards goal and you think, oh, I didn't know you were, thanks for kicking it to me, thanks for scoring a goal for me, that was nice of you. You know, and it turns out we're on the same team. And they show you then, look, Man United shirt, look, Man United. And like, oh, I see, yeah. And like, you know, you might be unaware of who's on your team some ways in this murky world like that. I don't know, like, but what was I really saying is that Eddy
had this plan to outline Penny. Like, he was going to come out with it, wasn't he? He was like building this case. Truth finders were working on the inquest, and it was like they had the inquest. He was going to make the reaction content. Maybe one of the others and this one that would do, and then between them, like maybe Mind Juice would do a thing, and then between 3 or 4 YouTubers, we've got this new narrative going. It's like starting a fire. You know what I mean? And Eddy was part of that, and he was describing it in the interview, and then the interview suddenly cut off when he deleted. Like I think because he said truth finders have to just alter the inquest, and he went, dude, you know, gone. Oh shit, I've said alter. I didn't mean to say that. And he also, like, they shouldn't have been playing it, the inquest, if they had it. They shouldn't have been, but apparently they did. And also he said he was on the phone to them and he had a question about Penny. So he asked them this question about what Penny said, and they played him, and apparently in full, Penny's answers to these questions or whatever from the inquest, yeah. And he also noted that he said, one thing at a time. They played in his Penny stuff, and I said to him, check again. I'm hearing a liar talk to me, so I'm like eggy now. I said to him, but how come if you're on the phone with them and they've got this thing on their like, did they play it to you over the computer, over the phone? Did they hold the phone up to the computer to play it over the speakers? How did you hear it? How did they play it to you? You know, and if that's the case, let's say you call me up and you say, oh, Penny said something in the inquest, did she? Or, you know, I say, yeah, she might have done it. We're chatting about it. So hang on, I'll just play that for you. And how do I play it for you? Well, I open up my like 3-hour. How long was the inquest? You know, how long was Penny's interview? I'll just find that for you. Just got that queued up for you. Like, it's a bit of a thing. It's a faff. It's a faff. And the way he said it, it was just like he was chatting to them and they were like, oh yeah, you know, I've got that for you. Look here.
We're closed from IKEA.
There you go. You've heard that now. It's like they had it ready for him, like all queued up and ready. Maybe he talked to him beforehand and told him what he wanted. I don't know. Like, it sounded all a bit cloak and dagger and a bit weird. And I don't think if we're talking about the truth of what happened to Nikki and the inquest and stuff, we should be secretly sharing little bits with people. And do you need this to try and make Penny look bad? Oh, I'll get you that. And like, you know, we shouldn't be doing it like that. We should be exposing it all for the truth that it is, or not. You know, and altering it and saying it in your own words and changing the words of the inquest and changing things. I know that you're not allowed to just republish it, so you have to say, oh, you know what, instead of saying I've got a copy of the inquest and here's Penny saying this, what I have to do is, you know, at the inquest, the second witness came up and said words to the effect of to be legal, you know, to not legally be republishing the inquest. I get that in a way, but is that okay? Like, do we need to? Like, can't we have the honest truth? And my big question was, why is no one, like Peter Folding leaked his sonar pictures? If you've got this stuff and you want the truth to be out there, why don't you just fucking leak it? And then let everyone else decide about whether to publish it, but at least let everyone see it and hear it. Like, the reality, the truth. Not your repackaged truth. Not your reprocessed truth. Not your changed words and altered truth. Because an altered truth is no longer the truth. I thought Penny wasn't at the inquest. See, I don't even know, like, off the top of my head now to critique that comment, but, you know, can't remember. But this is what I'm saying about that whole Truth Finders thing. Truth Finders, another generic name for a channel that sounds like another true crime channel, you know, yeah. And I'm going to believe you're really honest people because you're called Truth Finders. So when you and Eddy put together your little heads and present this information, which never happened, is the point that I'm making. He's just saying it then. He's going to work on this project. I think that project got blown out of the water because Super Chuffer dropped his video. And they were like, oh, we were going to work on this thing and put it out there and point at Penny. Now we've got to fucking point away from Ernie again. We've got to work on this. We are no longer able to work on our project because it's not so relevant, because it doesn't answer any of these questions. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that might have been, I might be wrong on that, of course. I don't really think that. I just said it then as a, like, you know, could be this, could be that. But something's wrong here. Something's wrong. And what he's planning to do and the way he's working on his little, never happened. He's a liar again. You know, I'm going to actually go out and make those videos with my cameras and stuff. It's slow at the moment because, like, we've got issues with our production team insofar as one of them had a fucking major operation and he's getting there now. But, like, you know, the recovery's been long, a lot longer than I thought it would be. That's my naivety. But in reality, like, you know, I'm going to achieve my goals. I'm not making hollow promises. But Eddy has said he's going to do this and he didn't. Just categorically didn't. And it's another manipulation because in this video, he doesn't know what's going to happen or what they're going to do. But he wants you to believe that he's going to be able to. If I say to you, listen, I'm just going to tell you now that Eddy's a fucking, like, for example, a paedophile or something, yeah? And I'm not going to give you the evidence now, but in the next 2 weeks, I will show you categoric evidence that he's been to the Philippines and all that, right, yeah? Then, like, you would say, oh,
if you believe me and you trust me, then you would say, oh, I don't know what's going to happen, but Eddie's a paedophile and someone's going to prove it. Yeah. So now that idea is seeded. Whereas I don't have to then go on and show you the proof, do I? Like, as an example, I wouldn't go on, but the idea was seeded, and you go, do you remember months ago when someone said that Eddie was a pedo and they got the proof, and this is like that. He's saying, I'm going to do something, we're going to do these videos and prove these things. So get that idea into your mind now, get ahead of this. Don't start thinking Super Chuff is right, I've got better proof on this other angle, and then he never came up with it or did it. So again, it's just a naive sort of manipulation. I don't like it, I really don't like it.
What about Ernie Bully being responsible for the death of his daughter so close to Christmas?
No, I didn't say he was responsible for the death. Well, we repeatedly drive this point home that Scott's a bad person because he said Ernie Bully's responsible for the death of his daughter. And like, why has that made you so eggy? Why do you need to do like? And it's not even what I said. It's a straw man. Like, it's so weird that.
I alluded to the fact that I could as a.
No, the fucked up thing is, I don't think Ernie Bully is directly responsible for the death of his daughter. I don't think he wanted her to be kidnapped. I don't think he wanted to fucking fuck up the process and her to end up dead. I don't think he wanted that. So I don't think he's directly responsible, do you know what I mean? Like, but maybe Eddie thinks that. Or maybe Eddie thinks that what is he doing? I think he's trying to make me sound bad, is basically what he's doing, to discredit the actual video, the actual work that was done there. And why does he need to discredit it? Because it throws shade towards certain people that he's been trying to protect the whole time.
Heartbreak.
This is where you said Eddie did live export. Sorry, Kitchen Warrior, I can't do it. Don't know. Streams on a tweet. I'll take it on board if I've said something.
How sad that Christmas is going to be around that table. You've got two beautiful girls going to go around there for their jelly and ice cream, and you've said that their granddad is the reason that their mother's dead, and yet have shown no concern for Louise, Harriet or Sophia that clearly are in danger. Now I'll tell you who's
Stop saying their names. And are they clearly in danger?
in danger now.
I don't know if they're clearly in danger. I don't know if that's...
In Ernie. Ernie is a good man. I said that before.
I put the fear of God in him, but his daughter going missing and turning up dead didn't.
And I stand by that.
Oh, you mean like I put the fear of God in him because people think...
Ernie is a good... Single-handedly have actually put the fear of God up in Ernie. Ernie is a good man. I said that before.
I put the fear of God in him.
It's a weird turn of phrase. The fear of God, right? He's saying that Ernie's afraid now. Why? Because people might go and batter down his door and burn down his house because they think he murdered Nicola Bully. No. I think Eddie's scared because the criminal conspiracy might come out. But these are only, listen, that's only, he's worried about his whatever bollocks he's been doing being exposed maybe. But that's only like a fantasy idea. It's only a campfire idea. I think realistically, on reflection today, like I said, that he's just butthurt and his ego just won't let him accept that Scott's good. And I had a poke at him at the end of the video and said, hey Eddie, what about this? Here's Psalm of David. And Eddie's not a very religious man and he's a nasty man and he doesn't like it. And Scott got loads of good comments and Brian Harvey said Scott was good. And now Eddie's not top dog in the Nicola Bully case anymore. Maybe it's that, Don't think he'd done a murder. I just wonder whether he's in a sort of fantasy reading of it, he could be pushing his agenda on YouTube because he doesn't want him or his friends to get caught. So he might be in it deeper than you think. And he might not have done the murder from New Zealand, but if there's a criminal gang and they're shipping drugs across the world, he might be the one in New Zealand that helps at one end. He might just be not that close to, but useful on the internet or different moving parts, I don't know. But why would you be so scared? I think he's accusing Ernie of having the fear of God. Does he know Ernie? Does he speak to Ernie? No. So is he just making this up to manipulate, to make us feel bad for Ernie so that people think Scott's bad? Or is he bringing fear into it because he is actually scared and he wants to deflect it onto Ernie because he can't say, I'm now really scared because Scott's getting close to the truth. But it feels to me like that. I've watched too many films.
But his daughter going missing and turning up, people think that he drove trucks and therefore he drove trucks. And again, you're all like, he's a good man, he's a heartbreaker. How do you know anything about him? Either you know him or you don't. And if you've just seen him once on the telly, then you don't know him. And I'm not saying he's a good man and a bad man because I've...
Do you know what? I kind of wish we were doing this about the Soham murders. Could you imagine if this situation was happening about the Soham murders and people on the internet said that... what was his name that did the Soham murders? Fuck, I can never remember his name. You always remember it in chat for me. bad chuffer, isn't it? Ian Huntley, that's it. Could you imagine if I'd gone on YouTube and said, that Ian Huntley looks dodgy. I bet he did the fucking murders, dodgy fucker outside his house. He looks like a paedophile. And then they did a documentary and said, that bad Scott said that Ian Huntley was a paedophile. That bad Scott said Ian Huntley might have done it. And that bad Scott, and Eddie had come on the internet and said, Ian Huntley's a great bloke. He's a lovely chap. He used to work at the school. He's a lovely guy. And then it turned out it was Ian Huntley. Well, this happens. Like, not many people defended Ian Huntley. We didn't have social media back then. But could you imagine if that had happened, like these days, what people would have said on social media? Like, imagine Eddie defending someone who he doesn't know at all from anyone else in the world in this way. It's a bit of a reach, isn't it? Because what happens if it turned out that Ernie... I'm not saying he did. It's ridiculous to think that Ernie pushed her in. But what happens if it turned out that way? Like, you'd have just pinned your absolute... nailed your flag to the mast of him being a great guy. And you don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about Ernie other than he's got trucking interests and those trucks involved in the animal thing. And like that to me is enough to say, like, I don't think the people that drive the trucks and ship the animals are nice people. Like, in my heart of hearts, I don't think they like have the same morality as me. And that's just me and veganism, isn't it? So I'll accept that not everyone feels that way, but you know, there are levels to it. You know, you can be a more moral animal husband or wife, you know what I mean, like animal person. You can be better or worse. Like, there are better and worse standards in that, aren't there? But the people at their end that were shipping them across on those ferries that were doing that, they would a pound of sheep. That's what they were thinking about, a pound of sheep. Cram them in, get them over there, get them killed. Like, so this is not the stream of Trish because he's not calling me a dopehead. Good shout, good shout. He's going to say something about it now, though,
Seen him once on the telly. I'm not saying...
Yeah, let's skim through this then. I've been doing it all day now for 5 hours and it's the wrong stream. But, you know, we want to look at all of them, don't we? So
he was this and how Ernie was that and making us feel that you knew.
And I asked all you chuffers as well if anyone knew which one it was, and none of you said so.
Even if you're 100% correct about Ernie, which you're not, why to make a...
Which you're not? What if you're not?
...video and put it out there 2 weeks before Christmas? I don't know.
It wasn't 2 weeks before Christmas. It was November, wasn't it? When did I release Nicola Buddy Case Solved? Was it December? It might have just been... I was like started it in November. Premiere December the 14th. No, it was 2 weeks before Christmas. Okay, fair enough. It was 2 weeks before Christmas. I didn't think of it as a Christmassy thing. December the 14th to me is not like, oh, it's my Christmas video. Like, it's just in December. But yeah, I'll accept that.
I didn't have the Christmas angle in my mind.
Yeah.
Is actually narcissistic. And even you must analyse yourself.
All right, listen, we all have narcissistic traits. Mine, a narcissist, whatever, something.
Alongside you and you debunk everything they're saying. I'd like you to put you on the other side of you and analyse you, because I don't know where you get off on some of the things that you say. Your comedy, as dark as it is, upsets and offends people. This is not comedy, what you've done there.
They don't have to watch it, and the same with the other stuff, and it's not like even offensive. Like me stating, I think this is Ernie's bullying, Ernie's feelings.
And you need to think about what you're saying. Now, you've already said that you're working on more videos to prove and to deliver another punch.
A punch? I didn't say that.
My view is if you've got me totally wrong, which you have, then what else have you got wrong? I mean, that's the only way I can really describe that. Your friend, Trisha Gelder.
Like, if I've got that right.
But I didn't say anything about Eddie. I got him wrong. I hadn't really got him anything, had I? Like,
what else have I got right?
Voice, I like the way you talk. You're very calm.
That's the way I feel about that.
I was going to say something about Trisha now.
Give you a shout out early on. I like your voice. I like the way you talk. You're a very calm influence, and people like your voice. I'll talk about grifters in a moment, about our channels grift for money and what they do. Probably a good time to do it actually at Christmas, because my channel is unmonetized, and you'll never ever hear me ask for anything.
Don't even fucking start on that. SMR is a slave to the algorithm. No, not.
I talk about Trisha Gelder and, you know, what's wrong with a couple of things she said, and I'll also talk about Vicky Marie again, because I love doing that. I love talking about channels that don't allow anyone on their channel talking about channels, but they can talk about channels, but they don't mention the channel, but you know who they're talking about.
That's totally unfair. I'm not doing it all the right thing to.
A shout out here to anyone out there that keeps giving money to channels that will.
He is wearing a wig.
Tell you how grateful they are.
Or it might be hair transplant.
For the money that you're giving them, and that you're helping their channel grow. Let me explain to you that you are not making or helping their channel grow.
Right, giving me money doesn't directly help my channel. Go and I can streams.
Really attacking the audience now, isn't he?
You know, I know I'm talking years here.
No, did you get me a tip, please?
It doesn't look like this and this. production quality, more what's out, media content, me to thing. Do you know?
Shut up, Scott.
Go on holiday, buy a car, buy new...
Right, okay, fine. He's not...
grifting for your money. When you get channels, and, you know, a big hello to Vicky Marie, who's, you know, I know she's upset that I dug her out, and I really do apologise for digging a single channel out, because there's lots of channels like you out there, Vicky. I'm just using you as an example because you talk about Nicola Bulley every single day of your life. You wake up, and as soon as your eyes are open, lipstick, powder and paint goes on, brush it.
You know what, this annoys me as well, is because if Vicky Marie wants to talk about Nicola Bulley every day and she's got something to say every day, not like Harsh, where he's just like, let's regurgitate 15 minutes of bullshit for another video, but like, you know, when she should. And I think he was worried about where she was going with it, and so he wanted to push her off the pot. And like, by giving her these, like, it does work this way. This is the documentary work this way with Vicky specifically, right? Not being mean about Vicky, but as an example, before the documentary, the Nicola Bulley documentary that slated all the social media and said we shouldn't talk about things, she was happier to talk about things. Like, and then with the Victoria case, when Victoria went missing and her bag, and like, Vicky was quite astute there when she was talking about it, but she was very reticent to sort of go anywhere with it and to explore any ideas. She was just like, well, we don't know anything, we've learned our lesson from Nicola Bulley, we shouldn't talk about it. And so she didn't really go into much depth in any direction, and it felt like she had been silenced by the documentary in her heart, like that her drive and fire for just saying what she thought was tempered by that documentary and its argument, you know. So, you know, this idea that like you attack someone for doing a load of videos about a subject, well, their response to that would be maybe to make fewer videos about the subject, wouldn't it? Like, is that what you want her to do? Why?
Hair or stick a wig on, Nicola Bulley.
Oh my God, Eddie! Is he doing this? Serious? You don't want his talking about channel growth. Eddie's obviously above channel at the moment. I mean, like, it's annoying all the on the nuts it really. He does it's about.
She's upset that I dug her out, and I really do apologise for digging a single channel out, because there's lots of channels like you.
I do apologise, but I'm about to say something really nasty.
Vicky, I'm just using you as an example because you talk about Nicola Bulley every single day of your life. You wake up, and as soon as your eyes are open...
She doesn't talk about Nikki every day of her life. She does all sorts of different things. Yeah, so that sort of is a fucking wig, am I?
This is Wiggate.
Like, what? Fight, Edward.
It goes on. Brush your hair or stick a wig on, Nicola Bulley.
Because he said she was wearing a wig. Apparently she does wear, like, you know, costume wigs sometimes. I didn't know, but apparently he was referring to a costume wig. But I thought he meant that she was just wearing a fucking wig generally.
Stick a wig on? Did he say stick a wig on? On it, did this man say stick a wig on? Like, you can see here at the side of his head where the hair is all grey, yeah? And that's his natural hair at the side of his head. And then on this side you can see the same, the side of his head where it's natural grey. And then just under this little flick of hair that flicks over to the side there, just under it you can see the completely bald pate of balding Eddie. I mean, I'm not being mean, this is the real hair that I can see on the screen, yeah? I'm a hairdresser. And then here you've got what seems like very fine hair that's sort of flicked over to cover that on that side there as well. I mean, you could call it is it a comb over? I don't know if you could call it a comb over. It's just, I mean, my hair's going to thin, I'm going to go bald, so, you know, when I do come back to this video and say, oh, you said he was bald and now...
Alright, Wiggate, yeah.
My life. I'm in it.
And then grift for money. But here's the problem with that. When you have at the bottom of your screen, just about here, you have like a children in need charity bar going along, telling people to give you money, buy your merchandise. You pick up that mug, that empty mug every day with your face on it. Not pretentious in any way. You've got a mug with your face on it. Or you have a couple of mouthfuls of nothing and then put your mug down. There's nothing in the cup. It's pathetic.
I thought I was going to have to say thank you for the tippies then, but that was back in the past as well. Thank you for the tippies though, Snippies. Back in the past.
And this bar at the bottom that even tells people how to give you money directly into your PayPal
Thank you, Snippies.
account. Let me reach out to the people that are giving you money now. Let me talk to the old age pensioners that are going, isn't Vicky sweet? Let me give her some money. Do yourself a favour if you really want to give anyone any money, and give it to your local hospice that need it. Give it to the children.
Do you know what, Eddie?
This really annoys me as well, is what he's doing is he's trying to, in the art of war, you would say to choke your opponent's supply of resource. And they basically think if they can stop you from getting money on the internet for your content, then you're not going to do it as much. Like, this is a manipulation. It's really weird. It's like Eddy works for a fucking Politburo or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, so he wants people to stop giving. I think of it like that. Maybe that's because I'm like logical, and maybe it's more emotional than that. Maybe he's just angry she's getting money, you know? Because this is a reasonable argument for anyone. Like, how could you argue with this? I should come on the internet and say, hey, don't give the money to the charity, give it to me. Like, that's an awful thing for me to say. So what a clever argument. But we give money to charity through the stream. Like, we're good people who do that. You don't do that, Eddy. And like, other people can say, oh, you know, privately I give money to charity, so I'm a good person. But come on, like, it's just like, you can't attack her for receiving her money, and you can't, like, what he wants to do is he wants the audience to think I should give my money to a charity and not to Vicky. Same with Scotty. You know, you should give your money to a charity, not to Scotty. Give some of your money to a charity, give some of your money to Scotty. You know, it's not like a binary black or white decision, but he's trying to undermine that resource for the streamer. He's trying to dig away, and not just at Vicky to make her feel sad, but at the people who might help to support her. You know, he's trying to influence, he's trying to seed doubt and ideas, and it's nasty, isn't it? But it's motivated by something more than, I mean, is it? Well, to me, it's motivated by more than ego, but it might be simply his ego. I'm so thrown by what he's saying. Sorry, like, and I don't want to make it about me, but like,
money now. Let me talk to the old age pensioners that are going. Isn't Vicky?
Give it to the local hospice. Yeah. Good point, Snippies. The hospice. One of the people. Like, as it. And then when we did give a load of money to charity, right? When I helped Andrasta Wolf just out of charitable, you know, personal charity, that got thrown back in my face, hard style. When I did a charity drive for Lydia, which is she was doing her own charity campaign, he criticised before. He said, don't give him the money so he can give it to charity. Just give it straight to the charity. So we did that. Like, Lydia's drive was in her name on the internet. I encouraged you to give her go straight there and to do that. And we helped, and it was good. And I'm happy with it, yeah? And then he criticised Lydia in a song. So, and then he said that I was bad for helping her with her charity because I was just doing it and I was using her in some way. Like, you know, you can't win with these people, can you? You know?
And actually, what we get a really, like,
and all the while, how much have you ever seen Eddy do for anyone else other than himself, ever? Does he ever think about anyone other than himself? Does he ever talk about anyone other than himself and his own sense of importance and ego and, you know, I'm doing this and I'm a great person, that? Like, does he ever care? Like,
people are, and we call attention to them, but like, this is just bizarre from Eddy.
Do yourself a favour if you really want to give anyone any money, and give it to your local hospice that need it. Give it to the Children's Cancer Research Fund.
Don't give it to those people at the hospice. They're all going to die. That's a waste of money. They're all fucking dead anyway. That's a waste of money, if anything. Give it to the children now. Give it to the children at the children's. I'm joking, of course. It's not a waste of money, obviously, comforting people. I was joking, but like, women wanted the other for your hungry them on your fucking
Ormond Street kids.
All right, I'll give it to Great Ormond Street kids then. Fucking hell, can we just have the? Are you going to sit down next to Auntie June and pull a cracker or not? Because if not, you can sit at the kids' table this year.
You know, give it to a well-worth cause. Give it to someone that really, really will benefit.
Do you know how he can't name a well-worth cause, and he remembered Great Ormond Street, but does he give to Great Ormond Street? He doesn't know which charity you should give it to because he doesn't regularly donate to charity. He doesn't have one on his mind. He hasn't got a list of, like, you know, 3 or 4 that he's like could jump to. He can't even list more than 2.
I'm a fucking well-worth cause. So
open up your laptop, open up your computer, put your TV on, and watch your news.
They wouldn't watch Juicy True Crime if they did. But you have to accept even this. Coming in true crime. Sometimes I know he. And then I.
Do you?
No, I agree.
Shut up, Eddy.
Me.
Talk to a family member. I want to. Let me ask you all this. How many out there of you? And you can put the comments down below there. How many of you out there have given money to charity against a channel? How many of you have given money to a channel instead of charity and then regretted not giving that money to charity?
What's he going on about, man? The man's sick. People are giving me money while he's doing it.
The thing about this is, so I have
I explain opportunity cost and how it's not exactly a solid argument for this. But don't worry.
Because people are...
Starts at home. If you want to give your money to anyone, give it to a granddaughter, a grandson, a sister, a mother, a grandfather. Give it to someone that may really need it. Not someone that just sits behind a computer every single day of their life. Video after video after boring video.
And there he could, you know what, annoyingly, there he puts down the exact reason why you should give me the fucking money, because I fucking churn out content and you enjoy watching it. That's the basic premise, isn't it? If you find value in it and you want to help support it, like, I'm not doing some like mad grift. It's just people enjoy it. It's a bit of a gratuity. Like, you tip the fucking cab driver, like... Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like Eddie's going around saying to people, don't give that fucking cab driver any extra money. He's just going to spend it on fucking cups of tea. You know, why is he angry about people being generous? Doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah.
Talking about Nicola Bulley.
And there's a good point.
Yeah. Slippy. Sometimes you'll say, pub. We're
going to get on to Trisha
a damn nuisance, sending garbage messages on his face.
He's talking about Vicky.
Opinion of Peter Fordin. I would have liked him to have come forward sooner. I mean, I believe his hands were tied, but I'm not going to go there on that. Peter Fordin...
Hands were tied. I think Nikki's hands were tied.
That doesn't mean he's a bad person. And yes, he does have a lot to fight for. He's not going to win the battle. I mean, I think the police force will just carry on closing him down. But for channels to be name-calling, calling him a clown, and other vulgarities, it's ridiculous. I'm sipping all over the place here because there's been so many messages. You know, people saying to me, please give me your take on Scott. We really like Scott, but we don't know what to make of this video. We really don't.
That's a lie. That's a lie. No one's giving him messages saying, please talk about Scott because we don't know what to think about him. Hey, Eddie, I'm just an audience member and I don't really know what to think about Scott. So could you make a video to tell me? No. But I do think he might have been getting messages saying, hey, you've got to get on this Scott thing. Don't you think, the way he said that? It's weird, isn't it? Or it might just be his lie, his gaslighting lie. This is gaslighting again. The narcissistic trait of like the narcissistic practice of gaslighting, where you make people think things and make them think they're mad and all this. Like, the reason Eddie has to do this is not because potentially no one sent him any messages telling him what to do, and even if they did, he doesn't have to do this. Yeah, but he's saying the reason he's doing it is because of other people and their messages. So it means it's not his fault, because a narcissist's never at fault anyway, are they? It can't be because Eddie just wanted to do it. It can't be because his fucking paymasters told him to do it. It must be because other people in the audience deserve this. You know? Eddie can't monetize. He could have monetized his chit-chat about Nikki Bully, but even then he used copyright material that wasn't his in there. But he can't monetize any of his content because it's all copyright material courtesy of someone else.
I'm sipping all over the place here because there's been so many messages. You know, people saying to me, please give me your take on Scott. We really like Scott, but we don't know what to make of this video. We really don't. It's picking up momentum. He's going to do a follow-up video. He was probably waiting for people like me to open my big mouth. Even though
in terms of doing a follow-up,
no, is that covered that?
You're right. You give shout-out to channels that turn into morons, you say, or idiots. That's probably what you're saying about my channel.
I didn't say that. I've never said morons and idiots, have I?
And that's exactly what he wants to do. I said that Rustic Rach turned out to be a nutter. It's not the worst thing in the world to call someone, but now he calls her a moron and an idiot, and she's like, yeah, he's calling me a moron and an idiot, so now she hates me even more. It's, again, manipulation stirring.
Like, quite a lot of the things that
he is a fucking knob, isn't he?
Stuff here slightly is the word.
Done that. I actually clicked on the buttons and it said, do I want to hide, delete? And I clicked delete, and unfortunately when I tried to reinstate that original Eddie's Final Break,
this is the lie again.
I clicked delete the channel. It was accidentally.
Is the word I use.
My supporters. I don't have as many as you now. I biffed the channel. It was accidentally done that. I actually clicked on the buttons and it said, do I want to hide, delete? And I clicked delete. And unfortunately, when I tried to reinstate that original Eddie's Final Break, I got actually...
What about... That's a lie. Because I could show you now, but I don't want to risk deleting one of my channels. But you've all got YouTube accounts. If you go and try and delete your YouTube account, it won't let you. You have to type in your name. He says, are you sure? Because this is not a reversible thing. Double check and type in your agreeable name, and like you type in, I don't know, because I haven't typed in my name, so I don't want to delete my fucking account, do I? I wouldn't dare, mess with it, and then try and reinstate it. Didn't realise you can't accidentally delete your account. So why did he tell that lie?
The channel. It was accidentally done that. I actually clicked on the buttons and it said, do I want to hide, delete? And I clicked delete.
But I checked this time. I checked what it looks like because I wanted to make sure I knew what he was, because I didn't know because I'd not deleted. So I checked, and you have to type in your name.
And Unfortunately, when I tried to reinstate that original Eddy's Final Break, I got actually
What about when it says, are you sure, yes, no? Did you accidentally click yes on that as well?
email from YouTube telling me that once you delete a channel, it's gone, it's history. And they explained to me how to hide a channel if you want to ever hide a channel. So I hid this channel. And I actually did originally put my subscriber base back to zero. I've actually noticed today that YouTube have put my subscribers back up there. So if you are subscribed to me, you
I don't believe he did delete the channel. I believe he's hidden it and it still exists, all of it.
want to be, go into your YouTube and you...
Hang on. Oh, you hid it, and then when you brought it back, now the subscribers are back from the old... I don't know. Yeah.
Scroll down on your subscriber base, how many you've got, and if you right-click on that or just open the channel briefly, you can unsubscribe. I'm okay with that, okay? I'm okay.
No one cares.
I don't want your money. I don't want any of your money. It's Christmas, for crying out loud. Stop giving it to channels that don't need your money.
Oh, my God.
They want your money, but they don't need your money. They're already monetized. They're already getting money from YouTube's... And they're not getting much, because you need a lot of views, but...
Yeah.
Membership, I might as well just watched it the day after.
The whole point is you're trying to give members something astral, where he had a really eggy Christmas, didn't he? Also, you're doing.
Trisha is a tarot card reader. Now, me personally,
And the thing is, if you don't want to do that, and you're doing like some special channel because you're just trying to save donkeys and like do it, believe, that's fine. And like, they're cheap. Go out like, oh, this is Trisha now.
a load of bollocks.
Oh.
Personally, just me personally, okay? Now, I know a lot of you will go, no, Eddie, no, I've met some really good tarot card readers.
Right, this is the other thing that's fair though. In fairness, where's my tarot cards? Then you don't go to shit, dead 50 quid, fit yourself. The G, say qua, you know, a little bit of seasoning of magic, let's say, that some people do believe in, get a lot out of the world. And at the for me, gets Eve, soul, everything with a bit of bollock fair. I would say time to cast judgment again. And there are people though that I say, you know, let's be fair. I would say this about some other supposed psychics out there, like the Jason Dean Rothwells of this world. I would, you know. So I can see that Eddie's saying about Trisha. So I think we've got to be careful here. If you're going to be in Trisha's world, or even my world, because I've sometimes done some tarot stuff on streams, I think you have to accept that people are going to call it bollocks. But we'll see how far and deep he goes.
Me personally, and not you, okay? How can I put this politely? I think they're a load of bollocks. Personally. Just me personally, okay? Now, I know a lot of you will go, no, Eddie, no, I've met some really good tarot card readers. Well, let's take Trisha Gelder just for a minute.
And there's another part of this, right, which is that Trisha has never asked me for any money.
Shut up, Scott.
She's offered us somewhere else. More, but if you want to come in and chat to me and like cost there, of course, no, as the and serve audit your car magic one. Anyone's as far as I've talked.
I talk a lot, don't I?
For my
I just want to hear what Eddie's saying.
She's not idea that as far as I tried to worry about.
I'm not saying Trisha, you're...
But like,
maybe that's why people get annoyed at watching my React videos. I do see it, but then again, like, I'm not offering Eddie's unadulterated content here, am I? I'm offering my React videos. So if you want to see what Eddie's saying unadulterated, I guess you've got to watch his video. But then people don't want to go and watch his video, and it doesn't exist anymore, so they have to watch mine. So maybe that's why they get eggy. Like in the future, I might leave things to play a little bit more, and then come back and critique them a bit more. Like in chunks like that. Right. I mean, it's much more fair use this way, isn't it? But anyway,
yeah.
She's got quite a big audience for, and I'm not saying, Trisha, you're bollocks for 1 minute, okay? I'm just giving you a shout.
You just did.
Out because you called me a narcissist. In fact, you compared me with an ex-thug of a boyfriend.
There we go. So he's angry about Trisha because she started on him first. Is that right?
Used to around, like throw cup, a narcissist. In fact, you compared me with an ex-thug of a boyfriend that used to around, like,
thug of a boyfriend, so he knows about it then. He pretended after this event that he didn't know that this boyfriend was so bad and had done the domestic violence. Well, he just called him a thug.
Throw cups at...
Oh, okay. I see. So this is going to come out really badly and Eddie's going to be really cross about this, but you're saying that Trisha compared you to someone in her life who was aggressive and confrontational and didn't take negative feedback well, and you're doing it in a sort of aggressive, confrontational, tantrum sort of way. So she's going to feel vindicated in the way you're responding here, that at least you had the right judgment call. You could have calmed the fuck down before you did this, and it could have come across a lot better. Yeah.
I've even had people say, oh, but Eddie, when Eddie does these, he looks right into the camera. Where do you want me to look? I'm looking at the camera because that's where the camera is, okay? I'm talking to you all. Where do you want me to look? So Trisha says that I remind her of a thug of an ex-boyfriend that sort of would throw cups around, smash walls, smashed an oven door once by throwing a chair through it, and all the rest of it. She compared me with this person.
he later said that he didn't think, domestic violence. He didn't really realise he was he didn't realise he'd done all these other bad things. It's just that level. I think he just wasn't saying the other bad things, but he knew what Trisha was talking about. And also, that's enough. People shouldn't be throwing cups, smashing doors, oven doors. That's enough. That counts as domestic. That's like putting the fear in, doing the aggression in the home. It's enough. It's not like there are levels of domestic violence where he wasn't bad enough at domestic violence, so it's still an okay joke. I didn't know he actually went this far with domestic violence. It's enough, Eddie. But you're going to protect yourself by saying that I only thought he threw cups and smashed oven doors. I didn't realise he hit you and did the other things. So therefore my joke wasn't as bad. No, your joke was still your pointed barb was still bad.
There's a couple of things wrong with that. Number one, Trisha Gelder does not know me from a bar of soap. I have never ever thrown a matchstick across the room. I certainly would never ever damage my or anyone else's home when I was in that home. I'm passionate. I was brought up in the East End of London, and
when I was in that home.
From a bar of soap. I have never ever thrown a matchstick across the room. I certainly would never ever damage my or anyone else's home when I was in that home.
When I was in that home.
I'm passionate. I was brought up in the East End of London, and we were brought up to be
passionate. Again, you hide your violence, your aggression. It's a narcissist thing. It's I'm going to do something horrible and nasty, and then after I've done it, I'm going to say that's just because I love you. I'm passionate about it. I'm sorry that we had this huge row and I smashed up your stuff. I'm just passionate about it. It's not passion. It's rage. It's anger. Passion's like when you love something and you want to give it a lot of kisses. Rage and toxicity is not passion, and you dress it up as passion, you pretend it's passion because you don't want to admit what it really is.
Just say how it is. A bit like the Yorkshire guys, they're kind of tough as well, tough exterior. You have a tough upbringing like I did, it makes you fight for everything you've got. And
it's going to then be levelled at you that being boorish and rude because of...
if you've had a tough upbringing, you'll fight for everything you've got. Okay, but get over it and grow up then. Yeah? You can't just say, I had problems when I was a kid, so I'm allowed to be a nasty person. You have to accept it. That's gaslighting again. This guy must be a fucking arsehole to live with.
Social circumstance through upbringing is something that you can throw off and you don't have to take on as a sort of personality trait. And that we all agree. Use of passion.
What I'm like, I'm a bit passionate. I just say how it is. I say it how
and often passionate. I don't like the use of passion. We've all got to be careful. I'm going to say so that a bit.
My video now. Some of you out there that will disagree with my point of view, and there'll be some that will totally agree. If you disagree, that's fine. You don't have to be watching my video now. I don't need your money. I don't want to be monetized. I'm never ever monetizing. Listen to those words. You will never get me monetized. I don't want anything from YouTube. I do want justice for Nicola. When Scott Jessup, who's put out quite...
So why are you doing your fucking videos now then? Do you really want justice? Do you think she got that justice then, or you walked away? You weren't doing it justice for Nicola. You're doing it for status. You're doing it. You create the YouTube channel to make yourself feel good because the numbers and the people talking to you in chat, maybe the community, the people that like the music or whatever. But I think it's about some sense of status and also creating this illusion that you're worth listening to and that you're just a normal, nice guy. I like cakes. Hey, I like cakes and I like records. And have you heard my opinion on this strong, important thing? Bit of influence. I think you want to be an influencer.
Slanderous statement that because of Ernie Bully, his daughter is dead.
You keep saying it. It's you that's saying it. I didn't say that. The slanderous statement is that you're saying that I said it.
I think he also said that Paul Kidd
talks about him in the Ernie.
His partner, Nicola Bully. Not once. I dare anyone to come up with any proof. Never have I ever said Paul Ansell murdered his partner, Nicola Bully.
No, but just like Allan, you were like, I can't say this on the internet because I might get in trouble. But who do we know and how do we know and this and that? Like, you fucking went really close to it.
Not once. I dare anyone to come up with any proof.
Well, Penny's going to be having a nice Christmas when she said that she did it.
If I ever said that. I have never, ever said that. I did say that he was acting strange. I did say, through a work in progress, why did he do this? Maybe he did that. Maybe they're covering that up, but not...
So there we go. It's that liar again. This is like you said, that dry spell, you got it right. Come back with a bunch of flowers and let's start it all over again. I never said this, but I did say this, this and this, and okay. You have to say to them then, don't you? You have to say, okay, you're right. You never said that. And I got, in the argument, you got the right vibe from them, didn't you? You knew that he was saying Paul was a murderer, but he never said it. So now we have to all agree that Eddie was right and he never said it. But deep down, he knows and we know that we all thought he was saying it and he said it that way, so we all thought it. So it's the same as saying it. You just won't admit it. because you're a coward. That's the only difference. Scott's such a bad person because he said what he thought. Eddie's not a bad person because he wouldn't quite say what he thought, but he made you think that he thought it, and he crept around in the creepy. That's worse, Eddie. It's worse. In a crime, if you do a crime, right, when they do crimes and they text each other on the encrypt chat or whatever, yeah, like the secret messages, if you do a crime and you're like, I'm going to, like, for example, the drugs thing, you know, I'm going to import 100 kilograms of marijuana or whatever, like, I'm not. That'd be fucking insane. But like if you did that, that's doing the crime, yeah? But then if you text someone about it and you say, hey, I've got 100 boxes of that stuff coming, and they text you back and say, what, that stuff? Oh, then they're talking in code on the text. Now they're a conspiracy in the crime. It's that word, conspiracy, but they're actually conspiring and they're creating a secret code, and they know what they're talking about. So that's actually another crime on top. The conspiracy to commit the crime. It's part of a thing. Like, it's a layer of it. Like being secret and doing what you're doing in that is you're creating the conspiracy without nailing the fucking thing. You won't say it, but you are making everyone think it, and that makes you a fucking coward, a manipulator, an influencer, whatever you want to call it. But you're a sicko, and I just call you out for being a sicko, and I say things as they are, and that's why you hate me. Christmas, when she said that she did it.
If I ever said that. I have never, ever said that. I did say that he was acting strange. I did say, through a work in progress, why did he do this? Maybe he did that. Maybe they're covering that up. But not once did I say that he was solely responsible for the disappearance and then the death of his partner, Nicola Bulley. Not once. Not once. So those of you in Christopher's blog that keep doing it, the trolls in his blog that have become the gatekeepers themselves with this neurotic universe.
Okay, I'm just going to have to quickly introduce you to so that you can... You don't have to cross if you don't want to.
Ex-university grad, a failed teacher from Nottingham. I mean, where do I start with him?
Did you just call him a failed teacher from Nottingham? So he's doxing him again. He's trying to show like that he's got this file on Chris and he knows all this stuff about him. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to scare Chris.
You start talking about him, I will in a moment. But let me just clear this up with you. Let me just clear this up about...
Not solely responsible. Did you catch that? He said Emma was involved too. Good shout.
The impact.
Like, he's like furious and nervous in this one, isn't he? Like, it's like his reaction to my video has made him really angry, and he's got sloppy and he's nervous. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know that I'm living in two worlds here. Part of me is like campfire thinking he's involved in some way. And the other part of me, more realistically, thinks that he's just a massive egotist twat. But both sides of it, like, he's like fighting, like you said, you grow up poor, you have to fight for everything. He's fighting his corner here, he's fighting for his life. And maybe it's not, like I say, maybe he's not an agent. Maybe he's not involved in a conspiracy to supply drugs. You know, maybe he's just really fighting for his status on YouTube because I've exposed him as being an idiot and a weirdo. And I've had a poke at him on Super Chuffer. And he's like, oh my God, all the people that watch that Super Chuffer video, 70,000 of them are going to think, who's this Eddie he's poking at? That Eddie's a twat. They get the vibe. He gets the vibe. Oh no. I'm not going to be called a twat in public by that Super Chuffer. I'm going to lash out. I'm going to lash out.
What words can have on YouTube?
Yeah, and he burned his channel, right? He would rather lash out and manipulate the Nicola Bulley narrative. Like, his priorities were Nicola Bulley narrative and lashing out, and then being popular on YouTube, as he says, you know, monetization or no, irrelevant to him. He was prepared to burn the channel, and all the work he's doing with it, again, now to build up that channel, you know, to build it up to wolf in sheep's clothing. We create a channel, it's just nice music. It attracts a certain demographic of people. People of a certain age, interested in this music, who like cakes, nice people, you know, whatever. And then later on, when something happens, when the next thing that he needs to talk about on the internet happens, he can go into action and start influencing. But last time, he had to burn it. This is like being an agent, because Eddie's Vinyl Break Volume 1, that had to go in the bin because he burned it. He came out, he did this stuff, it went wrong. He has to put it in the bin, throw it away, and start again from scratch. So he didn't worry about burning it, because at some point he went too far, and his muffin mod said to him, you have to stop now. And he said, instead of stopping, let's burn this to the ground. Let's go out with a big bang, let's burn it to the ground. And then I'll go away and I'll come back and, you know, do my little channel. And he's become a fucking... his first attack on Scott didn't work, and you would think he'd have to just like the Muffin Mod would say, well, you've been burned, you haven't worked, you're a busted flush, sorry, but you're cut. And he's like, no, don't, let me have another go, I can still do it, I can still be a troll, I can still hurt him. You know, it feels like that shit's going on. But yeah, the channel's been burned, he's a burn. Yeah.
Just throw stuff out there.
But he's quite prepared to do that. His rage, his ego, and I'm saying more than being an agent. You know, I'm joking about that. I'm talking you know, I keep saying it to reiterate it because they're going to say Scott thinks he's an agent, you're paranoid. But you know, you have to question all these things, I guess. Question the narrative, isn't it? But really, I think deep down at his core is this fucking ego, isn't it? It's this sad man who's sad and is angry. Like
you've done, Scott. The damage is not always just today. Harriet and Sophia will grow up. They will become young teenagers, old teenagers, in their 20s, and they'll come across your video. And of course, by then, maybe when they hit 20...
They won't come across yours, though, will they? Because you deleted it, but you let everyone think all those things and caused other people to make videos and talk and talk and talk. Maybe. But, you know,
happy with that video and some of the things that you've said.
Yeah.
Most people that you've got on your side is about the animal cruelty. Everyone should stand united about that. I don't believe that animals should be used in the way they are. It makes my stomach churn with how disgusting those places are. I'm with you 100%.
Right, and then what about the people who remove the protesters from those places and remove the protesters from the trucks? And then what about...
It's cruel on a family that's already heartbroken. And I'm going to keep saying that until someone out there says, Eddie's right, you know. That was a low blow. It really was a low blow.
You see,
Patricia Gelder,
okay, we'll get back to Tricia, but why does he now need to make it his crusade to be mean to Scott, to take down what Scott said? Because in realistic terms, he can't hurt me. Like, maybe he's so confident or cocksure in this way. Like, you know, he could do the manipulation on the community thing. You know, there's like a people in chat thing he can do and like slow down some progress maybe or whatever. But I wasn't going to make 10 more videos like hammering this point. I wasn't going to make it my crusade. I want justice for Nikki, and I want to expose or disclose as much truth as I can discover. But like, you know, I got other things to do in my life too. And I think he just thought that I was going to turn into like an Allan Chris Watts. I was going to be Scott Nicobully, and I was going to like go deeper and harder, and it was going to get worse and worse for him in whatever way. So he sought to undermine it. You know, it became his campaign and his crusade to attack Scott. But I think that because, again, I think it's what I like. Other than him being a fucking psychotic nutter, I gave him too much credence. You know, I gave him too much. I think, you know, I gave him too much respect that he wouldn't just be a fucking psychotic nutter doing it because he's butthurt. Because I thought he'd have been grown up and just been able to be over that. But no, maybe it is just that. You know. Yeah. Luke got his job. You're right. You know, Luke came on the scene and started as well. But they work in situ. Like, you know, yeah, you're right there as well, though. You know, it's funny, but kind of maybe right. I don't know. Like, oh, he says this about Luke, but Luke doesn't do any content about him. But he did. He did. And he tried to get another YouTuber to be engaged in it. And when it didn't work, he changed tack. And the trick is you attack from the sidelines. You don't attack head on your channel because it makes you look bad. So you attack from the sidelines, sneaky. Hacks. Wait, are we saying that is he saying that I contrived to find somebody who I thought looked like Ernest and then just lie about it? Like, because that's obviously not what's happened, is it? Like, you can all see why I thought that either believed Ernest or he thought even failing conjecture. I think it's
her boyfriend. And without knowing me at all, she's already judged me on that one video. She knows who I am. She knows everything about me.
Tricia Gelder again. Me to have that.
Without
like 9 months of covering this.
She says that I'm a narcissist, I remind her of her boyfriend. And without knowing me at all, she's already judged me on that one video. She knows who I am. She knows everything about me because she's a tarot card reader. Yet the thug of a boyfriend that she lived with, and the relationship was as bad as it was. Not
Eddie, what it is it's not the tarot card reader, and the same with Vicky Marie Chats on this, is it's coming. It's coming here, isn't it, Red Fan? You said this wasn't the one, but this is the one, isn't it? I don't even know it's coming in this edit. Like, you know, in this, I didn't watch these things in advance so that I can react fresh. But oh my God, I can't believe he's about to say this. I can't believe he's about to say this. He knows what he's doing. Not down with this. And unlike my reaction to him, he recorded this. He had a chance to change it. He uploaded it. Like, I've done videos before with the ASMR where, I mean, I was possibly done them with the Super Job, but like with the ASMR, I was really picky about stuff, like really picky. So if there's like a dog barking or a cough, it's going to spoil the video. So I'd take them all out in the edit, yeah? And then sometimes I would upload a video and I'd watch it myself before I pressed go live. I'd like, with my headphones, watch my entire video, and I'd notice something, like an hour into a very long whispering video or something, I cough, or, you know, I forgot to edit out that bit, or, you know, drop a glass or something, I don't know, you know, a little thing. But I think, right, that's got to come down. It's going to take me another 2 days to render it all and upload it again, because I was on the old computer and old YouTube, you know, my internet was slower. It's going to take me another 2 days, or I could just leave it. And I think it's got to come down. I've got to, you know, it's got to be right. I've got to, you know, and like, so you have that opportunity. The uploading process affords you that. You can watch your own video a number of times before it's even going live. You know, you've got time. And I'm assuming he had that chance and he thought, this is fine, because he planned to do it. So, like, I just, you know, this is where it gets into a new level of sick for me, is that, like, to not filter this, you know, to not have calmed down afterwards and thought, well, that's pretty bad, you know. And this is why I think that he doesn't, you know, when he said that stuff about Princess Dia's brains being bashed in on the road, or Nicky Bully would bloat and float, or, you know, I don't think he has that filter mentally to know that it's wrong, because I think he's a bit of a sicko. I think he could pretend to be a nice guy, but when it comes to actually doing the sick things that just accidentally roll off the tongue because he can't filter them, and sometimes when he can filter them, he still thinks they're fine. That's the problem with Eddy. Like, like, they throw at me that I'm a bit sick because maybe sometimes I take a joke too far or say something a bit, you know, dark on a joke. Yeah, but at least everyone knows I'm fucking joking. You know what I mean? It's not the same, is it? It's not the same at all. I don't even have to defend myself. It's not about me, but you know what I mean? Like, I just thing, like, and like, when you feel it, you know. Yeah.
Once did she think, when she was on her own, you know what I might do? You know, I think I might read his tarot cards. Jack, I've read the tarot cards, and it says that you're not.
Oh my God! Wait, he does this he does a voice. This again, psychology now that I didn't notice at the time. He's doing the voice, so this is another level of like, he's not just, you know, oh, this has happened, I'll say that, you know, bit of an off-color comment, but he's imagining the process. He's picturing himself as that woman. You know, he's doing the voice, he's inhabiting the character, and he treats it with such contempt. And that's the body language here. You can see on his nose here, he's pulling up here these, you see those lines that come up, and he's doing that with his nose. Yeah, that's contempt. That's contempt.
I think I might read his tarot cards. Jack, I've read the tarot cards, and it says that you're not a nice person and our relationship is over. No. Couldn't do that, right? The tarot cards didn't help her then, but the tarot cards have helped her.
Whoa. Obviously, this video is going to get deleted, isn't it, Eddy? So let's just hear that again.
His tarot cards. And without knowing me at all, she's already judged me on that one video. She knows who I am. She knows everything about me because she's a tarot card reader. Yet the thug of a boyfriend that she lived with, and the relationship was as bad as it was. Not once did she think, when she was on her own, you know what I might do? You know, I think I might read his tarot cards. Jack, I've read the tarot cards, and it says that you're not a nice person and our relationship is over. No. Couldn't do that, right? The tarot cards didn't help her then.
I'm going to take it back to my first reaction as well, because it was off camera then.
Right, the tarot cards didn't help her then.
I mean, obviously this is recorded already. This is a video of mine that we're re-watching, but like, my reaction just says it all, I think. Like, we're different people, me and Eddy.
Not a nice person and our relationship is over. No. Couldn't do that, right? The tarot cards didn't help her then, but the tarot cards have helped her.
Whoa. Obviously, this video is going to get deleted, isn't it, Eddy? So let's just hear that again.
His tarot cards. And without knowing me at all, she's already judged me on that one video. She knows who I am. She knows everything about me because she's a tarot card reader. Yet the thug of a boyfriend that she lived with, and the relationship was as bad as it was. Not once did she think, when she was on her own, you know what I might do? You know, I think I might read his tarot cards. Jack, I've read the tarot cards, and it says that you're not a nice person and our relationship is over. No. Couldn't do that, right? The tarot cards didn't help her then.
I'm sorry, Trisha. I imagine hearing this, you're actually feeling really bad now. So, like, you've got loads of friends around you, and you're not in that place anymore. And people like Eddy can do this sort of thing on their own in their room with their records. But, like,
they're not in our direct line of, like, you know, they're not like here now doing it in real life. So, but yeah, I imagine it just makes you feel the things that you used to feel, I suppose. So I'm sorry directly for Trisha there. But hello, Trisha. Oh, you're here in chat, right? Yeah. Fuck. Like, what's going on? Like, Eddie's like, I'm not a bad person, and for me to prove it, I'm going to show you how fucking, like, Scotty Jessup did a low blow. Let me explain what a low blow is. If you don't know what a low blow is, there's one. Have that. Like, sorry, I thought you were being nice to me. Sorry, I didn't realise you were just talking nicely to me. Now you've delivered a low blow, so now I understand fully what one is. I'll be cautious of those in the future, Eddie. Although I shouldn't be, because my own caution against personalities like your own is exactly the wrong thing to do, because it's prejudging you that you're a bad person without actually knowing you. Until we wait for you to actually exemplify why you are one by saying things like that on the internet. Like, we don't even, Trish, don't worry, like, you don't have to, like, nobody has to explain, or maybe somebody needs to explain to Eddie why, like, you know, life is not as simple as that. Like, maybe someone does need to explain to Eddie, but I don't think he'd understand. But I think for the rest of people who realise, I think it's implicit in those. Trisha just said in chat then, she said, someone told me I was being mentioned. That's a bit of a weird one. Someone contacted Trisha and told her that she was being mentioned, and she jumped in chat to call him a prick, like within 10 seconds of him saying it on the stream. It's like a really short, like, someone was watching my stream, maybe because they were friends of Trisha's, you know, back then, and we were all, maybe that did happen, and they like, quick, get into Scott's stream, you've been mentioned. But yeah, anyway. I think he'd understand. But I think for the rest of people who realise, I think it's implicit in those that know why that's a bad thing to say, know why it's a bad thing to say, and they know that, like, people in situations, whether they feel trapped or are physically or like intimidatory, or through the process of, like, when you're in a relationship with someone, it's not as simple as, right, this happened today, so tomorrow everything is over and we're not living at the same house anymore and I'll never speak to you again. And the other person generally doesn't say, oh, I agree with that, okay, don't worry, I've already deleted you out the phone, I'm off. Like, things are a bit more complex than that, aren't they? But not in Eddie's world, for some reason. Like, I can't believe he's done this. Like, I honestly cannot believe he's done this. It's absolutely incredible. Like, to the point where I'm sort of smiling, because it's like a smile of shock. It's like I'm watching someone, like, to me, I know it's designed to make you feel bad, but to me, I think he's the one that's going to feel worse about this in the long run. Because I think the majority of people, the weird thing is that in the long run, Trisha and Eddie are now friends, and I'm the bad person in their telling of it, you know? And that I was wrong to get myself involved like this. Trisha, although she was in the chat at the time, now would tell it, I think, I'm not paraphrasing too incorrectly, that I worked up a problem here and caused a problem where there wasn't one, or over, you know, I amplified the problem in some way and used it for my own benefit, rather than just, I think I was defending Trisha, and she was in the chat and she was happy with it, and she sent me a message afterwards to say she was happy with it. But then later, you know, she's made friends with Eddie and said that I was wrong to do this, essentially, wasn't she? So that's a bit fucking weird. And I think, what the fuck? Like, if we're in the pub at this point and this is being said, this is the moment where, like, I'm compelled to go and step in and say, all right, mate, you've said your thing now. Do you know what I mean? It's time to fucking shut up now. That's exactly right, isn't it? You know, if someone said that to Trisha in the pub, then, whoa. Right, mate, put your drink down. Your evening's up. You're out. You're off. You're barred. Do you know what I mean? It's just like there's no... It's like you just go straight over and you grab his glass and you put it down. No, mate. No. What did you say to that lady about her fucking situation there? No, you know. We've still got another 20 minutes of the video, but at this point, he's made, it's got this on the internet. And he did this for Christmas. Hit where it's fine on the internet. Shut up, Scott. It's like watching, like, people made up a...
that not
So it's about 2 hours into this one. I should clip it as well. Put it as a little clip on the Twitter, shouldn't I? So we could repost that. They could all repost that.
And then you're using community posts like everyone else, little quibs that not
It's going on at Trisha now.
directly aimed at me as an individual.
And this is what she does to me.
But just anybody, just direct it at anybody that you think might read that and go, yeah, see, I've hit a...
Okay, there's one where you've got to be careful of that, because, and I'm going to make a good point, which I
That's
should
you.
learn from myself. Yeah,
That takes that out of it.
that's you that takes it out of it. Although she has been pretty fucking specific about me, you know, like it might just be me that takes it out of it. But ASMR, green hearts, you know, it's like if you put all the list of the things that she's posted that I think are probably pointed towards me, then they make up this like collage of things that are all about me. And like, she really does fucking have a, like, since we all know it, why don't you just say it? Do you know what I mean? It's just a bit like weird to be like, it's like they think they're skulking around in the shadows and doing a little jibe, and he's going to feel this and no one's going to know I've said it, and like keeps me above it and all this. But actually, everyone can see you doing it, and everyone's like the shadows aren't that dark, and you're just being, we're all watching you, and we can just see you doing it, and you're like, probably just should say it really. Just stand up. We can all see you. Like, you're not hiding behind that chair. We can all see you. Stand up. Do you know what I mean? Like, fucking hell.
Lots of people are going to post lots of little like, oh, is that a backhanded? Is that a jibe at me? Oh, is that, you know, they've
Just keep giving her your money. Just keep giving her your money. Give Vicky Marie,
God.
Michelle, give Gisela, give all the channels your money. Just
give them your money.
Chris
Money, 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 money. Tips gold money, 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 money.
from Nottingham and his wacko blog has called me names.
Oh, it's funny this as well, right? Because Eddie doesn't know that I've spent like, you know, 3 years prior to this watching Dark Side Phil to it.
Garbage. Keeper. Part of the establishment. He's now coming out with garbage like Nicola never ever went in the water.
Who's this now?
Money. Just keep giving him your money.
Maybe she didn't ever go in the water.
Christopher from Nottingham and his wacko blog has called me names. Has said that I'm a gatekeeper. Part of the establishment.
Is Eddie on drugs in this one, do you think? Like, a lot of the time he seems to be sucking his teeth like this. Like, do you think he took a line of coke or something and then just went off it?
He's now coming out with garbage like Nicola never ever went in the water. Wait for it. You're going to love this.
Okay, right. So Christopher like excited, like bang. But then you see this thing, which is like,
you know, when YouTube channels get blitzed with people that you call trolls, I'm going to call them trolls just for the sake of it. I mean, I don't think they're trolls. They're human beings with a different sort of point of view.
wants to try and
Laurie Green, a shout out, and she's been running with it. I think she loves the fact that I've, you know, I've actually made a point of not touching my nose, because ever since Scott says that all Allan does is touch his nose, have you noticed all Scott does now is scratch his nose? It's almost like contagious.
What?
But
I just literally called him out for looking like he was on coke, and then he says, "I'm not going to touch my nose," and he does a sniff. What do you think? Do you think he's got like a hint of the? I wonder if people who like are in that drug, like, again, this is campfire thinking, you know, but in the drug world, like they ship it around, they take the money, but they, you know, get a few samples or something. Like, they enjoy that stuff. I mean, would Eddie have enjoyed cocaine through the 80s and 90s? Like, would he have been the sort of? I don't think there is a character type that you can nail down and say like that's the sort of person that does a load of cocaine either. A lot of people, like, you know, do things and you don't know it. But he seems a bit square to be doing that sort of thing. You know, like not cool, like not, and not that drugs are cool, but like not. You know, I think he'd be scared of it, and like, you know, through the 80s and the 90s, what happened was, I suppose, like, drugs were so prolific, you know, they're on the streets so much, like, but you had the Summer of Love and all that ecstasy generation, and if you're into music and DJing, then what you should have been doing during that time is getting on the decks, getting out to Ibiza, being part of that underground scene that became like a defining moment in British culture, yeah? And Eddie lived through that, and instead of playing records like this...
I was in this long, dark tunnel.
Instead of playing that, he was playing the Bee Gees and ABBA. You know, he sort of missed out on what was going on around him. And what was going on around him was
you know, quite heavy narcotics were being pushed around a lot, weren't they? Like the reason everyone's doing cocaine now on the cheap, it's like a cheap, nasty drug now, cocaine is. But back then, it was considered to be a bit posh, a bit special. You know, Charlie Says, you know, that song by The Prodigy, like there was a lot of it going round as well, though. Like aspirational celebrities, the pop stars, you know, maybe there's a hint of the narcissist. You know, I don't know. It's a weird one, isn't it? It's a weird question. Or maybe it's just, again, maybe his ego is so strong that it looks like he's on cocaine.
So have you noticed all Scott does now is scratch his nose? It's almost like contagious. But, yeah.
You know what I say? Listen, you know what I say about people in the you know, Operation Nutri and that? They were all either on cocaine or they were sexing up the children or they were wearing a wig. And that's the people on the telly. They're either on cocaine, a paedophile or a wig. And I used to do the joke and I used to say, I mean, you look at Philip Schofield, like that hair's not real, is it? And because he had grey hair, and I'd do the joke. Now it turns out he's a paedophile. But like they're all either wearing a wig, or they're on cocaine, or one of the three. They could be like, or try a combination. Like there's like, but if you're a celebrity on ITV doing This Morning, or you know, if you're in that, it's like you're either wearing, or if you're in that, you know, if you're Jimmy Savile era, you're either wearing a wig, or you're on cocaine, or you're like or one of, or a combination of the three. Like he seems to definitely be wearing a wig.
Rain Green, because I don't watch now. I've decided not to watch channels anymore. So, for example, I pulled up Vicky Marie, and she starts talking in her. You know,
I decided not to watch channels anymore. So, for example, I opened Vicky Marie's channel.
Hi, it's me, Vicky Marie. Give me all your money. Hey, just buy my merchandise. Here's a cup. Hey. Now, let's talk about Nicola Bully. Hey. So, sorry. I'm teasing, Vicky. I'm teasing. That's what you sound like. Honestly, no, you do. You do sound like that.
Does he want to have a fight with them? Like, should we just... I think what we need to... Vicky doesn't want to do this, obviously, but it feels like we need to have Eddy, Vicky... Like, he can make his list. We get them all on the live stream together on the panel. And then one by one, Eddy can have a fucking row with them each. And I'll sit there and just be like, all right, now it's time to stop talking now. Shut up now. Right, next question from so-and-so. And like, we can just all have a big fat row on a big stream and get it all out and have a big fat row. We should have done that. We should have had Scott's fat row. I could still do that. I could still present Scott's fat row if they want to come on and do it. And then once we've had our big fat row, then everyone's happy then, yeah? Or something. I don't know.
Lorraine Green. I was talking about Lorraine Green. So I was watching one of her channels, one of her videos, and I muted her voice so that I didn't have to listen.
I don't even know who this is that he's talking about now.
It's because it whines a bit, and you don't have to listen to it. It just goes round and round. And it's just, you can watch any video from any time, and they all just say the same. So on one of her videos, I went into the comments because I like to read the comments. I like to see who's sort of blowing smoke up my arse, and then he's bad-mouthing me on other channels as if we can't see that, right? That's where I've caught a lot of people.
Okay, I don't go through other videos' comments, reading comments to see what people are saying about me. I can say that. Can't speak for every... I mean, a lot of the time I feel like I'm talking about myself and critique of Eddy, but like, I think that's a bit of a step too far, and that's where you might want to take a step off the computer and just back away a little bit. Like even... Like, you know, I'm a streamer and I care. It matters. My public perception matters, doesn't it? But like to the point where you're going to go around reading other people's comments on other channels. It's the true crime crama fucking world. You're in the fucking crama bin. You're doing it to yourself. You're part of it. Like, there you are doing it. Reading the comments, maybe replying to them with a fake account. I don't know. Just like being part of it. Just ignore it.
Anyway, there were 29 comments.
But don't. I much prefer this Eddy. I much prefer him making these videos. I thought we were going to do, like, you know, when he was saying about his, in our chat the other day and was saying, you know, he had different opinions, different ideas. I thought, yeah, fair enough, make a video about them, do it. I thought he was going to, like, you know, share some facts that might, instead we've got this. So
29 comments. One of the comments was from
I think when he plot twist Jack, I think he was referring to Trisha's partner. I don't know, again, if Trisha's partner was called Jack, and I don't think Eddy does either. I just think he was referring to, you know, like so-and-so, like, and Jack is just a sort of cover-all term, like John Smith or something. Right, John, like, you know, right, Jack. Right.
Vicky Marie herself, and she was thanking everyone for their support and
ex-partner.
Grow. And in that same sentence, she said, if you want to buy a cup with my face on it, or you want to buy some merchandise, or you want to buy me a coffee, or you want to directly put your money into my PayPal account, and that was all,
that goes a bit far to me. You know, I do think it is a bit, you know. Back in the day, 10 years ago, even on my ASMR channel, I put a PayPal link on my end card because people did it. Like, no one ever gave me any direct PayPal money, but gets a little bit
like shaking the begging cup does get a bit, and having direct PayPal link is a step quite direct and what we call, but
the children in need type, what do they call it? You know, comedy relief type bar at the bottom there, with, you know, just give me your money.
Big ups, Kelly. We were just watching the bit where he said about Trisha and how she should have predicted her own domestic violence through the tarot.
Anyway, there were 29, so that's 28 messages.
At the end of it, I'll skip back and just play it one more time at the end. We've got another 40 minutes of this video, and I'm skipping through my previous reacts, so hopefully it won't take that long, but I'm interested in what he used to say.
Is left in this. Check it out yourself. Just the other day, it was absolutely hilarious. Because Laurie Green's really upset that I biffed her off my channel, and she goes around telling other channels how bad I am for getting rid of her. And I'm a gatekeeper. I mean, she just tries to talk like Christopher from Nottingham. I mean, just weird. But anyway.
Maybe I should know who Laurie Green is now. Who was Laurie Green? Can't be this, can it? That's some kid. Like, how would I know? Maybe they changed their name or something. This is just weird now, isn't it? But if someone's made a video saying something negative about Eddie in the past, I want to hear it. But I can't find it. Maybe I'm spelling it wrong, but I put in Nicky Bully Laurie Green, and I thought that would have brought it up, because if she's talking about Eddie, you know, like Laurie Green EVB, not going to come up, is it? Bit weird. Bit of a weird one.
Lorraine is from Glasgow, so hello to everyone that's watching this from Glasgow. It's a lovely place. In fact,
right. So this is a lesson in what you can.
Is she one of our friends? One of our friends. We've got a Lorraine, but is he doxing someone now?
Can and can't control. Yeah, so you can control if you've got a channel and people make comments on it. I can control that.
I can't believe he just said she's from Glasgow and he said her full name. Like, what's he doing? She probably doesn't. It's not doxing probably, because she probably says it in her content or something. But it's the way he, like, you know, it's threatening. It's subtext threatening. Hey, you know Chris? He's an ex-teacher and he's from this part of the world, and Chris is probably sat there thinking, oh, how does he know that about me? Hang on, that's a little bit. You know, it makes you feel uncomfortable. It's intimidation, isn't it? It's intimidation. Bit weird.
So if there's a load of people saying some control the tighter, it's on fun the shoot. What happened? And
lovely place up there.
So
and also,
that's that.
Very intimidating, because he's doing it to a woman. Like, I know we shouldn't be sexist on this, but
Edinburgh as well. Edinburgh and Glasgow. Oh, I've been to Scotland many times. It's a lovely place.
I've been there. I know my way around there, where you live. You know, like, what is this?
It's up there. But anyway, so there's 28 comments left, and I thought, well, let's read these 28 comments. How many of those 28 comments do you think were individually left by Laurie Green? How many? How many? Have a guess. 5? 10?
I don't care.
Do you think? 16. 16
counted
obsessive
them.
Comments left on Vicky Marie's comments page. Now, talking about the volume of comments, Christopher, the shrinking...
Vicky Marie Chats has a relatively small channel on YouTube and talks to an audience of people that she's cultivated over a period of time who enjoy her.
Dark one and the Butch one.
Big ups, thanks to the Prime subscribe. You can subscribe with Prime for free if you click on a Prime account. I'm not saying Vicky Marie's channel's small there to be disparaging. I'm saying that he's picking up on a really minor thing, like a comment in a channel that's not a million. Like, if it was a 1 million subscriber channel and it's a big comment and it's pinned at the top, it might want to be worth getting eggy about. But because it's not, and no, I'm equally as small as Vicky Marie. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that she's a small channel, I'm big, or I wasn't saying it in that way. But
her delivery and choice of content, yeah. So it doesn't matter if the people in Vicky Marie Chats fucking say that you are the devil and there's 1 million comments, because it's Vicky Marie Chats' comments on a video. It's not on the billboard in Times Square, and it's not going to damage your business, and it's not going to hurt you. And if there's 16 comments from one person on a video, most reasonable normal people can look at it and say, well, that's a lot of comments from this one person. They're having a bit of a day, you know. And like, it's not going to be like, I tried to get myself a record deal, and when I was about to sign the contract, they were listening to the CD and everything was going great in Paramount Records. And as I was signing the record deal, someone burst through the door and said, "Wait, I've been reading Vicky Marie Chatz's comments, and this one person's left like 16 comments, and they're not positive." And they pulled the contract away from me and said, "Wait, you thought you were the next Elvis. Sit down. Put the pen down. We're not signing this contract. You had us going." I hadn't seen Vicky Marie Chats until now. It was brought to my attention.
Maybe the head of Paramount does watch Vicky Marie Chats, though. You never know. So
it's ruined. It's over. I just think it doesn't matter.
Violence, who has nothing to say. He will never come up with any conclusion. He doesn't have anything to say. He just is one of these academic type people that just sits in his bedroom, probably naked.
He's talking about Chris now, Chris's Substack, and you know what's mad? I think he's talking about Chris's Substack now. What's mad about this is he's got fucking loads to say, and he does loads of research. And what Eddie's got is fucking nothing. It's all just spurious. You know, maybe some... Shut up, you. Maybe someone, you know, did this, and, oh, if you knew about this, or I've got an insider line on that. He never shows any working out, any evidence. No, he never did any research. He's got nothing to say. The best thing he ever did was tidal flows, which he stole off someone else's video anyway. Like, he's never done any, like, his own music content isn't his own music content, and he likes to throw this around at people. It's so weird, isn't it? Why is he so angry at Chris, who has lots of original thoughts? Even if you don't agree with them, they are at least his own original thoughts a lot of the time, aren't they? And even then, right, like, if he's gathered up evidence from elsewhere and, like, gathered ideas together, well, at least he's presenting it all in a logical and reasonable format. It's like his point. Like, what you're doing is just ranting about people on the internet mainly. Sometimes it's about the old days, sometimes it's about songs. Occasionally it's conspiracy conjecture about Nicola Bulley, and then otherwise times it's hateful slurs against other ladies and YouTubers. Like, Eddie's a fucking mess, and he always has been.
Oh my God, now we're doing this. Not everybody who types a lot of stuff on the internet is in their basement eating Cheetos, living fucking with their parents. Like, a lot of normal people in their 30s living with their parents through economic situations in the UK now anyway. It's just like fucking ridiculous to even go in this direction.
Not it's just slander again. It's smear campaign again, isn't it?
The orange sort of... Anyway, I'm being a bit vulgar now. I'm actually pulling his leg because he called me a few names, and I don't want to lower the tone here.
Okay, so this is where we're pulling someone's leg, and it's a joke, but I didn't tell it was a joke. I couldn't tell because it seemed just like a nasty attack. Like,
narcissism again. You have to take the jokes, otherwise you're the one that can't understand the fun. We were having fun with you, and if you didn't like the jokes and you retaliated, then we're not bad people. You're bad for retaliating. We can poke and poke and poke, and you should take the joke. You should be the butt of the joke, and I should be allowed to take the piss out of you, because otherwise you're the bad person. Narcissism.
Jokes at other people's expense that are pulling their leg, like that. You're...
So, you know, and you should be over 18 anyway, so take that as tongue-in-cheek, okay?
But anyway, right, you should be over 18, shouldn't you? So it doesn't matter what I said on my video now, does it? Because you should be over 18 to watch this, shouldn't you, Eddie? Let's have that again.
Being a bit vulgar now. I'm actually pulling his leg because he called me a few names, and I don't want to lower the tone here because there could be children watching, right? So and you should be over 18 anyway. So take that as...
Yeah.
So there could be children watching. What, Nicola Bulley's children? Do they watch your content? Do they, Eddie? They should be over 18 to be watching it.
Should be over 18, so there shouldn't be children watching. So
tongue in cheek, okay. But anyway. Where was I? I keep losing myself because I want to try to get my point of view out about Christopher from Nottingham, who's got a blog out there on his shitstack. A Substack. Did I say shitstack? I didn't even mean to say shitstack. It's just...
Fucking hell, man. Now the jokes are coming thick and fast. I get it, you don't like Chris, yeah?
Well, he's thick.
You should have done these in individual videos. You should have done... And what you should have done, if you really... Because this is the way to do it, Eddie. This is the way they do it. Is they do one video and they say Chris's shitstack as the title of the video, and then just do the Chris's shitstack video, and then immediately after that, within 2 minutes, upload the second video called Trisha's fucking tarot or whatever, and then immediately after that upload the next video called like Super Chuffer's a wanker, and just like 3 or 4 or 5 like big rant videos, but each individual topic, one at a time like that. That's how you get most nutty points for looking like a nutter on the internet.
Substack. And a lot of people use that as a way of kind of, I don't know, I mean, I've just got this vision of him in his bedroom just tapping out any old shit. Any old shit will do, it doesn't matter. Right, the whole world...
We wish you a Merry Christmas. It's not just any old shit. It's fucking... It's well thought out, even if... kind of...
Every single police officer he's ever come across has always been corrupt.
Yeah.
He has bad-mouthing everybody, but... Here's the crazy thing, and this is...
Yeah, okay, so I agree. Like, the thing, after you ill, but I've like, not the sense...
What he will be noticing. He's shrinking. He's shrinking in his audience. I've noticed even the trolls.
This is what he says about me as well. Things wax and wane, but Eddie's attack, my community dysfunction, he did reduce the number of people who were all going to come and watch the streams all at once at the same time, at that moment. Like, it doesn't mean our channels are dead and on the way out. Like, YouTube has a rise and a fall, like a wave pattern sometimes. There can be some streamers, some content creators who got on a big rise and then they drop off and they call it the fall off, you know. And that's natural. No, there's no more now. There's no more. And that's natural. Like, even PewDiePie doesn't maintain forever. But we're not in that situation. We're not in those echelons. We're not having a great big rise and a drop off. Nicola Bully was a trend and that dropped off. And we're just like smaller channels floating on the algorithm a bit. None of us got big and then fell off. That's the word, fell off, you know. None of us are Lady Gaga releasing her next album to critical non-acclaim or anything. No, none of us have sold 1 million records and then are in the bargain basement. It's not that. It's not that at all. And obsessed with view counts, yeah. I'll tell you for why I think he's obsessed with view counts. Again, it might be ego. And I'll return to that again and I'll say it's probably ego at the end. But it might be because he judges his success as a influencer who spoils people's channels by the amount of people that leave their channels. And that he judges his success as a manipulator in terms of spoiling things on the internet for people who are trying to go somewhere with certain ideas, because if he can reduce the numbers, he can count them. And it's like that other one, a certain clammy one. And, you know, we wonder about certain people's numbers, like Luke with his fake numbers, you know, and people who buy the fake numbers and stuff. You know, there's a whole bunch of bad people out there who are quite prepared to do that. Allan on TikTok needed 1,000 people before he could become a stream on TikTok. So he got 1,000 subscribers overnight at the end. Like, there is all that, but like, I think it might be, or it might be to convince the audience these people aren't worth watching because they haven't got the numbers anymore. So, but like, it's probably ego, but it's also a way of measuring whether you're doing a good job of your troll game or your, like whatever it is these people are doing. You know what I mean?
In his latest one he done, even the trolls from other channels that are his supporters are going in there saying things like, "Oh, you lost me this time, Chris, but you're a wonderful guy. I'm sure you know you're going to get justice for Nicola." He ain't going to get justice for no one.
Listen, what's going to happen is amongst the blob, not like broad with the
or the see that all he's done is he's now hung on to a dead lady's coattails for the promoting his conspiracy theories. Is another.
Well, what it is he's got this conspiracy mind. I do wonder and worry that it's a conspiracy rat trap and that you write blogs on the internet to get idiots who are involved in conspiracies to fall down your pipe, and at the end of it you can sell them something like Katie Hornton or Rosie, whatever her name is, the new age blogger people. You know, maybe it's that, but I don't know if it is that. I just don't know why he included that in one of his streams, one of his posts that once. Like, if it's his beliefs, you might find it distasteful, and I understand it because I don't agree with his beliefs, but I don't think it's fair to ascribe this venom to Chris, like that he's doing it for these bad reasons. This man is clearly deranged. Look at his face. Like, this man ain't right, is he? And this outlook, and when something like Nicola happens, and who writes songs with Nicola Bully, all of them to this day. Like, "I love you, Nikki. Oh, Nikki, we could have been something special. Oh, Nikki, I fucking love touching your hair. Oh, Nikki," and no one else is allowed to fucking go. It's like he's a crazed ex as well, because no one else is allowed to talk about Nikki, are they? No, he's like he's jealous over her, and she's fucking dead. Like, it's why I said he wants to dig her up and fuck her, and to this day he wishes he could. Sees it in this different way, and he's talking about it, and so he's still talking about it because he's still interested in it. And you don't have, again, like Eddie's, like he drove, there was like literally gatekeeping Chris's Substack here, isn't he? He's literally gatekeeping him. You should do this, you shouldn't do this, you can't do this, you can do this. Ironic, we're like, maybe you drove trucks, I don't know, or something like that, but I don't remember saying, because I didn't ever find out that Eddie drove trucks as a fact. Like, you know, that's not something that, and I would have said something like, I would have.
David Icke. He's a David Icke. I mean, he called.
I think I said maybe, yeah. I would have said, someone would have asked me, what's the connection between...
It's funny, David Icke is a weirdo.
In Eddy does...
But
I know that your mother, she gets annoyed, doesn't she, when people call you Chris.
By the by.
But I know that... What I do know is that you're so wacko.
You hear him just bring his mother into it.
I know that... What I do know... I don't think you're a creep, Chris. I really don't. Christopher, I know that your mother, she gets annoyed, doesn't she, when people call you Chris.
Has he spoken to his mother or something? Do you know what I mean? That is a new level of fucking weird. To drop that in there. I know your mother gets annoyed when you call her, it's like he's trying to tell Chris that I've spoken to your mother in the secret and you don't know it, or something like that. That's threatening. That's what that is. That's being a threatening arsehole. Indirect threats, you could call that, malicious communications. You could argue it in court.
But I know that... What I do know is that you're so wacko. It's almost like there's something... There's a lot of them. Flat earthers are another one. You go into those categories. You don't make any sense.
Careful. Don't want to anger Squirrel Sniper.
You think that you're intelligent and you type all this stuff.
This is... Okay.
Although I don't see Squirrel Sniper around their gang anymore.
So this is... Not like flat earthers, because Chris does make sense. It's just that he takes it to an extreme for his conclusions. But the other stuff along the way, some of it makes sense.
No, I'm actually talking directly to you now, Chris, because I know that you're going to also want to keep this for the future. You talk absolute bollocks. Everything you say, nothing makes any sense. And like all your followers, I just can't be bothered anymore because, when you get people that go in there, like Oliver or EBO...
Again, why does it make him so mad? Is it... I do question this. I wonder if it's because we say something negative. And remember, we aren't watching the video where he called me a dopehead yet, but he says something small and negative, and it doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't. We've had people in chat today who I've encouraged people to just, try and get on with, or at least accept in chat, who have said some quite mean, negative things, about me, and I don't care. Maybe it's the way I feel, but, again, maybe I'm lacking empathy for other people here. Because when Eddy has one perceived slight, and it could be small, like Trisha said, she thought he was a bit of a narcissist, he was a bit like her ex-boyfriend. He reminds me of my ex. Right, that's it. Trisha's on the fucking list. I'm going to fucking show her on the internet. I'm going to fucking... it's like one small perceived slight, and he has to go out and find these perceived slights. They are slights, not perceived slights. But he has to go out and find them. He has to go and read all the content in Chris's Substack. He has to go and listen to everything Trisha said. And yet he doesn't want to and doesn't care to and he's not interested. And who is that dedicated? Either I take... Again, this is where I think that the reason, the idea that he might be like some sort of conspiracy to a crime or an agent or, pushing things and motivated for those reasons is because I can't understand why a normal person would do this without an agenda. I think he must have an agenda. But then I also think that maybe I just don't see it like that because I would need an agenda. And without one, I wouldn't be doing this. But maybe I don't understand other people's motivation because maybe he just does it because he's a butthurt egoist with a problem. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's maybe his agenda is just that he thinks he's brilliant and he doesn't really have a proper... Do you know what I mean? I sort of see that now a bit more, but why would he do this? Big ups. I was talking earlier. We had Keely. To be blunt, we had. I know it sort of pertains to you a little bit, doesn't it, in a way? But I was talking about Keely. We had Keely in, and someone was getting a bit eggy with Keely, and Keely was getting a bit eggy back, and I can understand that. Both points of view. I can understand it. I'm not throwing anyone under the bus here. I'm not saying anyone was right or wrong. I'm just saying that happened, but it's okay. We can all just grow up and move forward.
And they make I think an intelligent observation about your personality.
I'll tell you can't grow up and move forward. Doodly, doodly, doodly. Charlie says. Some people on that side of things. I bet they're still fucking eggy now. I bet they're still eggy now. I bet they're even eggy as we speak. But they're getting well eggy. Well eggies. I bet they're eating egg sandwiches every day. Every day an egg sandwich. I bet every time that chuffert climbs into his little fucking car seat in his lounge, starts that up, he just gets a little... fucking eggy, I'm going to fucking drive this car, I'm so eggy.
ridicule them. And because they've not got a channel of their own, you just give them a quick sort of quick slap across the face and away they go.
Has Chris got his own channel? I'm not aware of. Like, are we talking about someone who writes a blog, or I didn't realise Chris might have a channel.
Did you realise you can have road rage in your own lounge? Set up a road rage simulator in your own lounge, so you sit in your little car seat and you get well angry about the internet.
Maybe he's got a channel I'm not aware of, but it seems like Eddie's pretty in deep with this sort of stuff as well, which is weird, because like, I've got time to read his blog, but I haven't got time to be in deep with his comments.
Picking up momentum as well. And what a fabulous read.
That's my point as well. If Eddie's got so much time to go into everybody's channel to know what everybody's saying and doing, I would think that has to be a job. I'd have to think you'd have to be an agent or a manipulator. Maybe you work for the tabloids. Maybe you work for the government. Maybe you work for I'm thinking along those conspiracy lines, the drug people or whatever. Because I couldn't imagine a normal person spending their time doing it. Do you know what I'm saying? I couldn't imagine that would be normal behaviour. But now I realise that actually you don't have to be an agent or work for the government. That's me being too logical. That's me not having the empathy. If you're a full fucking whack job and you haven't got anything to do with your life, you can. And I appreciate some of you spend a lot of time in my chats, and he's eggy about it. Do you remember he's just so eggy? Oh, you spend too much time in his chat. He's streaming for 8 hours and you're chatting to him for 8 hours. You could be on your phone, you could be in your lounge, I could be on the telly, you could pop in, you could pop out. You don't have to be sort of at the keyboard in the way he thinks. And you could be if you want. You could be at the keyboard with a cup of tea and a drink like I am. Like, it's fine as well. But like, Eddie's angry that other people spend their time doing that. He spends his time doing that. He spends his time doing that. And he can't come in the chats and enjoy himself like everyone else. Like, you can come, like, I guarantee right now there will be people watching who have a very contrary opinion to me, to you, to other, feel negative and angry and eggy themselves, and they can't even come in chat and talk. They're probably talking on a Discord or a WhatsApp about it as we speak. Do you know what I mean? Like, they really want to just be on that same level as normal people, as like nice people having a good time on the internet, but they can't work it properly. So they end up in this dysfunction, and then that dysfunction becomes everyone else's problem. But at the same moment, they're watching this stream now. And you're watching it now and you're having a good time, aren't you? Chatting in chat. But you other chuffer, not you chatting in chat now, but the other chuffer, you know who I'm talking to, you chuffers. Yeah? They are not having a good time chatting in chat. You're not allowed, you can't. You've got a problem. And you've come here to feel like that. You don't have to come here and feel like that. You could go to fucking Burger King if you wanted. 2 for 1 on a Whopper. Instead, it's 1 for 2 on a Whopper around here, or something. It's a penis joke. Don't worry. Look, I don't advise you to eat the Whopper. Eat the vegan Whopper. Do you know what I mean, though? You could do anything with your life. And I understand the people in this chat who are enjoying themselves, having part of fun in the community, like enjoying all this drama, conversation. It's human. It's different. I think this is better than Coronation Street. It's real people. Like these ongoing stories and sagas. I'm interested. But the people that don't like it and are eggy about it and are like, what is it that is wrong with your life that I can't fix for you by just telling you to fuck off? Do you know what I mean? Like, what is there? And that's why, again, I go back to agents and, not when I'm saying that, it's campfire thinking, I'm being silly, clip me out of context if you want. But what I mean is that I can't really understand someone's motivation unless they've got an agenda. And that agenda could be different levels and things. But for me, it would have to be, I'm being fucking paid to do it, because otherwise I'm not wasting my life on that. Do you know what I'm saying? It feels like he's motivated. It feels like he's committed. And now I realise it's probably just because he's a sad, sad bastard. And that he is that motivated and committed because he's a sad bastard. He should get an Xbox. He should learn to play World of Warcraft or something. He could have a level 70 mage now and feel good about himself. Did you miss Not to Watch? Oh shit, Not to Watch tonight. Hey, look, I'm on here and it's Not to Watch time. I forgot to do Not to Watch. I've been talking all day. 6-hour stream. I think Not to Watch is going to be skipped, isn't it now? I haven't got anything. I'm talking. This could be Not to Watch, but I'm just doing it here, look. Damn it. We should just carry on here now, shouldn't we? And just do stream here. I shouldn't end stream now and just switch over to Nutterwatch, should I? Or should I? You tell me in chat what you think I should do.
Well, it says everything about you and your character. It really does. I'm still waiting for you to say that aliens came down and took Nicola and done an experiment on her and then just dumped her in by the lay-by. That's the only one thing you've not said.
Okay, so this is going too far. The night, but in same conspiracy. What's one's act?
50 comments.
Yeah, YouTube, good point. And we did do a stream yesterday for Halloween, so I think people would understand that there was a live stream for Halloween and there's a video up, so they would understand it. I don't mind jumping over to battery exhaust. I haven't planned anything, but I can just switch on the stream and talk. But then, what am I going to talk about? Nothing.
Any video, not video, but
yeah, people like the Friday fun. Red Fan says stay here. No, it's not, for me, it's not a major thing because all I'd do is end this stream and then press start stream on another stream. So I would then appear on you. I don't have to go anywhere. Like, it's not like I have to pack a suitcase.
Any audio that you upload or typing out, and I don't think you type it out. I think you just speak it and it types it. I mean,
we kind of want to finish this now, though, don't we?
Software. I noticed that because of some of the way the layout and also your patronising little laugh that you're doing. You look like a little child, and you always and when you talk about something really serious like Nicola Bulley, the death of Nicola Bulley, so like and then Nicola Bulley was found dead in the river. You
not very nice to pop at the way people talk, but
you then put a laugh in that. What's funny about that? And then of course Nicola Bulley would be found in the river dead.
The reason he puts a laugh on it is because he doesn't believe it. He thinks it's a psyop and that it's been like. Then she'd be found. Which is weird because I understand that that's an awful thing to do if you consider the feelings of the family and stuff. But if it's your beliefs, then it's not so bad because he can't be so kind to the family because he doesn't believe that they have that. He doesn't believe that he should be sympathetic. And okay, you might critique his beliefs and say, well, that's a bad person then. But it's not, is it? Because he might be misguided or deluded, but he's not cruel. Is the point there? You're saying you're laughing and it's cruel, but it's not cruel because he doesn't think it's cruel. He's laughing at the whole.
Like, it might be cruel, but he's not acting out of cruelty. If you know what I mean.
All setup being ridiculous because he doesn't believe. Like, you can understand his way of thinking, therefore you can understand why he's laughing. He's not laughing because he's a sick bastard who thinks it's funny that she's dead.
Yeah.
You're losing support. You have nothing left. You have nothing left to offer. And you're going to now use my words now, and like Scott will maybe. And
mind you, that's what I said about Eddie is that he couldn't understand in his own brain that saying that Lady Diana's brain's being bashed in or Nicola Bulley would bloat and float. That's crude. He couldn't understand it was crude. So maybe I'm giving him too much abuse because I'm saying we should still not accept that it's crude just because he doesn't understand it. And I'm saying because Chris doesn't. No, it's different. Understanding and belief is different. Ignorance is no defence, but your beliefs are your beliefs, and I have to accept your beliefs if they are your beliefs, I suppose.
You're going to say, this is why this man is a gatekeeper. He's trying to...
Oh, Nigel's been moaning about AD. Oh, I would listen to that, yeah.
Draw you away. He's and then you would name the dog walker of the person...
I haven't said that because we haven't got into the details of the Nicola Bulley bit. I mean, I kind of skipped through the timeline bit there when you were talking about it earlier, but here I just think... I mean, earlier I thought, yeah... Like I said all that bit earlier about smokescreen and whatever.
We've got the main bit out of this now, haven't we? But might as well drive it to its logical conclusion. However, this was just confirming about what you said about Trisha, wasn't it? And going back to the first time that we had a problem. I can't remember even why.
But now I just think you're well eggy. So Christmas message from Eddy is, I'm well eggy.
Do you know what I think the most stupid thing about anything is going back and saying, show me where this started, who was the one that started the problem, you prove to me that this and that, and we should spend all our time fucking going on about fucking digging through our old messages. And I know and you know and so what if we did? What is it like? You show me where I fucking attacked you first then. Oh, I know you are, but what am I? It doesn't matter. What's happening now is that you're a fucking knob. You're still being a fucking knob, and you've been a fucking knob. Some people just can't socialise properly. Some people just can't always the loudest voice in the room, always right, always fucking and deflecting away from your feelings by making it a thing. And I don't know. I'm going too far into different things there, but
I want questioned again because of their timeline that has changed so far off from what the original police statement was. I have every right to be concerned when someone blatantly changes their story. If someone changes their story, there's normally a very good reason for it, and I'm allowed to put that out there. If someone is pushed over and you're ready for it, you will support yourself from that. And I absolutely agree with Scott when he says that I can't believe this dog walker would have been able to push her over. If you've got your back to the dog walker and you're bending forward down a bank near the river's edge and you're picking up Willow's harness and they give you a shove from behind, I think you will go flying, Scott. I think the dog walker would push you over if you was unexpectedly, you didn't know it was going to happen. So I will be expanding on much of what I've said today. I hope I've answered a lot of your questions. I want to do a big shout out to True Finders. I want to do a massive shout out to Rustic Rach. Thank you very much for your very kind words the other day. I know that I promised you, Rach, that I would try.
Who sent me this Google Doc? Like, they're doing some confusion. Or maybe they're not. I'm not reading it all properly. I don't know who it's from. Someone sent me a note. Maybe I should talk about it in chat. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it. You know, I don't know.
Like this.
I thought
we'd have to go down the bank and we'd have to see who can push who in.
What's going on?
I'd laugh then. But I've seen the pictures of it. Even bending forward to get that. Like, I think
okay.
They push you. You might fall.
Sorry, it makes sense now. It makes me it understands. I thought I was like, well, you know, I don't want to start reading this out now, do I? But I'll read it. I'll look into it. Yeah, thanks. I just didn't know where it had come from. I've just eaten the cake then. I haven't even started on the cake. But
over and roll, but then you've still got like 2, 3, 5, 10 meters. Like, I know 10's an extreme, but you still got a bit of a way to.
We all should. We should. Even I do that. Even I say to myself, was that fear? Was some of these work in progress is fear? And that's maybe where I'm going with this with you, Scott. Think about whether, even if you're right, okay, so let's say you're correct, is it right for you to do it 2 weeks before Christmas? And damn it.
Yes. It doesn't matter about Christmas or 2 weeks before anything.
I'm getting confused now. I just made 3 roaches for this reefer and I haven't put the tobacco in.
It matters about when I found out the truth and put it together, whether I brought...
Peter Folding is spiking my fucking water bottle, all right? And if I die and Peter Folding's spiking my water bottle, check the water bottle and get the compound and prove it, all right?
Put it to the public's attention, just without, like, not doing a Peter Folding and hiding it and saying that maybe, you know, for the purposes of being polite or because I don't want to show the people the picture because of Nicola's daughters. Not that. No, I'd feel differently. I feel like, yes. Doesn't matter. I didn't think I had...
1 year later. See, if you would have told that family a year later, next Christmas your mum's going to be gone forever. Not just for a couple of Christmases, forever. Think about death for a minute, Scott.
What?
It's final. It's done and dusted. And for you to say you...
Is that a threat?
Justice for Nicola. Think about if Nicola could actually talk to you from up above.
That's what I'd been thinking about before I did the video.
But Eddie, you don't believe she's up above. In the interview that we did, Eddie, I asked you specifically about your faith and you said you didn't have any. What happens after you die? Nothing. So she's not talking to you from up above. Why do you use these terms as leverage in the conversation? Because I believe it. Like, if I do that with Keely, I'm like, listen, Keely, your beliefs are about these vibrations and this energy. So I would think that this doesn't logically fit with your beliefs. How do you feel? And like, I don't say you have to remember your God is looking at you and telling you, and Nikki's watching you from up in heaven, and not believe it. Like, he's acting like he believes she's in heaven. He doesn't believe she's in heaven. I do. A lot of us do. He doesn't. Or he's been lying to me and everyone as part of the interview. Which is it?
All that. No, he has no idea the emotional content I put in during the edit. Like, not the stuff you see be saying.
I wish I could stream on TikTok. We're going to have to get my TikTok going because I was going to stream as Peter Folding yesterday and I couldn't because I haven't got 1,000 followers. So we're going to have to get my TikTok going, you chuffers.
Divine intervention.
I've actually got hundreds of followers. I looked at it the other day. I've got hundreds of followers and I haven't even done anything on it. They just follow me because it says Super Chuffer and I'm great. So, how'd you like them apples?
And somehow they've come down.
I might have to make a TikTok video in order to get some followers, mightn't I? And it's just going to say, I am not making a TikTok video until I get over 1,000. I will go live when I get 1,000 followers. I should do that. I should make a TikTok video that says, I will go live when I get 1,000 followers. You won't miss much. I don't know if they record it or not. It needs to be recorded because I want to, have a record of it if it doesn't automatically record on TikTok. But all I'll do is dress up as Peter Folding and act like a twat for 10 minutes. I think they're short lives, aren't they? So I'm not going to go for hours. I'll just be like, any questions for Peter, cash for questions for Peter Folding. And I'll use TikTok exclusively initially to do stupid impressions of wankers. And then I'll start doing TikTok dances as well. People will expect me to go on there and talk true crime. I ain't doing that. A TikTok about someone got murdered. I ain't doing that. No, you'll see no TikToks about true crime or anything like that. I'm just going to twat about like a wanker.
And this is not getting justice for me, you slamming my family in the way that you've done. She'd be saying to you, I love my father. He is a good man. He was not responsible for my death.
Would she? You're speaking for Nikki now, and you know all about what she would think and say. Again, weird.
And that's what she'd be telling you, Scott. I put up a video with Brandy Carlisle singing The Heartaches Can Wait because it can. I fight on for the justice for Nicola.
That video is because you're a creepy weirdo.
And I will keep exposing more and more discrepancies.
No, he hasn't, and he won't.
That dog walker, that unfortunately, for some reason, has distanced themselves from that bench at the time they said they were there. That confuses me. It will confuse a lot. True Finders have that audio, and I believe over the coming weeks and into the new year.
That was it. I thought the doc had been sent by Truth Finders, don't worry.
And Jen, fantastic team. I mean, they're now being ridiculed because, again, they're beginning to get an audience. It seems to me that when channels notice other channels growing, it offends them.
You have 300 followers. What, on TikTok? Your content is getting pushed to creeps. What are you doing? I want to see now. You don't like getting DMs. They can DM you on TikTok. Is that not just automatically closed? Are you doing the dances? Like I'd watched. Are you doing these? Hang on. Let's get Joycio up. Are you doing these? There's only one lady for me at the moment. On the TikTok front, and that's Joycio. She's my current favourite. What's she got going on? We've got a new short. Oh my god, this is the Halloween short, right? I've watched the Halloween short, but I haven't seen these. But the Halloween short, man, watch this. What the? Look, she's got the shoes on and everything, look. What? You did a dance to music. Did you do one like this? I wonder if she gets creepy, guys. I don't say creepy things to Joycio, but... What I thought was pretty incredible is like, that was the Halloween one, yeah? So when I saw that, on the list there, look, I thought, oh, she's in her pajamas, it's Halloween, I wonder what the Halloween, and so I pressed it. I didn't expect that. I was like, what? Because these are the ones that I really like. These are my favourite thing is clock is tick-tock clock is a watch. Look. Thanks, shorts.
여러분, 일본에서 제일 착한 사람이 누군지 아세요? 똑딱 시계는 watch. 일본에서 제일 착한 사람은
This is actually an advert for some sort of product or something, a lunchbox, like. But yeah, what's this one? That better not be her boyfriend. Is that another TikToker? You see, this is the problem. I'm never going to get to go out with her because she's doing TikTokers with men like this who do TikToks. So what I need to do is, okay, I need to improve my physique a little more, you know, a little more workout at the gym maybe, but not much. I'm close. But what I need to do is make some really impressive TikToks and stuff, because otherwise she's never going to do this with me. Who's this man? I don't like this. Right, that's me and Joycio. We're not dating anymore. We're not friends anymore. You got me watching this now. You got me watching these. Where's the emergency? I can't remember which one it is now. Emergency. Calling Dr. B. Emergency. Which one's that? Is it this one? No, this is Entertainer.
Everybody wanna say, call it watashi no say.
Entertainer. So my plan for TikTok for me is to do these and get really popular, and then she'll co-TikTok with me, won't she? We'll collaborate, and then we can get married. So if you want to get married to Scotty Hottie, all you've got to do is set up a TikTok just like this. Well, this is actually a YouTube Shorts, but, you know, you didn't put that on. They're not like that, are they? Oh, okay. I don't know if she's my dream woman or anything. I've never spoken to her. Like, she might annoy me after 20 minutes of sitting in a room together. I don't know. Just think her TikToks look good. That's all. Meow. Meow. Come on then. Wah. Wah. A big cuddle and a purring cat. A big cuddle and a purring cat. Right. What were we doing? I forgot what was happening. This nutter.
And they don't like it. Now, look, I've been talking for 55 minutes.
I think that's kind of silly as well. Channels noticing other channels growing, it offends them. I mean, you can talk for everyone else, but way that are views offered.
Everyone has found me again, that has watched a lot of my music videos. Scott says, Eddie, you want to, you like words in songs? I tell you what, you'd have been better off reading out.
This is what it was about. It was about that Nicola Buddy K Soul video and me throwing him against the under the bus at the end and saying, "Hey Eddie," you know. And it wasn't. I didn't say to the world, "Eddie's a cunt," but he knew I was calling him a cunt. Like the subtext is there, and it only works, right? This is what's weird about this. There's an ad involved. Wait for the advert. You wore a red dress though. We should. You never know. You never know. You never know. We should have a look. Send me a DM. I don't know how it works. I'm not going to stalk you on TikTok. I've already got Keely for that. For stalking. She doesn't stalk for me. I'd stalk her TikTok. Remember? I've got Keely's TikTok for that. So maybe she'll upload me a new one and I can watch that. Scott's top tips. Scott's top tips. I got a red dress. It was pink, that dress, and it got put in the fucking charity, even though I complained. And I said, "Oh, can I keep it?" We had it in the attic for it. Was like it was the dressing up box dress or whatever. And I was like, "We shouldn't throw this away. It's obviously more expensive than £1." And I bought it for £1, and it did get thrown away. And now it gets thrown back in my face. I wish I still had it in the attic because I'd get it out and I'd wear it on streams. It's a real shame, but
Yeah.
No, because Psalm 23 was 23 on the bench, and it's read out in the fucking edit by that priest at the end. I assume he's and it's
reading out. It's the Lord's Prayer.
No, because
words in songs. I tell you what, you'd have been better off reading out. It's the Lord's Prayer.
All right, I see. Eddie thought I'd have been better off reading off the Lord's Prayer.
No, because Psalm 23 was 20.
That shows that he doesn't. I gave him more intelligence. I gave him more credence for more intelligence, and I gave him too much credence. I'm sure some people would have read into what I've said when I did the Lord's Prayer at the end. Psalm 23. I'm sure some people would have got it. It's about fucking sheep, isn't it? So of course it would be. I mean, I'm sure most people understood that the Lord's Prayer, the Lord is my shepherd, the sheep, and all that, and the whole thing. And they, as I say here, they read it out at the end. It's in the video as well. It's like the people that were at the protest understood the Eddie doesn't understand context. He doesn't understand when he's being offensive, and he doesn't. Is he like? I don't want to say this in the wrong way. Like, autism's a real thing, and it's not like a slur here. I'm not trying to say, oh, is he stupid? But I'm saying, like, is he on the spectrum in some way that he doesn't understand human emotion, and is that why I don't like him? Have I got the wrong end of the stick here? Should I be more patient and kind to Eddie because he's got some sort of failing? Not a failing, not like a, like I said the wrong word there, like. I don't want to, like, I know people are autistic. I've got, family friends with, like, autistic children and stuff. It's not like a, I'm not, what I'm like. I'm not giving this, like, is he stupid? But I'm saying, like, he doesn't seem to be cognitively processing this in the way that I would understand. So I'm a bit worried that he doesn't get it properly.
I tell you what, you'd have been better off reading out. It was the Lord's Prayer.
No, it wouldn't have made any sense to read the Lord's Prayer. Like, it wouldn't have made any sense.
No, because Psalm 23 was 23 on the bench, and it's read out in the fucking edit by that priest at the end. I think.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Where is that got anything pertinent?
I assume he's a vicar or something. He's literally reading it out. He reads out his the actual edit from the people treat and the still eat come and it's the and almost and
we did this earlier when we looked at it earlier.
To combat everything that you've said about me and Ernie Bully.
Oh, I should have said it to combat what I said. Like, if I say bad things and then I do a Lord's Prayer, it cancels it out. That's not how religion works. You're either gold in your soul, or you're a bad, or you may not be a completely, dark heart, but you know what I mean? Like, you can't, it's not a checks and balances thing. You don't go to heaven and say, well, look, I obviously did all this bad stuff, but on the other hand, I did a lot of work for charity, so can you work out the balance and let me in? It's not that. All the charity work is null and void if you're also doing the bad things. Like, I don't think he understands this again. Like, it's like he doesn't understand. I should say the prayer to cancel out. And again, Eddie doesn't believe in religion. He doesn't believe in God. He doesn't believe in the Lord. He doesn't believe in the light. He just believes that when you're dead, there's nothing and there's no... Doesn't believe in manifestation. Doesn't believe in tarot. He has no spirituality, he told me.
You need me to...
Live on the internet, recorded on Super Choffer.
Read the Lord's Prayer out to you?
No. Our Father who art in heaven,
Thanks, Scotty.
in heaven. May the Lord say... No, I'm tired and I'm...
Moment of madness. You thought you'd found something.
I don't think it's madness. I think I thought about it a lot. I looked at those pictures, showed them to a couple of people, asked them what they thought.
Yeah, it wasn't madness. And you know what? One of those people that I showed and asked what they thought, again, not revealing too many private messages, but these people that I'm talking about have no qualm about publishing and sharing all of my private messages with other people, even though I specifically asked them not to. They did gossip about me at the time. Tricia said, I sent her the picture of Peter Folding. I just said, what do you think of this? The picture of him when he was young. No, is this Peter Folding? Is this not Peter Folding? What do you think? Just, what do you think of this? There's the picture. And she replied, it looks like Peter Folding when he was younger. Thank you very much. That's all I need to know. I did that with a few people. What do you think of this picture? And got there. No, again, not trying to give them an idea or I found this picture here and what do you think about, is it Peter Folding? None of that. Just what do you think of this? And then they tell me what they think. And nobody said, I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone said that looks like Peter Folding. Okay, let's go.
Got people's instinctive opinions, without prompting, and then went ahead with it.
How it goes there, I don't know. But I certainly, other than the fact that I was quite flattered that Brian Harvey used my video and it gave me a lot of his subscribers. In a way, it was good that I deleted that channel, even if it was accidental, because I got rid of subscribers that don't want to subscribe to my channel. I'd rather a small
You can't accidentally delete your channel.
Music channel where people just love music and they just like who I am and they like my granddad who's having a lay down at the moment. And he's told me, Eddie, do not do a video. Do not hold.
His granddad's told him.
I'd rather a small music channel where people just love music and they just like who I am and they like my granddad who's having a lay down at the moment. And he's told me, Eddie, do not do a video. Do not hold it. But I wanted to say Happy Christmas to you all and I wanted to wish you all a very...
Who's fucking granddad telling him not to do a video?
Very Happy New Year. And if you haven't played Brandy Carlisle and The Heartaches Can Wait, and
don't bother.
You Are My All in All from the Gaither vocal band, which I put up the other day, open up the description.
Like, what kind of person is going to watch 50 minutes of this man rant about these people and then say, oh, song recommendation?
Because a lot of what I've just talked about is in the description below. And if, Scott, you are going to use this, know one thing. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate you for the video you put out. The video...
How'd you like me now, you wanker?
Was heartfelt, a lot of it. Made me think about, animal cruelty. I've always said, wouldn't it be good for people that have, convicted murderers, people that have killed children? Why don't we experiment on them? Why don't we go into jails of people that we know have actually beheaded children?
He's doing it again. He's doing it again. When I bring up those kids locked in the back of the car and Allan driving it around, it's because we're having a joke about Allan being a nonce. So those images are conjured up. When you think about Allan, you think about all those murdered kids that he talks about all the time. It's not coming out of my mind, it's coming out of his content. It's my joke, child locks on, driving down the motorway, Allan, hey. I'm not in straight-faced earnestness saying, yeah, when kids get beheaded and da-da-da and da-da. Like, it just rolls off his tongue. And he doesn't have that, maybe I shouldn't, because most of us wouldn't describe children being beheaded like this. Like, we just wouldn't say it, so we wouldn't have to stop ourselves and go, oh. But Eddie, there he goes again. And this isn't in his malice and his nasty trying to hurt people. That's the problem with this. This is why it's so bad. This is why it's like a psychotic, you know, a scary thing. Yeah, I'm just going to move this stuff so you can sit down on it if you want. Oh, you jumped off. Sorry, I was just going to give you some more space. You could chucker. You know, the psychotic edge to this is that this isn't when he's trying to be sick. It's just he is sick. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. He's not trying to. It just is.
It was heartfelt. A lot of it made me think about, you know, animal cruelty. I've always said, wouldn't it be good for people that have, you know, convicted murderers, people that have killed children? Why don't we experiment on them? Why don't we go into jails of people that we know have actually beheaded children, you know, and killed them? Why don't we use them as the guinea pigs?
I completely agree with that sentiment. Unfortunately, we don't have enough people for the thousands and thousands and thousands of animal lives that we go through.
It's not, you know, you might grow an extra thumb, or, you know, you might go blind, but, you know, it's
not like growing an extra thumb and going blind. You should see what there's going on with those animals. You shouldn't, but it's not like that, Eddie. It's not as mundane fucking haha. Right.
This is for good, right? I mean, you've done bad. You've killed, you know, a family's, you know, 3 children. You killed them. Yeah, you're right. So you killed the children. So you can do something good before you know, go through the gates, right?
Very Christmassy. What gates, Eddie? You don't believe in going to heaven, remember?
We're going to inject you because it could save people's lives, because it's to help people with cancer. So this, you know, okay, I don't want to do it. Why not? You're in jail. You're never coming out. You've killed children.
Again, I'll tell you what's weird about this. Even more, like in part of his brain, right? Like Eddie, like what's weird about this, right, is that he's doing the riff. He's doing the skit. Why not? Why don't you murder? Why? Well, you've murdered people, haven't you? Yeah, but I haven't. I don't want to take the injection. Well, you do want to take the... He's doing this. Well, you should take the injection. You're a bad chuffer. I don't want to take the injection. I'm a bad chuffer. Well, you've murdered a whole family. I don't care about their family. Like, you know, he's doing that. Yeah. Bring me back. He's doing that, but it's about this. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, he's prone to these flights of fancy where he inhabits the minds of the murderer. Like, he's trying to, like, in terms of empathy, he's playing the role of someone who's murdered someone's family and doesn't want to take an injection. Like, he's going too far into this voyeuristic imagination space. Like, you know, we're talking about 6 things that come out of people's minds. That was thrown at me a bit. Like, with my jokes about the behaviour of a man who's clearly a fucking nonce on the internet and won't stop talking about dead kids. I think it's okay to bring up the dead kids. Like, in terms of the context, it's fine. But with this, it's not fine to be doing this, really. Not really. Like, when you step back from it and say, oh, look, he's pretty mad and he's pretending to... Like, and here he's trying to make a point that we would all agree with him and we'd say he's such a nice guy for making this point, but we don't, because he makes it in the wrong way.
Kill them. Yeah, you're right. So you killed the children, so you can do something good before you know, go through the gates, right?
Very Christmassy, this is.
We're going to inject you because it could save people's lives, because it's to help people with cancer. So this, you know, okay, I don't want to do it. Why not? You're in jail. You're never coming out. You've killed children. You've killed people. You've gone around stabbing people, killing them, murdering them. Why don't we just use you? Why do we have to use animals? I agree with you. I mean, I'm not saying you agree with me about using these, you know, people in jails to, you know...
No, I agree with the sentiment. Obviously, there's lots of problems implicit. What if you're wrongly crime? Big ups, Teresa. Am I missing the football?
I don't know why. I keep saying don't scratch your nose. Don't do it, because Scott will go, he scratched his nose.
Got something in his mind there, hasn't he?
No, it's like when Allan does it. I don't mind fair. You know what? It's because I don't maybe not touching, but like bit. But
Scott's got his way. He's got his channel. I've got my way. I've got my channel. I work alone.
I work alone.
I'm not a gatekeeper.
I'm not a gatekeeper. He says with a smile of duper's delight, which is weird. Actually, now I'm looking back on it. He works alone, except he doesn't work alone, does he? He phones people up. He gets little matey with them. He's on the phone to Andrasta Wolf. He's seeding little ideas. He's, like, you know, talking to Luke. He's on a WhatsApp group. He's not working alone like that. He's using people.
I'm not...
I've got my channels.
And it's really interesting that I didn't notice this. Duper's delight when he says he's not a gatekeeper.
I've got my way. I've got my channel. I work alone. I'm not a gatekeeper.
It's the first time he's smiled in this whole thing, look. It's the first time he's smiled in this whole thing. And I could call that Duper's delight.
Scott's got his way. He's got his channel. I've got my way. I've got my channel. I work alone. I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm not part...
I've got my channels.
...of the establishment. No one's paying me Everyone's an actor.
We got no one's paying me, and we got this is in fast motion now. I'm trying to do it, but I've got my channels
of the establishment. No one's paying me.
No one's paying me, and we got that raise the eyebrows, and the smile comes back again. Like if I was, and you can't do with body language. I can't say I'm not a lie detector, but if I was to put my bet on, I'd say he's lying. I'd say he is, whatever he said there, a gatekeeper and being paid. I'd say he is. Just on if I don't know anything about this man and I have to do a cursory body language read, I would initially say Duper's delight maybe, and the raise of the eyebrows is a bit of surprise though. The paid, maybe he's not getting paid.
Everyone's an actor. You couldn't write this shit, right?
You couldn't write this shit. You couldn't write this shit. That's like this raise the eyebrows here is him like playing that role of the radio presenter. Like, I'm so fucking cool. You couldn't write this shit. And that's because he's saying you couldn't write this shit. It's not about his belief in whether it's true or not, or what he is or isn't. It's about trying to like deliver that line. You couldn't write this shit. He's probably seen someone on telly say, hey, you couldn't write this shit. And he thought, that's cool the way they say that. That looks cool. I'll say that one day. It's that's that personality rather than like a body language tell there with the raise the eyebrows on that one. Like he's trying to look cool, but it's different from his face there, isn't it? Look, you couldn't write this shit. That's an act. That's his real angry, I'm talking. And that's, hey, welcome to the show. I'm Eddie. You couldn't write this shit.
I've got my way. I've got my channel. I work alone. I'm not a gatekeeper.
I'm not a gatekeeper. I work alone didn't get a smile. I'm not a gatekeeper did.
I'm not part...
I've got my channel. And I interrupt him, but I'm not part of an establishment.
Of the establishment.
I'm not part of the establishment. Doesn't get the smile.
No one's paying me.
No one's paying me gets the raise of the eyebrows. Almost like, is that surprise? But he managed to keep a straight face here. Maybe we're into poker face now, but I need to think more carefully about the raise of the eyebrows and where we're going with that. But yeah.
Everyone's
and then we're getting the laughter now.
An actor. You couldn't write this shit.
Yeah, everyone's an actor. You couldn't write this shit. So what he's done there is he's felt nervous. So he's moved into a space where he's more comfortable. So of
the establishment. No one's paying me.
Between no one's paying me and this, like if we keep on that line, he's gonna break the poker face. It's a problem. I think I would say body language, and this is me just opinion now, body language read, and it's hard because I'm biased, and I always have lots of different thoughts, but just body language read on that, I would be inclined to say, the Duper's delight, the smile, it's a lie. He is, what was it?
Keeper. I'm not
a gatekeeper. I've got my channels.
Of the establishment.
I'm not part of the establishment. We get a slight corner of the eyebrow.
No one's
paying me. And then that flick of the eyebrow there.
Everyone's an actor.
Is the move into, hey, everyone's an actor. They're just talking shit. It's the move into the character. I've got my channels.
Of the establishment. No one's paying me.
Like we decide, that's going to bug me overnight, that raise the eyebrows, and it will come to me another time. I'll think about that more, that raise the eyebrows there. 249.24. I need to get more, like, doing body language is a bit like music or something. Like, you can always play the guitar, but when you pick it up after 6 months, you're going to be rusty. You need to get into the flow. You need to get used to seeing people's faces and knowing what they're thinking and having good opinions on it. And then, you hit the ground running with a new react and you do good work. But if you just jump in with cold feet after a while of not doing it, I feel anyway, you can be a bit rusty. I feel like I'm rusty here. I feel like I should know what I'm looking at here, but I'm not. Maybe it's because he's got something wrong with his face. Like maybe it's because he's had plastic surgery, or something's not lighting in his eyes in the way I would expect to see. Maybe there's a signal I'm missing because it's not there. There's like a missing part of the body language that is not allowing me to click what I'm thinking here. You know how his eyes are like half closed, almost like defense, but I think the act is a defense. So instead of going in that place where because what he is, I'm not this, I'm not that. So what are you? What are you? Yeah. But he wouldn't say that, but he's thinking about these things. So instead of doing that, we move away from that completely. Maybe he's being threatened. Does it a bit, but
Scott's got his way. He's got his channel. I've got my way. I've got my channel. I work alone. I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm not part.
I've got my channels.
Of the establishment. No one's paying me. Everyone's an actor. You couldn't write this shit, right? You couldn't write it. I think the only reason
Chris obviously does write it, doesn't he? Because it's a blog. So, and this is where I said we're on to deflection now. So the truth of whatever was going on there, we're away from when we go back to Chris and he's an idiot. You know, and like we go into that safe space because we can talk honestly about our feelings about Chris and his nonsense. We can't talk too honestly about this, but
Scott's got his way. He's got his channel. I've got my way. I've got my channel. I work alone. I'm not a gatekeeper.
I work alone. I'm not a gatekeeper. I wonder what a gatekeeper really is. I wonder who you have to work for to be a gatekeeper. I wonder what he means specifically. Gatekeeper. There's a gate in the Nicola Buddy case. There's like they walk through the kissing gate. I don't know.
Not part.
I've got my channels
Of the establishment. No one's paying me. Everyone's an actor. You couldn't write this shit, right? You couldn't write it. I think the only reason Christopher from Nottingham gets away with all this shit is
the thing is for Christopher.
No one is paying any attention to what he's saying. But I tell you what, can you imagine if he had like 2 million followers? Can you imagine that?
You are. You're paying a lot of attention.
The guy's a nut. I mean, in the nicest possible way. And happy Christmas to you, Christopher, and to your family, and a happy New Year.
Silvermoon Warrior, a straw man is where someone on the prove how wrong what you created.
Keepers are, you know. But let me tell you, I hope that in the new year you really do find out who these gatekeepers are, you know. But let me tell.
Ridiculing him for wanting to find out who the gatekeepers are. Again, I skipped through my react a bit and, skipped a bit, but he said, I'm not a gatekeeper. Oh, Chris, and then maybe you'll find out who the gatekeepers are. So there are gatekeepers then, but you're not one of them. It's like gatekeeper bookended this whole thing. So I think the thought is about gatekeeper. I think he is a gatekeeper for whatever that's worth. I don't know what it means so much because I don't think of him in that, like, maybe maybe the smile's about his own ego again. Or maybe that smile is not Jupiter's delight, but maybe it was that people might think I'm a gatekeeper gives me some sense of satisfaction because it's not only misguiding them, but it's also giving me status. They think I'm a special chuffer, and they're stupid because they're wrong, and also I'm being thought of as a special chuffer. Maybe it's just that. But gatekeeper bookended this. If I was better, like not feeling poorly or anything, but like if I was better at this, if I was Darren Brown, then I would love to get Darren Brown to watch this. Could you imagine if Darren Brown was into true crime and he could watch like the interview with Peter Falding and tell you all about what Peter Falding was thinking and saying? That would be the best thing in the fucking world. I mean, professionally he wouldn't touch it, would he? But like, maybe I need to write to him or something. Darren Brown would he's like, in my opinion, like the peak of this sort of stuff, this read. I think, I might not be right, but you know what I mean? Some people think you're the police. Fucking hell. Yeah, but I tell you what I think they think is, like, have you ever heard of these terms, D&D character terms, chaotic. Alignment in Dungeons and Dragons. Have you ever heard of this? Law versus chaos and good versus evil. So there's this like axis. It's quite cool. It's quite fun. I think a lot of people know what I'm talking about, but maybe some people don't. So I'll explain it anyway. It's from Dungeons and Dragons. So don't. All right, I might be a geek. All right, but it's still cool. This is it's still fun. So you can either be a lawful or a chaotic. So like good. Let's do good versus evil first. Obviously, good, neutral, and evil. So if you're good, then you're good, good, good. Neutral, 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 or evil, evil, evil. Yeah. Like obviously, we know what the difference between good and evil is. But law and chaos. So if you like following the rules and doing things the right way, and like lawful. And in Dungeons and Dragons, that could be a paladin, for example, who follows the strict code of the paladin's code and will only do things the way the paladin's code says to do them. You can be lawful, you could be neutral, or you could be chaotic. And chaotic isn't bad. It's not on the good-evil axis. Being chaotic doesn't make you a bad person. It just means you won't follow the rules. Yeah? So, like, a policeman would be, hopefully, good and lawful. Lawful good. But they could be evil and lawful, couldn't they? You can get an evil policeman like John Wedger. So lawful evil. That's an interesting combination. Most of us in life, I would hope, are good and lawful or neutral, really. But some of us are chaotic. And most people think chaotic is evil. And chaotic evil would be like no respect for other people's lives or anything but their own, selfish and cruel, set a high value on personal freedom. Chaotic evil does not work well in groups. They resent being given orders. That's bad, isn't it? That sounds bad. You don't want to be chaotic evil, like Eddy or some of those people that we don't like. But chaotic good, right? A chaotic good character does whatever's necessary to bring about change for the better. They disdain bureaucratic organisations that get in the way of social improvement and place a high value on personal freedom, not only for oneself but for others as well. Chaotic good characters usually intend to do the right thing, but their methods are generally disorganised and often out of sync with the rest of society. Examples of this include copper dragons, many elves and unicorns. You don't have to worry about the dragons and the unicorns, but I think sometimes, like I think, just shouting out chaotic good. And people in Dungeons and Dragons world recognise it and can chaotic good. And I'm down with that, put it on my party, yeah? But other people might be like, chaotic? What is this? It's not lawful, so it can't necessarily be good. I'm confused. Or are you a this, or are you that? You're good, so you must be lawful. Are you lawful good a policeman? You're chaotic good undercover policeman. Or you know what I mean? But they don't, I think that's the problem when people don't get you in that way, is the chaotic aspect of the good. But like I say, it's not a scale of good versus evil and good versus chaotic. Chaotic is not evil. It's something different. So, yeah. I feel like I'm more chaotic good than lawful good. But at least none of us are John Wedgers, are we? Or whatever. I think that's probably it.
Use something.
But there might be gatekeepers in this situation. Sorry, back to this body language. Is Eddy a gatekeeper? And what is a gatekeeper? That then begs the question, what is a gatekeeper? Vicky did a really good episode on gatekeepers where she uncovered, explored some ideas about a battalion, a brigade, an army group, literally employed to, during the war, fight with propaganda. Good thing, in the Second World War, propaganda and all that, but still employed. A bit of a weird one, considered maybe to be gatekeepers. I think we need to explore the concept of gatekeeping. And I know I have a sociological background, so I understand the concept of gatekeeping to be a media term to mean we can't put everything on the news. What do you want to show today? And then there's these conversations and discussions about what you see on the news, and there's different reasons for it, and there's a gate, literally a gate that you have to, today we can only fit a certain number of stories through the gate. So the gate will stop everything until the editor opens it for these stories, and it's that process of news gating that I consider to be gatekeeping as a sociological term. But actually, what are we talking about here from Eddy? Gatekeeper. This is worried about, because there might be people acting badly and not acting, but acting bad. There might be people doing bad things that are not telling the truth, and it makes him think that everything's a psyop and all that. But yeah, I've gone over that. The
other day to someone I was on the phone to, in a funny kind of way, and even you must admit this, it does appear that you are trying to be the gatekeeper.
Do you know that this llama, yeah? Do you notice there were two from yesterday? Now there's only one. It's because I took one to bed with me last night, because I don't have one of those posh pillows. But look, the llama goes around your neck, look, like that. I don't have one of those posh pillows, but I took the llama to bed with me and I pretended I had one of those posh neck pillows, like that, and it was all right. Actually, I got quite a good night's sleep. Peter Folding's llamas. Peter Folding. Wait. Peter Folding, dig me up from your back garden. Dig me up from your back garden. Peter Folding, feed me 'cause I am your llama. Please don't kill me and bury me in the garden. Oh, I can hear pops. It's Friday and the dog's going to not like that. I can hear them. I'll press play on this and let me just go and check my doggies.
You are narcissistic. You are cruel. You are cold. You have nothing intelligent to say. In your intelligence, you have nothing intelligent to say. Now look, I've been going on for an hour. I think that's long enough. Happy Christmas to you all. I mean no malice to anybody. Even Trisha Gelder. If you want to believe in tarot card reading, go to her channel. Stop giving her money. If you want to believe that Vicky Marie is...
If you want to believe in tarot card reading, go to her channel, stop giving her money. So I don't wish you any animosity. Just let's bookend it with, I'm not doing anything bad and saying anything bad. I don't wish you any harm, but fuck. If he is a gatekeeper, he's the worst, most shit one. But I'll tell you this, if he is, then this isn't his only outlet, is it? Don't you think, like, Eddy, like, a good gatekeeper wouldn't just have a channel that they go on the internet and talk on and just hope that it works? Would you not think? I would think that he's probably got like several other fake YouTube channels. I always question whether this was his real face, even whether he was AI, or like, you know, has he got plastic surgery to change him after something happened, or, you know, there's so many mystery questions about Eddy. Ultimately, I think no, he's just a vain bastard and a sad actor. But like, now the idea of the gatekeeper thing, you're sending me a photo. What are you sending me a photo of? The llama, Wedger. Of John Wedger. You have a picture you'd like to make a sticker. Do you mean you have a picture you want to turn it into one of our emojis? Are we doing that now? Fucking this and that, and this and fucking that, and he's fucking giving them money and fucking this and that, and then but send it to Dover and Dolly's mum, and she can send it to me because I've got that window open right now, rather than me having to open other windows. Don't wish them any harm. Why don't you go and watch them? You fucking
assuming
idiots.
she's still paying any attention and watching this because we've been going for hours. She might not still be here.
Idiot. You fucking idiots.
A lovely person, and you know, you want to buy a book. I mean, she's done a book, for crying out loud. That I understand, but a mug with a face on it, I can't think.
You can drink out of a mug. You can read the book as well, right? If you're down with that sort of stuff. But
look at his face. Eddy's a cock-hungry moron. Posting that one. Ooh, Eddy. What with the video we're watching now? Where's that gone? There it is.
Myself a foot.
No, it's not that one. It's this one.
You can drink out of the mug. It exists. It's a thing. Bit of fun.
Is the video on Brian Harvey's channel? Because I'll watch it after this if you want. Just make sure I remember.
Of a worse thing to do than put your face on a mug.
Yeah, exactly. Willygate remaster. If anyone thinks I was being sexually rude about gayness there or whatever, I wasn't. It's because I put my willy in someone's mouth on the green screen before, and I was suggesting that I might put it up and put my willy in his mouth. I wasn't saying he's gay, so don't try and get me on a homophobic slur. I'm saying willy in my mouth gate.
And say...
I'm saying he might want my willy in his mouth. Specifically mine. Not because of sexuality about gayness, just because he might want my willy in his mouth.
You buy one of my mugs for £5, and every time you have a cup of tea, you will think of Vicky Marie Chats.
Listen, it might not be the grime I've impacted on. It's very...
What are you like? Seriously? You know? And as for you saying that no channels... You can't talk about any channels on here, and I won't talk about any channels on here.
Well, she doesn't.
I won't talk about any channels on here. Sorry about that. I don't know why I've done that. But look, I'm not a narcissist. See, a narcissist says they're not... Talk about any channels on here. Sorry about that. I don't know. Channels on here.
Well, she doesn't.
Vicky got the tippies, Eddy. Is that what you're mad for?
I won't talk about any channels on here. Sorry about that. I don't any channels on here.
Well, she doesn't.
I won't.
That's the face he's going to make when he has a stroke. He's going to give himself one with all this fucking yelling and Eggy.
I won't talk about any channels on here. Sorry about that. I don't know why I've done that. But look, I'm not a narcissist. See, a narcissist says they're not a narcissist. I don't even really know what a narcissist is. I thought a narcissist was someone like Scott. I thought he was kind of had narcissistic traits.
Wait, if you don't know what a narcissist is, how do you know you're not one? And you think I'm one, but you don't know what one is? And I will agree, we all have narcissistic traits. You can't go on the internet, listen, honestly, you can't go on the internet and sit down in front of the camera and say, right, I'm going to talk about basically my opinion for hours on end. I'm going to expect people to watch it and also contribute without having some sort of ego basis in there, can you? I'm not ashamed to say, I hope that I've got some value to offer. Yeah, I used to be ashamed to say it, actually. I went through a period in my life where I was struggling with things and I felt that I didn't have value to offer. But not having shame in that is fine. Not being ashamed of yourself, and that goes for everyone else who's thinking of streaming or trying it out or making videos or anything. Except for the fucking people that troll me, you should shut up. Get what Eddy's saying. Have not pride, but you don't have to be ashamed. And now I'm the narcissist. I will agree that everyone has narcissistic tendencies, but if you want to go through the narcissist, today's not the day for me to go through the narc quiz, but I will do it, and I will exemplify how I'm not if you really, really need me to. But I think you can do it yourself. And I think, do you know what? Questioning whether you are one is also a big question. If you've ever sat down and thought, I wonder if I'm being narcissistic here, then ding, 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 lights on, you're not, because narcs don't do that. So, I can categorically state that for my own introspection and development in my life, I don't Shut up think... defending myself and being a narcissist, it's stupid.
I meant that when I first met him, I thought here's a guy that's quite interesting, because narcissists are not necessarily horrible people. They've got this weird way about them, and they can't help but attack. They attack back. And then when he apologised...
That's you doing this now, you nutter. How does he not see that?
Eddy is a narcissist, because a narcissist will always...
I think here I've just been defending myself rather than attacking back, but...
Make it about him. If I wouldn't apologised, C is a narcissist. He couldn't even have the decency to apologise to Vicky Marie Chats and her wonderful channel that's growing from strength to strength. I heard you bought a new car.
Is this the apology?
Last week, Vicky. How's that driving? Is that driving all right?
What? Hang on. Again, he does this weird thing of I hear something personal about you. I heard, I'm going to have a little... They're going to say, oh, I like your new car. That's nice. What he means to say is, you've bought a new car. You've got that money from the people giving you the tips. You don't deserve it. And also, I know that you've got a new car. So did you tell that on your stream, or is that a secret piece of information that he found out somewhere? He's making a log of all your information. You should feel worried. It's intimidation. That's a sickness.
Decency to apologise to Vicky Marie Chats and her wonderful channel that's growing from strength to strength. I heard you bought a new car.
I should be careful about that, because I probably made some allusions towards some of their behaviour from a couple of particular people who, let's be clear, I don't do it to everyone, but a couple of particular people whose business I didn't really want to talk about on the internet, but I wanted them to be really clear. I understood things from every angle, and it's a bit weird because I'm not trying to hurt them, but I don't know anyway.
The day last week, Vicky, how's that driving? Is that driving all right?
Shut up about me anyway. I'm not intimidating Vicky about her car. Is that driving all right? Brakes not been cut? What the fuck are you on about? Should she not buy a nice car? Should she not have a car? Vicky's got to go on the bus. Otherwise, what? When people choose to donate, if they enjoy her content, and she takes the money and she spends it on whatever she wants, I like to think, like I've said, the value proposition is that I'm going to, what I offer is that I want to improve the content. Vicky might not even, Vicky's quite, if she wants to, she can say, I'd like a new car. And then she can just save up the money and buy a car. And that's welcome to the world.
like, I feel like if he's at the fucking, I feel like if we go to dinner, Eddie's going to be like paying the bill, and he's going to be like, what are you taking that money for? What kind of car does the chef drive? Like, he drives a nicer car than us, Eddie. Are we going to be angry about that? Are we going to eat our dinner? I mean, honestly, like...
Hey, good, that's good. Happy Christmas. If you've got any spare money, don't give it to me, don't give it to anyone. If you really want to give some money and for a good cause, go to your local hospice, go in there, meet some of the people that are now at the end of their life.
Go in, knock on the door. Hello, I haven't done I'm not here to visit anyone specific, just here to sort of have a look around. Wanted to sort of have a goose around. Is that all right? Go in, knock on the door. I'm here to give you £10. I thought I'd have a goose around first.
The staff about how difficult they find it, how their funding has been cut, how some of them are even closing.
What's even going on now? I can feel the cake wearing on for me now, and your new emoji should be in chat.
And give it.
It's a paid subscriber one because I couldn't fit it on the free ones because we've run out of slots unless we delete a good one. But if you like it, we can have a look at who's good and what slots. We can I'm 2 stone now to decide on the emojis going in the different slots, and I should have a cherry bakewell one as well, really. But if you want to try out your new, it's a paid emoji, it's a subscriber emoji, but it should be in there. John Wedger. It's called Ganji Corrupt.
To your local hospice, or give it to a children's organisation like a cancer research fund, something like that. Do something good. I'm going to end by saying one last thing about channels.
Maybe Rain. Right, should I zoom it in a bit more? I want his eyes to be really peeping at you. I think I should zoom in a bit more on them. So I'm going to try another one. I'm going to try it again. This is specifically a distraction. I think this is maybe more like an honest reaction, and that's good. I'm actually happy with him doing that, and I think he should do more of them. Like the crime world, like the true crime world, and like I perceive myself as not being involved in true crime, but being floating above it and commenting on it. And sometimes, like with Luke and with Eddie, they try and draw me in and say my name and stuff. But on the Super Chuffer channel, if you go there and you watch the Nicola Buddy video and stuff, you're not going to hear anything about any of this stuff. In the live, sometimes I've shouted out Eddie and shouts out other channels, but in the main, you're not going to hear about any of this stuff, are you? So I'm sort of immune to it over there to a certain extent. There are people that know about what happened on Battery Exhausted and got Eggy or whatever, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm sort of immune to it. I've got different channels with different content offerings, and I wonder if that's exactly true these days. I wonder if that's exactly true. Like Eddie once said, like, oh, well, it's still you doing it, it's still Scott doing it, but the algorithm doesn't serve Battery Exhausted to the same people it serves Super Chuffer. But there is a big overlap, and like immune to it insofar as I have talked about these people now extensively. Doesn't matter where really, like, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I've got a bit of a problem, but it's not that bad. I wonder if that I've done the emoji now, and I want to undo what I've done. But I kind of can't. I've kind of zoomed in. I want to drag it down a bit. I can't undo it now because I've done it. Now I see it as a little picture. It's not quite where I want it, but it's all right. Maybe I'll try that. I mean, do you like the John Wedger one as it is, or can I try it with a bit more zoom? I've got just the eyes like really zoomed in. What do you think? It is quite nice having his face like it is. I've still got the other screenshot, haven't I, somewhere? I can make another screenshot of it. I can just do it again. You like it with the hands? That would be too, like, well, if you bring in the hands as well and you make it that small, it becomes too small for me. Like above my head, I want to be able to see like the clarity of what it is. But the face with the highlight, what I see of him is he's doing the eyes, so it's about getting the eyes looking at you. Let me do another one as well. It's content on the internet, so I quite like Eddie's done this. It's provided me now with something to upload for Christmas for Battery Exhausted. And like, if you're watching this and it's Christmas and it's Battery Exhausted, much love. Thank you very much for everything this year. It's been a wonderful year. We've gone on an amazing and interesting journey. I don't know how. That's my Christmas message at the end there, so I don't need to listen to that, really, do I?
You spotted all of the clues. There was about 5 or 6.
In some sort of veiled threat now.
It's Your Life from Smokey the other day, just for you. So, love the music that I'm choosing. And yes, Scott, there's always a message in the words of a song. And
so apparently there is always a message, because do you remember when we did the interview, I said, people listen to your songs and they think you're putting in these messages because you sort of say you are. Can you categorically confirm or deny that you are putting in secret messages into your songs? And he said, I can not in these, I didn't say it exactly like that, but I asked him the question, and he said, no, there are no secret messages, they're just songs. And now he's fucking saying the opposite. Image is not between 1112 and 4096 pixels. You can't have the zoomed in eyes because I've zoomed in too close. It's too small. I'll have to screenshot it again. Do a new one. I can't believe I'm fucking about with his eyes now.
I put up It's Your Life from Smokey the other day, just for you. So
I didn't see that, so I will. I'll have a listen, because I imagine it contains some sort of veiled threat now.
Anyway, thank you everyone. Hope you enjoyed the clues in the video behind the Brandy Carlisle Card Dates Can Wait as well. Hope you spotted all of the clues. There was about 5 or 6. Maybe see you in the new year. And until then, it's Eddie out. Take care. Bye-bye.
It's Eddie out. Thanks very
Bye.
much. Happy Christmas. Obviously, this is going to be cut for YouTube and go up on Battery Exhausted. So, happy Christmas to all you on Battery Exhausted. Happy Christmas to you, shitface. Where was the bit where he said about Trisha?
Gisler, give all the channels your money.
Just give them your money. So, I'm coming in here. He's a little wet boy. I don't see, Jack. No. Show transcript. Been in situations that you and with.
I think I might read his tarot cards. Jack, I've read the tarot cards, and it says that you're not a nice person and our relationship is over. No. Couldn't do that, right? The tarot cards didn't help her then, but the tarot cards have helped her.
Whoa. Obviously, this video is going to get deleted, isn't it, Eddie? So let's just hear that again.
His tarot cards. And without knowing me at all, she's already judged me on that one video. She knows who I am. She knows everything about me because she's a tarot card reader. Yet the thug of a boyfriend that she lived with, and the relationship was as bad as it was. Not once did she think when she was on her own, you know what I might do? I think I might read his tarot cards. Jack, I've read the tarot cards, and it says that you're not a nice person and our relationship is over. No. Couldn't do that, right? The tarot cards didn't help her then.
I'm sorry, Trisha. I imagine hearing this, you are actually feeling really bad now. So, you've got loads. Yeah. What a lovely thing to exactly. This is what we were really looking for. We went over it again just to confirm and see what was going on with Trisha and that back in the day. It was a little bit before he was talking about this boyfriend and what Trisha said was her husband. Sorry.
I think he also said that Paul kidnapped her and Emma carried on doing.
And he was going on about how, she...
Are you really, honestly, are you really happy with that video?
He was saying that, Trisha... Later on, he got out, he talked his way out of it by saying he thought that guy just threw a cup or whatever. But he said in this, smashing a cup, smashing an oven door, kicking doors, it was a sequence of violent behaviour that would be considered domestic abuse. It wasn't... He once threw a cup and it was a bit nothing and he didn't really understand how bad it was and that she was a victim of domestic violence. He understood that she was a victim of domestic violence. He lied about it later. That was about Trisha. You take concern about, yeah. But this is the issue that really, with Trisha there is back then I jumped to her defence and she thanked me for it. And then later she accepted the apology of the narcissist, in my opinion, and used him and went with him and Andy again. It's a bit sick the way they sort of do that, isn't it? You want to come in? Coming in? In. Can't you scratch at the door? Monitor this, shall I close it? Come in. Come on then. Come on, you chuff. Yeah, do you want this? Do you want this? Do you want to go out? We're not going out now. I'm coming in. Look at him. Come on, she's been a sillis. John Wedger. Eddis. Full nutters, aren't they? Full blown nutters.